chimed in with the haven't you people ever heard of closing a goddamn door? No. Is that emo?
Yeah,
I would say
absolutely.
so.
Oh, it is emo.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I said. And people were like,
tragedies. Yeah.
Even if some things aren't the standard emo, if it's like adopted by the emo culture, I feel like that makes it emo as well.
Okay, let me see. Let me think. Is this emo? Is this emo? Stubbing your toe on the side of a chair.
No, that just sucks.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am going to video game myself. This is literally it. This is the point. This is why I don't, this is what it is. This is, you don't have any other fucking situation where you have a shit ton of cyber stalkers that get together, congregate in a fucking Reddit and like upvote this shit into oblivion out of fucking context. Look at this. Talk about my dad and shit. This crushing wind has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town, wherever chatters go when I start to game. Surrounded, but I'm so alone. I'm so well known, but no one knows the isolation of this online fame. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? That privacy is sacrificed. My every word is analyzed. The line between adoration and obsession. The constant chase for content, the shock of cruelty from faceless names. And if I fail, will they understand? And if I fall, will they lend a hand? Crushing weight has got me down. Wish I could get out of this town, wherever chatters go when I start to game. I chime in with a haven't you people ever heard of? Closing a goddamn door, trying to watch the band's Warped Tour in the state of Arkansas, and it's taking me back to Ohio. It's taking me back to where lovers go. And if I stub my toe, is it emo or does it just suck? It just sucks. What's up, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. That's right. Today is sunny, ladies and gentlemen. That was Kem Kardashian's banger production. People farm stupid people on Twitter for $3 in revenue with clips like this. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one on this beautiful day. It's 61 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks, and God damn, a lot has happened in my world, in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And I'm going to tell you all about that because a game changer occurred. You're actually on time. That's right. It's 11:07. I'm right on time. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Monday, March 4th, 2024. And it is 61 degrees and mostly clear here in sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, though. Let me tell you, oh my God, dude. I watched it. I did it. I watched it. I did it. And let me tell you, okay? You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying, okay? Like, I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. I won't spoil it. I won't. I didn't get the fuck bucket. Last night I ended the broadcast and I went with Nandre, with Will Neff, and with Connor Eats Pants to go to a movie theater. We did not go to an AMC one, unfortunately, so we could not get the fuck bucket. But we went to watch Dune 2. I'm a huge fan. You're a shining example of an entrepreneur and a successful capitalist. HasanAbi is proof that capitalism works, even if you're a clueless, low IQ communist. Hell yeah. Is that a new copy pasta? I love that. No, I did not watch IMAX. I think IMAX is gimmicky. I don't like IMAX. Also because I need glasses to see. So I don't like IMAX that much. I thought I got us a 70 millimeter film, but I don't know if it was. This was filmed for IMAX. Yeah, I know. I don't care. It's just like, I can't do it. Like, oh wait, 70 millimeters is IMAX? Oh, I'm thinking of 3D. I didn't know. I thought IMAX was 3D. So I guess I did. Isn't 70 millimeter IMAX standard? There's no way you saw 70 millimeter. I don't think I saw 70 millimeter then. Fandango did me wrong. We're going to talk about that in a second, because that was up for, that was in contention. Because IMAX's glasses though, okay. I was mistaken IMAX with the 3D glasses shit. See, I'm not the only one who's confused by this. Anyway, folks, Dune 2 is one of the greatest movies of all time. I'll say it. I'm not afraid to say it. It is one of the best movies I've ever watched in my life. That's it. I have nothing else to say about it other than it was so fucking good. Like Gladiator. One of the best movies ever made, right? I think that's not even like up for contest. I think a lot of people pretty much agree on that. Like, it's a perfect movie in many ways. This is up there. It's so good. It's so fucking good. It's just, I was just nutting too hard. Every part of it is so good. I'm not going to spoil it. All I'm going to say, I'm just going to keep repeating the same shit over and over again. That it's insane. It's insane. It's insanely good. The movie is like, spoiling it is ridiculous. You can't, like, it is a visual feast. Okay? I cannot spoil some of the most excellent parts of this movie, even if I fucking tried, because you have to eat it with your eyes. Okay? You have to feel it with your ears. It is a motherfucking masterpiece. Anyway. Yeah, spoiler alert. There are giant sandworms. Are you going to do a rewatch of it? Probably. Austin Butler was out of control in the movie. He was really good. Every part of this is great. Every part of the movie is great. HasanAbi, shouts out to the HasanAbi doctrine. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not a spoiler. You have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. But it's just like favorite scene / moments. Every moment of it. I will tell you this much. This is a 2 hour and 46 minute runtime movie. A lot of people nowadays, and I've had this conversation with like actors. I've had this conversation with Twitch streamers. I've had this conversation with normal people with normal jobs. And what I hear from them so frequently, I think, is that TikTok broke their brains and they're like, oh, I can't sit through 2 hours and 45 minutes. Like, that's too long, which is sometimes valid. There are movies that are way too long. Shouts out to Martin Scorsese. He does his very best to make the movie watching experience a little bit painful for you. He's like, I'm the GOAT. I'm going to make you fucking sit here and you're going to have to watch through this sequence that didn't have to be there. Okay, I'm going to shoot the shit out of it and they're going to act the shit out of that. But you're going to have to sit there for 3 hours, right? Dune, on the other hand, 2 hours and 46 minutes runtime, which is not like super long, but definitely very long for, you know, our brain broken, TikTok infused Zoomer adolescent minds, right? Our attention span is not great. Not a single fucking dull moment. This man, this Quebecois legend, Denis Villeneuve, okay? That's how much I respect him now. That I'm like not even making fun of Quebec. Think about that. Okay? Took the first movie, which definitely had slow moments. Unless you were already invested in the IP, you were probably gonna be like, what the fuck am I watching in certain moments? For the adolescent mind that I just described. Okay? Denis Villeneuve. Denis Villeneuve. Sorry, I said it wrong. I was trying to say it right, but I'm saying it right. Denis Villeneuve. Okay? He took the first movie, as far as like pacing and as far as like the way that like he set out the first story to like lay down the basics of the plot, and he was just like, this time it's gonna be very different. I'm gonna now take you on a journey. It's like a roller coaster ride when you're going up and you're building the intensity, but the drop never comes. And then, oh my Lord, all of a sudden, the fucking second movie is just the ride down the entire time. Okay? That's the best way I can describe it for you. If you were like, oh man, the first one was kind of slow, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Very different. Very different as far as pacing goes. Very different as far as like wall to wall. So much action, so much intensity. Every part of it is phenomenal. The first one is not ass, by the way, for people saying that. I love the first one. Like if the first one's like a 9, this is an 11 out of 10. I'm talking about Dune 2. It's really a critique of the white savior narrative, not a celebration of it, at least in my opinion. Yes. I don't care about all of the assessment that people are applying to 60-year-old IP that is like really formative and instructive in like IP that came after it. Okay? That has a much larger overarching message that most people are not comprehending and immediately fucking pointing to what the exact kind of messaging you see in movies like this. A lot of people are critiquing what they've seen so far and applying the standards that they have seen in other movies and in other works of art in the Western world. If you look at this from like a white supremacist, specifically like a white supremacist framework, you're just gonna miss out on the much larger. Frank Herbert, the author, described the pacing at coital, building up until a sudden climax. Yeah, it's everything that you think is going on. Everything that you think is going on will change your mind. Not after this movie, though. Not after this movie, because at the end of this movie, you're kind of gonna maybe realize this is not a white savior movie, but what comes after this is going to genuinely change your perspective on that. But overall, the movie, or the books, sorry, the Dune books are actually about deleted by Fossabot. Damn, why did that message got deleted? That's a bummer. Brother, it's because you wrote a long ass message and Fossabot timed you out and literally said, your message is too long, keep it under 450 characters. Because you wrote a goddamn fucking essay on Bob Marley, One Love. Ben Shapiro called it pro-life. Ben Shapiro is so fucking stupid. That's awesome. So I watched the entire movie without checking my phone once. Zendaya was sexy as ever. Me and my homies were yelling Lisan Al Gaib on the way out of the theater. Even the whites were yelling that, and we were ready to say the Shahada. Yeah. I am reaffirmed in my position that there's nothing more powerful than a fucking dude. There's nothing more powerful than a white guy who just is like really into fucking Arab culture and and is like very invested in utilizing Arab culture in his work of art, okay? And I love the people being like, Frank Herbert is a libertarian homophobe. I don't care, man. I don't care. Did you write Dune? Okay, did you write Dune? No, suck my dick, okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut your stupid fucking mouth. You're pathetic little fucking worm over here being like, he's homophobic. Yeah, bitch, he was alive doing blow in the fucking 60s and 70s, okay? I don't care. That's what you sound like. That's what you sound like. This dude is dead, okay? Go fucking find his grave then, okay? Go take it up with him. I don't care. Take it up with God. Anyway. Also, it's so funny because like Dune unironically reads in every sense of the fucking word as a formative anti-colonialist, anti-imperialist, maybe anti-capitalist even, if you want to go that far. I would say I would go that far. Anti-messiah, anti-fucking state control, anti-religion, anti-every, like literally leftists are supposed to like this shit. How the fuck did you dupe yourself into finding one reason why you hate this guy who fucking died already? How? It's literally a formative work about environmentalism and like doing, you know, eco-terrorism and why it becomes a necessity. What the fuck? Leftists will look at Karl Marx and be like, yeah, you know, Das Kapital is one thing, sweaty, but I heard Engels was fucking, I heard Engels at a factory, I found out. And that's kind of fucked up. Did you know that? Anyway, shut up. You fucking with Shogun, gang? Oh my God, I am fucking with Shogun. I'm eating, dude. I'm eating so much. We got fucking, we got Shogun on the one hand. We got Dune 2 on the other hand. Quirked up white boys in areas, in environments they're not supposed to be in has never been higher, okay? The stock for quirked up white boys hanging out with the locals has never been higher. Do you understand? Tokyo Vice, but that one's like kind of mid in comparison to all the other stuff that I mentioned, so I don't really talk about it, even though I am watching and I'm enjoying it because I'm like a weeb. But it's about oil and the greed that comes with oil and ensuing slavery and war and corruption that comes with oil. I mean, that's like the most reductive way to read it too. Like it is impossible for you to watch Dune and be like, this is not leftist. I am more leftist than Dune. Like I've seen like a lot of people. My mom was like talking to me about Orientalism and I'm like, yeah, it's a white guy from fucking Tacoma. Of course he doesn't fully grasp like Arab culture. He's just kind of obsessed with it though. Like, yeah, it's a white dude from Tacoma that wrote the fucking work. Obviously, it's not going to be like... Anyway. Your mom is lived the fuck up? Well, yes, but also on top of that, this is her literal specialty. Orientalism is like her... This is what she wrote her dissertation on. So this is kind of in her wheelhouse. Anyway. Well, tell her to read the books and see what the plot goes. See what she would like to think. Orientalism, she wrote about Asians. Bro, fuck media literacy. We need just literacy, dog. Like, we just need literacy in general. You know, Orientals, is that what you're talking about? Them Asians? Yes, it is. I don't know if you know this, but Orientalism is a very broad swath of Asia, which does feature the Middle East. One of the most important works of Orientalism is written by a guy who's Palestinian. His name is Edward Said. Kind of where that whole stuff comes from. It's a lot of Orientalism it revolves around the way that the West perceived Middle Easterners. But anyway, whatever, it's fine. What do you mean, Orientals? Your mom wrote about Asia? Your mom wrote about... What kind of Chinese is your mom? Is she Japanese or is she Chinese? Anyway. But even though Orientalism is kind of esoteric, he's borrowing from the Bedouin tribe in Saudi Arabia, which believes a certain level of mysticism. There was actually a small revolt in Saudi during the 70s where a dude from the tribe took over mosques in Medina and called himself the Mahdi. I mean, a lot of those concepts are far beyond just like that brief moment in time that you're talking about. But yeah, what did you think of the acting? It's great, dude. Javier Bardem is my fucking goat. Do you understand? He was, dude, his enthusiasm throughout the movie kept me locked in. I was a believer, okay? I was a believer in the Muad'Dib. I was Lisan al-Ghaib. I was locked in on the fucking whatever their religion, okay? I was a fundamentalist in the South. Don't spoil, please. I'm not spoiling shit. What did you think of Mother? She was mothering. Every part of the movie was incredible. Austin Butler was incredible. God damn, dude. What a fucking role, dude. He acted the shit out of that role. I always have a hard time not comparing. Yeah, Batista was great too. I have a hard time not comparing this to David Lynch, which is like his worst work, obviously, and he's like deeply embarrassed by it. His original Dune, which was a devastation. But it's pretty funny to think about like Sting playing this role, and then you look at like the way that Austin Butler plays it, and you're like, dude, what the fuck? No, it's goated. No, I like it. I like Lynch's Dune, except you have to remember, like, he fucking hates that movie. It's his least favorite movie that he's ever done. So much so that he literally took himself off the credits of the movie that he made, and also has used pseudonyms, like swapped out his name for pseudonyms in some of the later releases. Have you read the books at all? I read the first book halfway through and then stopped because I didn't have time. But what's up with people wanting to protest Dune due to Palestine? I don't know. I think maybe because like Timothy Chalamet, I guess, like, is he a Zionist or something? I don't fucking know. Dude, I don't fucking know. It's because of the SNL sketch? Oh my God, shut the fuck up. Okay, whatever. He made a Hamas joke on it. That's it. That's the reason. They say it mocks Muslim culture. Bro, I'm sorry. The Fremen takedowns are literally Al-Qassam brigade trick shots on IDF tanks, dude. It is a 1-to-1 comparison. The fuck do you mean? It's literally the story, at least up until now, is basically fucking the story up until now is basically if like Hamas are the good guys and they got like a Jewish former Zionist guy to join them. Okay? Like, what do you mean? And now the guy is like the leading anti-Zionist Hamas guy. What the fuck? A lot of the inspiration was the Algerian anti-colonial efforts against the French. Oh my god. That would be a sick film. Yeah, go watch Dune 2 then, because that's the movie. I kept fucking literally turning. I kept literally turning to Will every time they would like blow up a tanker or something, and I was like, dude, look. Look. That's like that. That's like, dude, that's like the trick shots, dude. I do that to my brother too. He probably hates it. No, Will is such a fucking ginormous Dune nerd that he kept butting in to explain stuff, but it was fine. Man removed from Dune 2 screening for batch testing too hard. Bro, I was literally... I had like... I was losing my mind. I was shaking, okay? It was so fucking good. It was so good. When he... There's a moment in the movie when... I'll just say, like, he pops off. Timothy Charlemagne pops off. There's like a change. That's all I'm gonna say. No spoilers. And like, he just starts rattling off information. And I almost stood up myself. Like, there's a couple moments actually. Oh my god, the writing moment. The writing moment is insane. Yeah, I was like, Lisan al-Ghaib. Yeah, it's fucking fire. Bro, Gen Z is cooked. When one character walked away from the camera, someone in the theater yelled, "Gyat." Full timeline of the Dune universe to 34,000 years. Okay, you want to know what I love? You guys know I love one thing and one thing more than anything else, and that is world building. Okay? And Frank Herbert, for all intents and purposes, cared more about world building than he did about like a streamlined process or like a starting point and a finishing point, as far as I understand it. And I'm like not the biggest expert on this. There's probably a shit ton more like nerds in the chat that have like really invested a lot of time into like understanding Dune. But I do personally love I do genuinely love the ideas, like the world that he created. The only thing I guess I'll say in comparison to the original work that I don't really understand why they made a deliberate effort not to include is that, like, and I was talking with Nandre and Will about this last night. I don't know why they didn't. Will brought it up. Will brought up the Space Guild and how like there isn't any Space Guild mentions in it, like rarely. And there is no like Butlerian Jihad, which I think is probably the most important, most pivotal event. And I think that like they barely talk about that. And it's like really interesting. That happened centuries prior. I know, but they don't even like, they rarely mention it. You know what I mean? Like it should come up in a story to basically explain like what happened to the audience. I mean, anyway, do you think they're going to cover the entire book series in movie form? I hope. Anyway. Watched Dune 2 and it was amazing. Kamala uses the word ceasefire, but will it happen? Dennis said he's doing one more. Oh, hell yeah. $34 MKD 50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Goddamn. I was talking to Will Menaker about this. And he said, yeah, I can't wait to see Timothy Charlemagne as a sandworm. And I called it Twink Death. Comes for everybody, you know what I mean? What do you think the blue drink tastes like? Yeah. That's not even a spoiler. Shut the fuck up, Chad. That's literally like not even a spoiler for Dune 2. That is a spoiler for Dune 7. Okay, suck my dick. Like, motherfuckers are like, oh, you're spoiling. Not in the movie. You have no idea. I didn't even fucking know what it was, okay? It's like not even, and it's not even him. It's his second son, damn it. Suck my dick. I know it's not even him. I was gonna read it, motherfucker. No, you weren't. Ugh. As an Arab, some of the butchered Arabic took me out of it. Lisan al-Ghaib is based on Alsan al-Gharib, which means stranger's tongue or voice from the outer world in Dune lore. Yeah, it's definitely a white dude that is like really invested in like Islam and Muslim culture. And it's obvious. I don't give a fuck. I mean, bro. Zendaya's secret name is Siyahi, which means black in Turkish, and I suspect in Arabic as well. Right? Like that's... Yeah, Siyaha is like... I mean, maybe it means something different in Arabic, but... in Farsi it means black. In Turkish it means black. Maybe not in Arabic, but Siyah means black in Farsi too. Oh yeah, I gotta blast off right now. Hold on. Stop making Dune woke. Yeah. Yeah, he was the original Arabu. Straight up. Frank Herbert was an Arabu, which is cool. It's cool because like it's a concept that like you can tap into. It's like there's so much deep lore there that instead of like recycling IP, like that's an area that and like that and any kind of like any kind of indigenous culture or African cultures that you could dive into would immediately genuinely make different kinds of IP across the board, because we've seen so many of the same genre over and over and over again. So Frank is like Lawrence of Arabia, who became an Arabu during World War I. Was Herbert a leftist? I don't think he was a leftist, but there are definitely concepts that he was on board with that were perfectly aligned with the left. He's a bit more of like a, I mean, he's got like weird ass fucking takes on certain things. I mean, he was like a libertarian guy. But so is the cyberpunk guy, chat. Hello? I don't know if you guys know this, but like the dude who made Cyberpunk, like the board game originally, is, as far as I understand, also like a libertarian dude as well. So is James Clavell, who wrote Shogun. I personally don't care. I only care about whether it is good or not. Herbert was actually a righty. What you read as anti-capitalism, he discussed as being against government intervention and extraction. Lamau. If you write space Islam, you're allowed a little libertarianism as a treat. Yeah. it's funny because like a lot of these dudes that are libertarian inherently end up arriving at like the conclusions that you have arrived at as well, but their pathway is different and their fundamentals are different, but given the nature of art, you can interpret it differently than the way that they originally intended. And I think like Cyberpunk's a great example of this. Dune is a great example of this as well. Like, it doesn't really matter at that point. It like leaves your hands, and then the world sees it in a dramatically different ways, especially because like there are a lot of the same principles there. You know what I mean? It's like, don't fucking kill people for oil. Don't extract natural resources and like destroy the planet. Like, that inherently is a good concept. It doesn't matter if it's a fucking libertarian saying it. It doesn't matter who the fuck's saying it. You know what I mean? That is the most important principle in the franchise in and of itself. All right. Anyway, watch Dune 2 and it was amazing. Kamala used the word ceasefire, but will it happen? SCOTUS delivers Trump W and more. Get in now. Libertarians never say that. Well, Frank Herbert is, as far as I understand, a libertarian who is like, it did say that. So. Also, there's a open world MMO Dune, as you guys know, that they're working on as well, and I don't know if it's going to be good or not, but anyway, here you go, chat. I'm blasting off. More importantly, the director has an anti-capitalist streak in him. Except beyond being anti-capitalist, he's a Quebecois, which means he knows the plight of colonized peoples. That's right. I am literally, Denis Villeneuve has caused me to be pro-Quebec separation, okay? I am reading in honor of Denis. I am reading, what was the very important book? The very important Quebec separatist book that was like white N-words or something. What was it called? I'm gonna read that now. Okay, no, literally, that's like back in the day, Quebecer separatists would call themselves like the N-word with a hard R because they thought like they are the same as like black people. N-word Blanc d'Amérique. Yes. Anyway. My Joe Biden Fantasy by Maureen Dowd. Oh my God. Maureen Dowd is going to write about how she wants Joe to clap her cheeks. Cover French news, please. Yeah, dude. Macron is trying to do a little bit of liberalism by enshrining the right of abortion in the Constitution in a country where it's like 87% of the country is like, yes, abortion should be protected unconditionally. He's like, hey guys, this isn't even what the Muslims hate, but I'm gonna act like he's gonna be like, yeah, we're enshrining abortion in the Constitution. Also, we're making it illegal to be Muslim and name your child like Islamic names. It passed today. Yeah, it's, of course it did. He's like, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. You know what I'm saying? Is this true? Really enjoyed Dune Part 2. I knew all the spoilers because I read the Quran as a child. This is a Turkish person. Ege Elbir. But Villeneuve managed to bring that Quebecois charm to it. Oh my God, I was joking about this, but he literally, oh my God, he said this. When you do something as an artist, you're always thinking about your hometown. Laughter. So yeah, I think I will say when I'm thinking about the Fremen, I'm thinking about French Canadians, the idea of alienation of the religion, the idea that a population is under the control of the church and that the church is linked with the politics. And that for many years we didn't. The French Canadian did not. They didn't have any economical power and were under the control of the church and submitted to this. Oh my God. He did it. He did the damn thing. He fucking did the damn thing. I was literally joking about like how I was joking around about how like, of course, leave it up to a Quebecer to truly understand the plight of colonized peoples. And he's like, no, I do actually, because I am Quebecer and we are colonized. That's so sick. Huh. AP News is running. UN envoy says there are reasonable grounds to believe Hamas committed sexual violence on October 7. AP News is running defense for the debunked New York Times story. Yeah, we'll check in on that. It's pretty funny to be like, listen, as far as I understand, there were a lot of issues with the mistreatment of Quebecers in Canada. Okay, like French Canadians in Canada for a while. But like, as far as I understand, it never came near the like Algerian, the colonial occupation of Algeria. Okay, which is why I always laugh about it, because like it's two settler colonial people fighting against one another on territory that they don't, you know, that they dominated over the indigenous population. Nobody in Quebec says it came near that. No, I know, but the vibes for a lot of like separatists nowadays is, especially when like things are so much better for francophone people, it's just there are still people who like ride that. Yeah, it wasn't the same, and it ended around 1960 with quiet revolution. But to be fair, 1920 to 1960 was a hard time. Anyway, to be fair, in the early 1900s, the average English speaker was something like 9 times richer than the average francophone in Quebec. Yeah, it gives the Irish were slaves to energy a little bit. But regardless, that's why I joke about it. But Denis Villeneuve has changed my framework entirely. I believe that the Bloc Québécois is right. I believe that Quebec must be separated from the rest of the colonial Canada. They have no right. And I believe that, yes, the mistreatment of Quebecers is exactly like chattel slavery and also the ethnic cleansing of an indigenous population, which maybe the French are indigenous to Canada. Have you ever thought about that? The Fremen are the French. Yep. Sorry, you make a fucking movie like Dune 2, I'm riding for whatever fucking unholy opinion you have, okay? Free the French Canadians, baby. I'm going in. Yeah, Fremen is short for Frenchman. Yep. So anyway, as far as Dune stuff goes, though, like I said, it's so incredible. It's so phenomenal.
May Allah awaken the people.
Paul, I'm not the Mahdi. Paul, after sipping the worm juice.
And help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
was my favorite Trump quote too. It's so good.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Dune score when Timothy stares into the camera.
You cannot keep interrupting. No. I'm having a conversation. Not no. Walter, I'm right here, baby.
Wait, that's a Trump quote? It's not a deep fake? No, he's repeating what Ilhan Omar said. It's actually just him clipped out of context when he's talking about Ilhan Omar. And it's not even exactly what Ilhan Omar said. I think it's like a bastardized version of what she said. I don't really remember the original quote, something along those lines.
Lisa now gay.
Was seen.
Where, Rachel?
Oh my god.
Show me to me, please. Send it to me, Rachel.
It was literally seen in
The North.
Please send it to me. Oh, now, please.
Oh my god. This is
Okay,
crazy.
Rachel, which one?
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Ay, ay, ay. What do you think about Dune using Arab culture without even having any Arab actors in the movie? First of all, did they really not have any Arab actors in the movie? Because the Fremen all look literally straight North African. Like, it's just where did this come from? The idea that there's no Arab actors in the movie. Is there actually no Arab actors in the movie? Because those motherfuckers look Arab as hell, dude. Not Javier Bardem, obviously, but like, I'd be shocked, okay? They're Italian, not Arab. I mean, it's the same shit. No Arab actors with big roles, which I think is a fair complaint. Yeah, guys, don't watch the Lynch one then. if you think there isn't enough diversity in this one, let me tell you. Okay? If you think there isn't enough diversity in this one, go watch the David Lynch one. See how that looks. Oh, Jesus Christ. They got Sting in that one. Well, he was playing the role of a friendly reminder that if you criticize Baron Harkonnen, you are only helping Paul Atreides and his jihadists win. That's a good one. Oh, God, it's such a good fucking movie. I don't really care that there isn't any Arab representation in it or whatever the fuck, okay? It's just like, I thought we were boycotting this movie. Who is this we, motherfucker? Are you French Canadian? We? What do you mean we? Who is we? Who was boycotting as we this movie? Because I was not a part of the we. Anyway, I wonder how Israel will spin Dune 2 into a pro-Israel movie. Yeah, it's... I don't know how you do that. It is literally Al-Qassam Brigade trick shot videos left and right. There are entire sequences that are almost identical to the fucking... The one thing is missing is like the red triangle on top of like the fucking Harkonnen ships, okay? Straight up. It's not a spoiler, man. What the fuck? What you... Like, that's not even a spoiler. That's... Hey, guys, the Fremen fight back against the Harkonnens. Duh. No shit. That's not a fucking spoiler. They've been doing that. That's the whole point of the first movie, too, dumbass. Like, I'm not even doing the classic, like, oh, you can't spoil a 60-year-old fucking novel or whatever. You can. Many people are not introduced to the franchise. They will finally be introduced to it for the first time ever or whatever. So, like, I'm obviously being careful and considerate and trying not to... spoil stuff because I really want you to enjoy it. But like the Fremen fighting against the Harkonnens is kind of the whole thing. It's like saying Harry Potter is magical, and you're like, what the fuck, bro? You spoiled the what? Harry Potter has magic, dog? What the fuck? I was gonna watch the third movie, and I had no idea. That's crazy. You just ruined the thing. You ruined the movie. You ruined the franchise.
I'll say it again. We're gonna make Arrakis great again. Paul Atreides, everyone. Paul Atreides. Muad'Dib, he said to me. Muad'Dib, I'm just a little desert mouse. We can't lose, folks. We've got the Bene Gesserit. They're very fair. They're very fair to me. And I've...
That's awesome. The Amazigh Berber Freemen. What? Javier Bardem called genocide for what Israel was doing in 2014. Yeah. No, the Denis Villeneuve and Javier Bardem and everyone else is like pretty fucking pretty woke overall, regardless. And I think like the Timothy Charlemagne memes come, I think, from him like doing if it's actually just him doing the SNL skit, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Has he even said anything? Villeneuve, shut the fuck up. I don't know how to say French names, okay? Suck my dick. Austin Butler considered joining Hamas in college. Anyway. Yeah. Javier Bardem, I can dedicate my life to that man, okay? He is so good. He's so sick. I love him. I love him a lot. He is father. I don't know what it is. He has incredible fucking vibes. Oh. He transformed into my Arab uncle somehow. Yeah, that's why it's so funny, because people are like, there's no Arab people in the movie. If you watch the movie, Timothy has not said anything. Wore pro-Palestinian clothes. It is all the SNL joke that he didn't write. People just hate beautiful twinks. That's one of the funniest parts about Timothy Charlemagne is that, like, I feel like this is controversial, but I don't think he's like he has like a weird facial structure. I don't know how else to describe it. It works. It works on him, but honestly, his face is kind of odd. Like, I don't know. He's not my type, because I'm not into the waifish twink. He is very cool in the movie though, overall. He's super cool. Bro, dude, movies are back. Movies are so fucking back. The movies are so back. It's so dope. It's so dope. HasanAbi, cute girl I recently started dating is boycotting Dune 2 over the Timothy Chevrolet SNL skits, so now I'm boycotting it too. Okay. Hey, listen. I'm with you there, brother. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. The left is so bad at propaganda, explaining to people how the themes of Dune are anti-colonialist is much better than crying about Timothy or Orientalism. I know. It kind of makes me sad that we're so fucking clueless and delusional about like doing good propaganda, because a big part of like being a leftist is about showing everyone you're morally superior. And the only way that you can show someone you're morally superior is that like the whatever the cultural garbage that everyone is consuming, you're above that. And you're above that for like obvious, you know, for reasons that are not obvious to the average person. And it makes me very angry. It makes me very upset. It's just like, what are you interested in? Just fucking complaining? Or do you want to like actually legitimately utilize the tremendous amount of fucking propaganda readily available to you and massage a narrative into that is like literally in the fucking movie itself? Because conservatives will literally look at a movie and be like, it's not woke, and that's why it did really well. And everyone goes, uh-huh, that's right. Like they will look at actually woke ass movies and be like, that's not woke, and that's why it popped off. And all their fucking dumb bitches in the audience go, yeah, that's right, that's right. Hell yeah, brother. Meanwhile, you have like genuine gifts given to you by Hollywood to be able to do like a little bit of propaganda on like a incredibly popular IP, and you just go, it's not good enough for me. Like, shut the fuck up. Even if you're not going to do propaganda over something, because like not everyone is a propagandist in the same way that I am, like just enjoy things. Who cares? Just fucking enjoy shit. Conservatives are saying SNL isn't woke anymore because of Sydney Sweeney's boobies. Fucking damn right it isn't. Anyway, no, I won't enjoy it. Yeah, it's just like leftism is just like being a socialist is a poverty cult, a self-imposed poverty cult. You have to live an ascetic lifestyle. On top of that, you also literally cannot enjoy things because enjoying things is bourgeois decadence. Enjoying things is counter-revolutionary behavior, okay? It's like sex under patriarchy is always sexual assault, okay? And you can't enjoy that either, because if you're doing that, then you are a willing participant in sexual assault, because it's a patriarchal construct. So women do not have full-blown equality to men and cannot make the autonomous choices that you normally would have in a true full-blown feminist environment. Same goes for movies. Capitalism is a hellish, nightmarish dystopia. So if you enjoy any kind of art, if you have a brief moment of solace in all of this death and destruction, in a sea of sadness, in a sea of exploitation, if you have a fucking singular moment of actual happiness that you derive from a work of art, well, then you are engaging in counter-revolutionary behavior. You are engaging in bourgeois revolutionary behavior. I mean, bourgeois immoral acts, okay? People just want to win watching movies. They don't care about understanding ideas. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I quite literally realized I started not enjoying things when my brain was trying to wire every little possible wrong some piece of content or media had. Left this seriously need to learn just to have fun and enjoy stuff sometimes. That is one of my biggest differences, I think, than a big chunk of the online left is like, I always have been first and foremost, have fun. Be normal. Number one, be normal. Be fucking normal. Number two, have fun. Okay? You can have fun. It's okay. Like, it's not going to kill you. Yeah, I'm a big fan of fun maxing. What if people are just too depressed about the genocide to go out and have fun? Bro, that's... Okay, dude, you did it. You are the most moral guy. Okay? You arrived at it. Okay? Don't have fun. Fuck it. You need to work on yourself, okay? Yes, I am literally the Muad'Dib, okay? I am the desert rat. I am the fucking North Star that will lead you in the right direction. Do you understand? The Mahdi is here. I will teach you the ways. Be fucking normal. Be normal. Enjoy things. And let people enjoy things. Okay? Yeah, motherfuckers will sit there and be like, listen, dude, I did my part today, okay, for the revolutionary cause. I sat there and doom scrolled on Twitter and got angry. Hasan, have you read the books? I have not. I only read the first one. But I didn't finish it, but I think I am going to. You can't fault other people for their commitment just because you don't have the conviction. Anti-imperialist pig doesn't mean you should put other people down to make yourself feel better. Wait, what? Are you talking to me? Are you saying that I don't have the conviction? When you were a fucking sperm in your father's ballsack, I was advocating for Palestinian liberation. Okay? I'm assuming that you are 10 years old for having such a fucking radical perspective. Do you understand? Suck my dick. Dumb bitches coming in here and being like, listen, dog, I learned about Palestine last week and I decided I'm very angry about it. And I'm actually way more angry about it than you are. And actually, I'm going to tell you that you're not, your activism, I found it to be not enough. I found it to be substandard. Keep it up, though, chatter. You're fucking killing it. I feel like the idea that people are not liking Arabs not being in the movies, the same how Westerners view Arabs, just pillage whatever you can from these countries and not even give credit to the people, is whitewashing to the max. I mean, in the sense that I guess the movie's realistic about what's happening. Stop being mean to grain names. Now they cry and hate on you on Twitter, bro. You got to chill. It honestly doesn't matter because I don't have Twitter on my phone anymore, so I don't actually care. You simping too much for mass consumption? Yes, dude. Mass consumption is a cancer on the planet. Stop spending on exploitative corporation. You are literally on Twitch. You are on Twitch. It's an Amazon corporation. Okay? This is owned by Amazon. Your form of entertainment is coming from Amazon, from Jeff Bezos directly. I'm serving you a 3-minute ad break where you are going to see ads. If you don't want to see those ads, you are going to have to subscribe to me. And if you already have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account and do it for free. Do you understand? There is a reason why people say there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Okay? Hasan is a hypocrite. He never deserved to be this famous. Fuck you, Hasan, says Pepe the Great. I know, man. I know. I don't deserve it. You deserve it, chatter. Hopefully one day. Oh, and Gila, thank you for the 5 community gifted subs. Can we be honest and say that the Fremen are literally not Arabs and a made-up space race? So what the fuck? I mean, it is. It is actually a made-up space race. It's just tailored heavily off of the indigenous people that I think Herbert knew personally in Tacoma, and also off of very clearly Arab tribes like Amazigh, Berber, and just like a collection of like whatever the fuck he, as a white boy, as a swagged out fucking white boy in the 60s, thought of Islam. Herbert based the Fremen on the Quileute tribe in Washington. People of the water became people of the desert. Yeah, Orientalism is cringe, but I also much prefer mid-century Arabicists than contemporary liberal Islamophobes. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, Dune 2 was sick, and I high-key recommend it highly. It's so fucking good. Do yourself a treat and enjoy it. It is a delectable, delightful experience from wall to wall. Like every aspect of it is high intensity, high octave. High octane? Or is it octave? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. It is so fucking good. And that's why I haven't even given you any spoilers. Because it's so goddamn good. I want to meme about it. High octane. It's beautiful. It is a feast for your eyes. Okay? How is it compared to the first? If you didn't say already, it took, like, in my opinion, I love the first movie, but I also understand how, like, a mass audience is going to receive the first movie. I thought the first movie was a little slow for, like, the average normie who's never been interested in it. Like, it is not a substitute for the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And unfortunately, many people are looking for something like that. However, the second movie clears that up entirely. The second movie is just like every fucking moment. Every moment is intense. You are going to be at the edge of your seat throughout the entire journey. It makes no sense to compare the two. They're both parts of the same whole. The way I explain it is like, if it's a roller coaster, the first movie is basically going up to the top. So it's intense, it's thrilling, but it's like going to the peak. And then the second movie is just the drop. You're just dropping the entire time. You're like, oh, your face is melting. I haven't felt like this watching a movie in a while, dude. Maybe it's because I went with the boys, but I was fucking riled up. I was value-tained, yes. Were you stoned? No. Oh, that's actually a good comparison too. Yeah, watching Blade Runner 2049 in terms of pacing, Dune 1 was a little bit like that. Anyway, well, Dune in and of itself also is like a phenomenal IP to work off of too. It's incredible IP to work off of because it's really good world building. If Dune was about evangelical Christianity instead.
Lord, we know that the apocalypse will be on Arrakis. We know that your chariot of fire will come down, Muad'Dib will come down and cleanse the Holy Land with a great fire, Lord. We know this in the book. We know this in Revelations. We know, and good Lord.
We are film maxing so fucking hard right now. There is one tweet that I wanted to point to, but it kind of spoils stuff, so I'm not gonna do it. Because like there was a moment that I also recognized at the end of the movie, but I'm not even gonna talk about it. But no spoiler alert. Like the little things that you see play so perfectly into like the world building. Like for example, on the Harkonnen planet, like the fireworks are liquid and everything is black and white because the sun is black. So like, but then if you go indoors or at night, you actually see color, and that's incredible. Like it's such a major way of getting you invested in the world and believing in the world in a way that doesn't actually like serve it to you hardcore. It's so awesome. That was all filmed in infrared instead of true black and white. So fucking cool. Oh, God. Show, don't tell, just good filmmaking right there. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like that. There's a lot of minor stuff like that that plays a major role, that is all undertones and subtext and not just like directly serving it to you. In many ways, movies like this are obviously blockbuster massive productions with MCU budgets, and it does the exact opposite of what the Marvel Cinematic Universe does, which is show, don't tell. Marvel Cinematic Universe is always like tell, maybe don't even show, just tell. And it's incredible. Like the liquid fireworks. I loved it. I loved the liquid fireworks. Like, it's so sick. It's so different. It's so unique. And it's such a minor thing. So it's very sick. Oh. Anyway, the planet is so industrialized and polluted the visible light can't reach the surface, so they film with an infrared camera. Dune 2 had half the budget of Endgame. Well, I see why it's like relatively low budget in comparison to like MCU shit, because it is literally, it's just sand, dog. It's just sand. So much sand. It's just sand for all your eyes can see. Denis Villeneuve is the master show don't tell. Blade Runner 2049, Sicario, Arrival of Prisoners. Dude just makes wall-to-wall bangers. Yeah. I was just hard the entire time. Will know. All right. We are now going to get to real world stuff. There's a lot of news to cover. There's a lot of news to talk about. Specifically, we're going to talk about Israel, Palestine. You know, the Harkonnens are continuously bombing. Hard the entire time. Popcorn bucket activities for sure. Yes, we're going to get to the real world shit now. And I'm also going to pee.
Ceasefire talks are happening in Cairo, but the Israelis haven't sent a delegation. That's because Hamas is refusing to send them a list of the hostages, who's alive and who's dead. That might be a negotiating position by Hamas, or it might be that they really don't know, because Israel has decimated Hamas. It doesn't have proper communications. They really might not know which hostages are held where and which are alive and dead. But at the same time, a member of the Israeli war cabinet, Benny Gantz, is in Washington. Now, he is supposed to be meeting Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor, probably around now, and later Kamala Harris, the vice president. But he is there without the approval of his boss, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, because Netanyahu does not want Gantz, who he sees as a political rival, talking to the Americans. He wants to talk to the Americans. But it's a sign also that the Americans, they're really running out of patience with Netanyahu. They see him as intransigent and hardline, and they are sending a message that they would rather deal with Gantz, who they see as more moderate. They regard him as more reasonable. But all of this means that the ceasefire, it looks more distant. And it looks as if the Israeli government is in some kind of disarray. What does that mean on the ground in Gaza City, where they're not getting enough aid, and where without a ceasefire they're not going to get enough aid? Well, it looks like we're going to see more children dying of starvation. For 5 months, neither bombing nor fighting has forced them to leave Gaza City. But now, hunger is driving people south in search of something, anything, to feed their children.
We've reached a stage of hunger like never before. When my daughter wants to eat in the morning, I can't provide her with food or drink. Where am I going to get it? No Arab government is blinking an eye, nor our leadership, nor anyone. They've abandoned us.
People get water from tanks, some of it salty. Israeli bombing has destroyed wells and pipes. They transport it as best they can. Life in Gaza City has become pretty much impossible. The Israel Defense Forces are still fighting Hamas in Gaza, but Israel's closest ally is losing patience after last Thursday's incident in which at least 100 Gazans were killed when Israeli soldiers shot into a crowd trying to grab food from an aid convoy.
The Israeli government must...
So this was interesting, I will say. Kamala Harris's takes were interesting because they did use, like, you know, ceasefire for the first time, but the amount of words that the ceasefire term was sandwiched in between kind of like deviates away from the major point of contention. But here, let's
do more to significantly increase the flow of aid.
No excuses. They must open new border crossings. They must not impose any unnecessary restrictions on the delivery of aid. They must ensure humanitarian personnel, sites, and
It's like crazy because like the conditional, the language is very interesting. Maybe I'm too much of a nerd when it comes to communication, but they say unnecessary restrictions. So they can impose restrictions on the aid, just not unnecessary ones.
ensure
Right?
any unnecessary new border.
Look here. Let's
no
break it down.
excuses. They must open new border crossings.
They must open new border crossings, which could mean to like let in aid, or which could mean let out the Palestinians so that the ethnic displacement can continue.
They must not impose any unnecessary restrictions on the delivery of aid. They
Unnecessary restrictions, unnecessary being a very important word here, as in there could be necessary restrictions on the humanitarian aid. So Israel still gets to dictate what the necessary restrictions are. Okay? So that's another important thing to understand.
They must ensure humanitarian personnel, sites, and convoys are not targeted.
Nor
That last part is like, you know, pretty straightforward. Don't target the fucking convoys, right? Good. That's a good one. Basically, if you believe that Israel is targeting the humanitarian convoys, which they are, then you're like, oh, okay, good. If you go along with the Israeli narrative that the convoys are being targeted by Hamas, and that's why they have to shoot all of the Palestinians that are near the convoys, which according to hospitals on the ground and a UN investigation that was conducted off of the doctors that are there, 80%, close to 80% in certain hospitals that were treated of wounds were treated for gunshot wounds, and not because they were like, not because the trucks had driven over them and trampled. So that's something to remember. I'm certain that people were still trampled over by other people in crowd crush, and also due to the trucks driving away. But the trucks drove away because the IDF shot at the direction of the trucks. So a lot of people were, however, still treated. The majority of the people were treated for gunshot wounds.
nor has Israel stopped bombing Gaza.
So I'm going to dive into Kamala Harris's full take in a second, because I think it's important to look at the entirety of the take, because it's framed in a way where it's like Hamas is not negotiating with Israel. But let's continue here for now.
Overnight, they struck 2 residences in Rafah. The Americans are calling for an immediate ceasefire, but Hamas has rejected Israel's demand for a list of Israeli hostages. So the killing goes on. As they bury their dead, the people of Gaza are cast into despair.
This is extermination. Shame on them. They need to stop the bloodshed. Why? Why are they killing us? Why don't they tell us, we want to kill you all in one go and throw one bomb and just get it over and done with?
A funeral in the West Bank too, for 16-year-old Mustafa Abu Shalbak, caught up in an Israeli raid on Ramallah today. Used threw stones and Molotov cocktails at Israeli soldiers who responded with live fire. It was the most extensive incursion into the West Bank's administrative capital for many.
The major point of contention here isn't the Hamas not releasing all of the hostage names, by the way. I know that is what Israel is framing it as. However, the major point of contention here is actually the terms and negotiations of the ceasefire. Hamas made it very clear from the jump that they want a permanent ceasefire, like leading up to a permanent ceasefire in increments through the hostage release process. The hostage release process was going to have like an immediate ceasefire with a chunk of hostages, with a prisoner swap, basically, with the hostages, the Palestinian hostages that Israel keeps, to the tune of tens of thousands. Okay? This guy, you are so lost, dude. Holy shit. This man, both anti-Semitic, but in the most like Nazi way. Lord Herrenvolk says, Jews are commie scum. How lost can you be? Like, that's the OG Nazi shit. Like, OG Nazi takes. But anyway, as I was saying, yeah, dude thinks it's 1939. Nice. Yeah, my man, he literally came in and started talking about Judeo-Bolshevism. Yes, Hamas's proposal was divided into multiple stages with hostage exchanges from both sides and ending with a settlement to end the war. Exactly. And those are the conditions that Israel does not want to engage in. The Biden administration is trying to hammer home the narrative that, oh, like an at least 6-week ceasefire first and foremost, and then we'll see. I think for two reasons they're doing this. One, because they, God forbid, they come across as like remotely critical of Israel. Holy shit, right? The other reason is because Benjamin Netanyahu, we know, in the interest of self-preservation for his damn self, wants to continue the ethnic cleansing campaign, because the longer the war continues, the longer he can stay in power. So it is a really sad state of affairs from an administration that genuinely refuses to listen to their own voters and listen to any kind of conscience or any kind of morality in this matter.
Yes, the Israelis said this was a counter-terrorism operation in which they apprehended 2 suspects and seized inciting materials spread by Hamas. A ceasefire in Gaza is one thing. A solution to the wider conflict is quite another. This is happening at the same time as another ugly row is brewing between the Israeli government and the UN Relief and Works Agency. That's the UN organization charged with looking after Palestinian refugees. About an hour ago, the Israeli government put out what it claimed were intercepts, which it said proved that 2 UNRWA teachers from Gaza had participated in the killings of October the 7th. Now, that happens as UNRWA has said that many members of its staff have been detained by the Israelis from Gaza, and that when they were released, they debriefed them and found that, as UNRWA says, they were tortured, and there was also what they call sexual exploitation. Now, that feeds into a wider problem. We know that the Israeli Defense Force have been arresting people in Gaza. They have been taking people for interrogation to find out where Hamas is, as you might expect. But there are more and more allegations that people have been mistreated in custody. And this is brewing into a terrible argument. And we still don't know how many people are being held and exactly what kind of treatment they're enduring.
حسن خالد معك كيف حالك؟ سلامات.
Okay. So let's look at Kamala Harris's takes. There's also a report that came out of the United Nations today. Clear and convincing information that hostages held in Gaza subjected to sexual violence as UN Special Representative. We're going to be talking about that as well. Unrelated, but I love this lady talks. I listen. Okay. All right. Why am I reading every comment in the fucking chat? Okay. We are, of course, also going to be talking about Joe Brandon. A big New Yorker piece dropped. It was like an hour and 23 minutes it is the length of the piece. I will obviously briefly glance through it. But before we get there, I do want to talk about Kamala Harris. So first and foremost, Joe Biden already came out due to the external pressure from people in Michigan and the Vote Uncommitted campaign, which was a profound success for the record, and had said that ceasefire will come on Monday. Of course, that ceasefire became less likely after the Flower Massacre occurred, which is when the Israeli occupying force opened live ammunition and opened fire, as we saw in the videos with the tracers, on a crowd of Palestinians that were trying to get aid from one of the few convoys that were allowed into Gaza. So that kind of gummed up the works a little bit in terms of continuing a ceasefire negotiation in good faith. And then after that, Biden had one other response. I don't know exactly where it was. It was like one of those like helicopter interviews, like right before he gets off the plane or helicopter. But Kamala Harris yesterday also came out with the take where she openly stated, this is like as official as it's going to get, a ceasefire. However, there was a lot of conditions for the ceasefire. And I wanted to break down every single thing that she said. Is this the longer? I don't know if this is the longest version. There's got to be a better version of this. Do we have like the full-blown one? On the topic of be normal, how do you not allow rage to take over when encountering lies and propaganda like this? I don't know. I'm used to it. I do get really emotional still, but as a commentator, it is my job to also present this information in a way that is receptive to an audience, to a very broad audience of individuals that are not like-minded. My goal is to change minds, right? Not to like, I'm not proselytizing to the committed. I don't want the full speech. I just want the moment where she talks about Hamas and also the ceasefire. But anyway, let's see if I can. Here, let's just start here.
The immense scale of suffering in Gaza, there must be an immediate ceasefire.
People go crazy for this.
For at least the next 6 weeks.
But then immediately after she pauses, goes, for at least the next 6 weeks. So that's like first and foremost, it's like, wait, what? Ceasefire for at least the next 6 weeks? Okay, that's a weird way to reframe this. Okay, so she goes, at least she says at least. She doesn't say for the next 6 weeks, at least next 6 weeks. So what happens after 6 weeks? You know what I mean? By the way, I want to point to something here. There are a multitude of factors at play here. Obviously, Israel's relentless ethnic cleansing campaign having a massive human toll. Like a baby murder machine, basically. A very successful baby murder machine being presented to the American population, to the Western world in broad daylight due to social media, but also due to the fact that like the Israelis themselves keep posting about it, has genuinely played a role in the people's attitude changing on the matter. But another very important part of this process is the continued pressure campaign. To those who say protests don't work, I present to you what you see in front of you. This is why I have always maintained a position that you have to keep pressuring. You have to keep applying pressure. You cannot stop. You cannot deviate. You have to. You must. Okay? Because it would have never gotten to this place, no matter the death toll, if people just looked away and didn't consistently try to find wherever Biden is, try to find wherever the Democratic Party is, and keep up the pressure. Protesting on the streets, going to the events that the Democratic Party is holding, and consistently push and push and push.
Which is what is currently on the table. This will get the hostages out and get a significant amount of aid in.
Yeah.
This would allow us to build something more enduring, to ensure Israel is secure, and to respect the right of the Palestinian people to dignity, freedom, and self-determination.
So that's really interesting because what they clipped out and posted, like their public-facing commentary on this, is very different than what she actually said when she was there. Interesting that this is what they chose to go along with, because if you listen to the full-blown, if you listen to her entire take uninterrupted, you get a very different vibe or a very different sense.
As President Joe Biden said on Friday, the United States is committed to urgently get more life-saving assistance to innocent Palestinians in need. Yesterday, the Department of Defense carried out its first airdrop of humanitarian assistance, and the United States will continue these airdrops. And we will work on a new route by sea to deliver aid. And the Israeli government must...
Yeah, let's see the Israeli attack helicopters dump munition into the fucking American ships like they did to Mavi Marmara that pushed through the blockade, the humanitarian aid that pushed through the blockade for last time. Let's see. Yeah. The American military is Hamas. What they are doing is delivering lethal aid to Hamas. We have found that the American military is doing Hamas terror.
Do more to significantly increase the flow of aid. No excuses.
I think one of the major changes in attitude, while Israel continues being consistently awful in its conduct, in the way that it is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza, is that it is going to inevitably put the American government at odds with the interests of the Netanyahu cabinet. This is going to create a pressure valve. This is going to, I suspect, create an interest, a real interest in the American government that even Joe Biden's dumbass, old ass, demented ass can see, to say, we need an exit ramp. We need a fucking villain. That villain is going to be Benjamin Netanyahu. The Democratic Party, which originally was pushing the Itamar Ben-Gvir line pretty much, no red lines, bear-hugging Netanyahu, is going to look for a way to separate themselves or even push themselves in a position where they are at odds seemingly with the Israeli government. The villain is going to be Benjamin Netanyahu. They are going to assume the liberal Zionist line. They're going to start pushing that way more openly, where they say, yeah, this entire ethnic cleansing campaign is actually, you know, it's the hands, Israel's hands were forced, but Benjamin Netanyahu's gone too far, and he's doing this out of like pure self-interest, and that's why we got to get him out. We got to get our boy Benny Gantz in there, who is more popular than Benjamin Netanyahu, and he's going to continue doing the apartheid with a liberal veneer. Because the reality is, if Israel continues being at odds with the American government this publicly, if they continue being at odds with the American government this publicly and this openly, there will be a need for the American government to change its position. You literally said the West would backtrack months after October 7. It's so bittersweet to see it happen. Yeah, I mean, I knew anyone who has seen the way that Israel carries out these operations knew that this is what was going to happen. Okay? That's it. Gen Z news anchor called you out. What? Obama endured like 2 terms of this. Only way Biden does this is if Israel acts more out of pocket. No. There has never been a situation in contemporary American politics where Israel was this aggro. There is no comparison. In the past, the American government was also way faster in even Biden himself. Even Biden himself has like stopped Benjamin Netanyahu in the past in 2021. By the way, look no further than this. Harris to meet with Israeli Minister Benny Gantz to discuss temporary Gaza ceasefire. This is the American government basically saying we're sidestepping Netanyahu and we're presenting Benny Gantz as the guy. He's in D.C. currently talking to American envoys, American politicians. This should have happened a long ass fucking time ago. Even by the standards of like Democratic Party's interest in self-preservation, American soft power in the region, regional stability, it should have happened months ago. Gantz is still a part of the war cabinet. He is no peaceful dove by any metric, for the record. I'm not saying that at all. I'm simply stating that although Gantz isn't any fucking better, okay, is not any better, this would have been a perfect narrative for the American government to be like, we still have control over what's going on, and we're actually getting, we're forcing some concessions out of Israel. But they didn't even fucking do that. They didn't even do that. They're literally sidestepping the prime minister, but the U.S. doesn't have that kind of power over Israel. Yeah, anyone who tells you that the United States doesn't have this kind of power over Israel is either a liar or very stupid, like the stupidest person on the planet. Okay? I'm sorry. They're either completely misguided or they're just deliberately lying to you. America has always had this kind of control over Israel. Israel would not exist in the way that it does as an apartheid regime without political cover that we offer to it and also the weapons that we give it. It is our state and not even a shitty state like North Dakota, like an important state, okay? Won't there be backlash from the Zionist lobbyists? It don't fucking matter, okay? It don't matter. This is about America maintaining its soft power around the world. This is about America maintaining regional stability. That's why there are literal State Department officials that have dedicated their whole lives to destabilizing these fucking regions that are literally saying the same things I'm saying. This is in the interest of self-preservation for America, and it's in the interest of self-preservation for Israel. If Israel wants to continue being an apartheid regime, it cannot continue doing this ethnic cleansing. Do you understand? That is what I'm saying. This is not for like long-term peace or Palestinian autonomy at all. I don't think America gives a shit about that beyond simply caring about regional stability. Anyway. So they're doing that already. They're sidestepping Benjamin Netanyahu a little bit.
They must open new border crossings. They must not impose any unnecessary restrictions on the delivery of aid. They must ensure humanitarian personnel, sites, and convoys are not targeted. And they must work to restore basic services and promote order in Gaza so more food, water, and fuel can reach those in need. As I have said repeatedly since October 7, Israel has a right to defend itself. And President Joe Biden and I are unwavering in our commitment to Israel's security.
Yeah, see, like, and then after the ceasefire talks with like conditions peppered into it, she immediately is like, Israel has a right to defend itself. Come on, please.
Hamas cannot control Gaza. And the threat Hamas poses to the people of Israel must be eliminated. Hamas is a brutal terrorist organization that has vowed to repeat October 7th again and again.
It's like the rest of it is basically just like the regular old lines that you've heard a million times over. Yeah, the clapping stops immediately, by the way, which is pretty funny.
Until Israel is annihilated. Hamas has shown no regard for innocent life, including for the people of Gaza, who have suffered under its rule for almost 2 decades.
Yeah. Speaking over Palestinians, their wants, their needs, their desires, and not even like looking at it critically, not even looking at it seriously. This kind of attitude is of course going to be commonplace in American politics. It is certainly the attitude of the Western media. It's certainly the attitude that they're trying to present as like the norm. This is the exact type of energy as like this is the exact type of energy as those who have brilliant opinions like let's put the Palestinian Authority in charge of Gaza. You are a fucking dumbass if you think that that is a valid solution. You're just so wrong. I don't know how else to describe it. The Palestinian Authority is seen, understandably so, by Palestinians as a part of the Israeli security apparatus. You are fucking delusional. And they are a part of the Israeli security apparatus. The Palestinian Authority participates in the kidnapping and torturing of Palestinians in the West Bank. That is why, when polled, Palestinian people say time and time again that the PA is not popular. It is the second least popular entity in the region. Hamas is infinitely more popular than the Palestinian Authority. There is also a comfortable middle ground here that Hamas is willing to concede on. Okay? There is a third way out of this situation, and if you were an honest actor, you would recognize that. Hold on. What is the name of the dude again? I keep forgetting. Is the PLA considered to be controlled opposition at this point by Palestinians? It's not even... The Palestinian Authority is not even considered controlled opposition. The Palestinian Authority is considered to be the opposition. Like, I mean, or not the opposition, to be a part of the Israeli security apparatus, because it is. Okay? That is the reason why they are almost as unpopular as Israel is in the eyes of the Palestinians. That's it.
And Hamas still holds dozens of hostages for nearly 150 days now. Innocent men and women, including American citizens.
Yes, the person I was looking for, thank you, Turbo Greg, is Marwan Barghouti. Marwan Hasib Ibrahim Barghouti is a Palestinian political figure convicted and imprisoned for murder by an Israeli court. He's regarded as the leader of the first and second intifadas. Barghouti at the one time supported the peace process, but later became disillusioned, and after 2000 went on to become the leader of the second intifada from the West Bank. Barghouti was the leader of Tanzim, a paramilitary offshoot of Fatah. Israeli authorities have called Barghouti a terrorist, accusing him of directing numerous attacks, including suicide bombings against civilian and military targets alike. Barghouti was arrested by the IDF in 2002 in Ramallah. He was tried and convicted on charges of murder and sentenced to 5 life sentences. Marwan Barghouti is the Nelson, regarded as the Nelson Mandela of Palestine, of Palestinians. His release is also, they didn't kill him. No, there's another person that there's another brother that they killed him. There's another brother that they killed. One of the Barghouti brothers, I think, was killed. The thing is, Barghouti is still one of the most active. I don't understand. Isn't he supposed to be a murderer? Brother, I don't know how to describe this to you, but okay, sister, I don't know how to describe this to you, but you must understand that his crime is resisting against a genocidal apartheid ethno-state that occupies the existence of Palestinians. What are you licking? Sorry, I'm just looking at my little baby.
Citizens who were brutally taken from their homes and from a concert. I will repeat, the threat of Hamas poses to the people of Israel must be eliminated. And given the immense scale of suffering in Gaza, there must be an immediate ceasefire. For at least the next 6 weeks, which is what is currently.
His trial was a sham. There was no evidence, and all the eyewitnesses were in favor of his innocence. There was a European institute that audited the trial and said it was a sham. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't fucking matter.
On the table. This will get the hostages out and get a significant amount of aid in. This would allow us to build something more enduring, to ensure Israel is secure, and to respect the right of the Palestinian people to dignity, freedom, and...
Just so you understand, they just don't want Israel to go in and kill Palestinians during Ramadan. Because if they do that, then they are going to invoke the wrath of the entire Muslim world, okay? Justifiably and understandably. This is a holy month for the Ummah. This is very important. Israel routinely is the most violent during Ramadan, for the record. Just so you understand, it is when, it is usually around this time where Israel starts increasing its pressure in the West Bank, which I suspect they will continue to do. What the fuck? Ramadan will make it unacceptable, but until then, no worries. No, it's guys, it's all about what Israel can get away with. Okay? What the American State Department, like what the entirety of the American State Department will consider to be a red line crossed. I suspect that Israel will reshift its priorities and focus into the West Bank, as they normally do during Ramadan, as they have done time and time again. Which will, of course, understandably create a lot more anger amongst the Palestinian population, especially in Gaza and in West Bank as well. I hope that that's not what happens. But remember, these guys only talk about ceasefire in Gaza, and they barely even talk about ceasefire in Gaza as Israel is continuing an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. Israel has not decreased its pressure on the occupied territory of West Bank, where 2.5 million Palestinians live. And oftentimes, in at least the past decade, every single time Hamas has retaliated and violated the ceasefire that everyone loves talking about, has always been in retaliation for the acts that the Israeli occupying force has done, the unimaginable, inhumane, profoundly cruel acts upon Palestinians at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Okay? There is an annual raid at Al-Aqsa that the occupying force conducts, where they brutalize, beat the shit out of, and throw grenades into the fucking mosque. They stop travel to Al-Aqsa as best as they can. And while you in Iowa might be thinking, all religions are cringe, this is what these people have. It's all they have is their faith. Okay? When you shut that off, historically, that always leads to tremendous conflict. It is outward religious suppression. It is completely unacceptable. I do not give a fuck about your childish takes as an r/atheist Redditor. What matters is allowing these people to freely practice their religion.
Self-determination. Hamas claims it wants a ceasefire. Well, there is a deal on the table.
I thought you said this isn't a war about religion. It's not. Brother, this is not a war about religion at all. You have to be a fucking dumbass to think it is. Religious suppression does not imply that this is a war about religion. What the fuck are we talking about here? What you're missing is Israel's interests. It has nothing to do with Judaism. Israel's actions are antithetical to Judaism. No matter how hard they claim it is done at the behest of Judaism. It is about land. It is about power. It is about creating an ethno-state. Religious suppression is simply another fascist tool to humiliate the masses, to continue the pressure. That's it. Because think about it this way. There are plenty of Palestinian Christians as well, and their rights, their religious rights, are always regularly suppressed. It's supposed to be, Judeo-Christian values in the United States of America.
And as we have said, Hamas needs to agree to that deal. Let's get us.
I agree, but religious ethno-state says it all. Religion does play a big part in the problem, too. Religion is simply a tool. It is an organizing tool. That's it. Okay? Move beyond seeing the word religion and immediately thinking, oh, this is a religious war. It's a holy war. It's not. Okay? It never is. Religion can be used as a tool for abolition, revolution, or it can be used as a mechanism to suppress. Religion played a role in both sides of the Civil War. Religion played a role in both sides of the argument for and against slavery. Liberation theology was formative and important in the, literally, we're looking at the Edmund Pettus Bridge right now. Why is this a famous bridge? It played a profoundly important role in the civil rights movement. Liberation theology did. Martin Luther King is a fucking reverend. Religion also, Christianity especially, was utilized as a tool to justify and normalize slavery. At a certain point, you must understand, religion is subject to interpretation. It is never the primary role. It is just a way to galvanize the masses. That's it. And for the Palestinians, religion is all they have. Islam, Christianity, and their faith is all they have that remains when they have nothing else. So taking that away and suppressing that is a big part of the fascist toolkit. Israel is no more a defender of Judaism and Jewish principles than ISIS is of Islam. Both are colonial entities in the region that have bastardized the interpretation of religion and claimed that they are engaging in righteous conquest due to the fact that they claim that they are defenders of their respective religions. They are not. That's it. Get it out of your fucking head. Now, of course, the difference is that the entirety of the Muslim world do not agree that ISIS is a true believer of Islam. And unfortunately, because of Israel's material importance and geopolitical interest for American interests in the region, defenders of Israel have been able to very successfully create the narrative that Israel does this at the behest of Judaism. Okay? But it is not the case. No more than Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen was an act of religion. It was not. Yes, the Houthis were aligned with Iran, but it is simply a motivator. It is simply a mechanism to create support. It's not the primary reason.
Ceasefire. Let's reunite the hostages with their families, and let's provide immediate relief to the people of Gaza. I will now address the occasion for our gathering today.
Anyway, and then the rest of it is other stuff, but this is it. In response to the enormous pressure from angry voters but unwilling to budge on policy, the Biden White House in recent weeks has taken a cynical PR strategy of simply redefining what a ceasefire means. I wrote about how they're doing this and how the media is helping them get away with it. Yeah. They were like, okay, you guys said ceasefire, so let's redefine what ceasefire means, and then let's push for that instead. What? You cannot avoid the interplay of politics within an Orthodox religion. The power struggle permeates the training, education, disciplining of the Orthodox community. Because of this pressure, the leaders of such a community inevitably much face that ultimate internal question: to succumb to complete opportunism as the price of maintaining their rule, or risk sacrificing themselves for the sake of the Orthodox ethic. Frank Herbert, Dune. Respectfully, Hasan, you didn't grow up in a cult. I agree with you on most things except religion. It's far more toxic than you portray it as, in my honest opinion. I'm not portraying anything that isn't just the facts, just the truth. Many already know that I am not a religious person myself. I'm not. I grew up in a Muslim country. My family are Muslim. I grew up around actually very seriously conservative Muslim people, as well as the majority of very secular Muslim people. Okay? I do not like arguing against against chatter's own personal framework due to their own personal trauma. When I tell you that religion has played a very important role in both defending slavery and also in the abolition of slavery, that is just pure historical fact. Do you understand? That's it. Just like we are talking about states that have claimed in the United States of America, to bring it back to U.S. domestic politics and abortion for a second. In the conversation surrounding abortion, evangelical Christianity is the major reason as to why people push for restrictions on who can get this medical care. Okay? It is said to be. It is said to protect religious freedom. It's bullshit. You have plenty of Christians who are defending the right to be able to get an abortion. Hasan is the biggest ego on Twitch. Yes. This is completely relevant to the major point of contention here. Thank you for chiming in. However, Judaism is used as a reason for why the abortion restrictions are actually suppressing the religious faith of Jews in red states currently. You saying something that is subjective is absolutely true? Fuck out of here. What? You're wrong on this? They have their bodies and their capacity to do work. There's no room for religious thought if you're interested in what is true. You saying something that is subjective is absolutely true? What are you saying? It is objectively true that religion, Christianity specifically, played a role in both the maintenance and preservation of slavery from white supremacists that cited the Bible to say slavery is fine and dandy. And religion also played a very important role in the abolition of slavery. John Brown was a fucking freak as far as like how religious he was. John Brown also was a hero. Your own personal traumas with whatever fucking cult-like existence that you had in your upbringing does not matter when we are talking about how religion is used as a tool. Do you understand? You have to separate your own personal experiences and the trauma that you got from a religious fundamentalist upbringing to what I am referencing here. It is so strange to bring this point up. It is so American, so selfish to bring this point up while we are talking about the suppression of religion for Palestinian people in the month of Ramadan. Please. Americans have no capacity to see anything beyond their own fucking unique individualist perspectives. Stop centering yourself in this conversation. This has nothing to do with you. Just sit back and try to develop a better framework and develop understanding and empathy for those who do not think like you, that are subjected to profound evil. Very frustrating. God damn, dude. Like, imagine seeing people get fucking destroyed for wanting to practice their faith freely, as they have done, as they have every right to. Okay? Like, we're having conversations about, like, the Israeli occupying force going into the Al-Aqsa mosque and, like, throwing fucking flashbang grenades into the mosque as people are praying. And you go, well, religion sucks, actually. Okay, so it's good that they're doing that? Is that the point? Is that what you want to... Is that what you want other people to think about your framework? You got to rephrase it. Would it be better to throw a flashbang in a church? Yeah, maybe that's how they'll understand it. It's like looking at fucking what's his face, Dylan Roof, and being like, well, that was an anti-religious act inherently. You know? You're strawmanning. No atheist thinks flashbanging a church is ethical. Shut the fuck up. Bringing it up in this conversation is the most like quintessential all lives matter ass fucking take. It's even worse than all lives matter. It's literally being like someone saying Black Lives Matter and you turning around and being like, yeah, well, actually, I'm a vegan. And nobody's talking about the slaughter of pigs. The fuck? How did that come into the fray here? Like, what's going on? Atheists immediately turn up the fucking veganism dial in the way that they fucking talk about these things and just demonstrate their lack of understanding of how people operate and how important religion is for their lives. This was a big problem in the USSR as well, by the way, for all the lefty atheists out there. Anyway. I've talked about this before, but people believe shit that is stupid and silly, okay? Shut the fuck up. You have beliefs that are silly. Many people that you love, who you consider to be brilliant, believe that capitalism is the greatest economic organization to have ever existed. Okay? Just because you have been able to work it out in your mind and now you think you're above that kind of thinking does not change that reality. And religious commitment is very important to many more people on this planet than not. You will never be able to build a solid coalition by advocating for religious suppression. You will never be able to do any form of governance without, while simultaneously trying to advocate for religious suppression. Religious suppression is not the reason why many more people are fucking atheists nowadays, dumbasses. It's not because you debate lorded so successfully. Think about your own upbringing. It's actually the opposite. It's religious fundamentalism that causes people to go, I don't really like this shit. I can speak on it from my own personal experiences, I guess, my own personal journey. So shut the fuck up. You're making it harder for people. If your goal is to get everyone to recognize the wrongs of religion or whatever, you're making it so much harder for people to come to that term because you're negatively polarizing them and by being annoying as fuck. Dumbass little fashy debate pervers. Holy shit. You are such anti-Marxist is boring. It's not personal traumas. Is Marx and Lenin stop saying is American? Lenin says otherwise, motherfucker. First of all, suck my dick. Okay? You saw religion as the opiate of the masses and you ran with it as though you understand And you are also treating these figures as though they are pastors themselves or infallible in any way. Shut up. He's like, bro, I don't believe in religion. That's why I treat Marx like he's Jesus Christ himself. Okay, got it. Thank you, man. Thank you for interpreting his words. Jesus. So dumb. Anyway. Call between an UNRWA teacher and a colleague about kidnapping Israeli women. A conversation between Yusuf Zidan Suleiman al-Hawajara, an UNRWA employee working as a teacher in a school in Gaza, speaking about his participation in the October 7 massacre, was released recently by the Israeli Defense Force. 2 hours ago, this came out. Okay, I don't know if this is fake or not, but considering that the UN has also conducted an internal investigation and claimed that 2 teachers at least working in UNRWA participated in October 7, which, by the way, does not fucking justify defunding UNRWA, okay, at all. A organization that hires Palestinians, that is like the lifeblood of Palestinians, that is operated by Palestinians in general. Go grift in a communist country like Vietnam or Canada, buddy. What? First of all, both of the places that you described are kind of awesome, especially in different ways in comparison to the United States of America. So what the fuck? And secondly, I think a lot of these people are just like losing sight of the reality. They're not even making an argument at all. They're just like angrily posting in the chat, forgetting that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, calling places like Canada communist. That's awesome. I feel like I feel like a lot of the takes have gotten worse and worse in recent months, I think. Where, yeah, the 3-minute ad break is upon us, and I'm serving it to you right now, by the way. So that is a fact. 34 MKD50, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Back in the day, I think the reason why I liked the hogs was because back in the day when hogs used to be in this community, they would at least like address whatever the fuck I was saying, and they had like a tangible worldview that I could pick apart. Nowadays, the people that come in here simply come in here and say like completely irrelevant, idiotic things like, oh, dude, you're a trust fund baby. Like, what? Too much haters today, keep crying, lol. Wait, what? Oh, you're talking to the haters in the chat? Yeah. I don't know how this happened, like, but the commentary in the chat got way dumber. Wait till the haters find out how much you hate being called handsome and a good person. Yeah, we need more hogs and less like liberals who are butthurt that like American hegemony is in threat. I heard chat is a reflection of the streamer. Yeah, that's why I'm a rugged, anti-communist, liberal, bloodthirsty tyrant who wants to fucking melt Palestinian children. And Moonlight is a unpaid DNC consultant. If Hasan cares about Palestinians, he should let them live in his house. That's what I'm talking about. That's some good ass hog take right there. Rojo Tortuga, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you care about this issue? Well, why don't you open up your house to homeless people? That'll the 3 homeless people that can live there will be able to end homelessness in Los Angeles, California. Like, that's normally a better analog. You didn't even do that. You just went, why don't you welcome Palestinians into your fucking home? It's like they don't even have food right now, brother. Anyway. So let's see the UNRWA
وين انت؟
conversation.
وين السبايا والدنيا ودين عنا خليك نايم.
انت بالشارع نام في الدار شارع اسكت احنا عند السبايا
We have female captives. I caught one.
وين ايش اخبارك؟
الله يحييك.
وين انت؟
Where are
والله
you?
روحنا.
We're back home.
ايش كيف الامور؟
How are
أنا
you?
كويس اسكت والله نار.
لقيت شيء؟
إيه؟
لقيت شيء؟
Did you
جبنا
find
فرس
anything?
يا
Yes,
أخي.
we brought a horse.
خيل فرس.
A horse.
جاب حصان؟
صار اصلا اصيل
A
مش
noble
حصان
horse, not
كديش.
just any horse.
بالقرعان.
انت مين جبتهم؟
You and who else brought? Me and Abu.
ابو حساقو؟ ايه كيف الامور؟
ممزح يا راجل كيف حالك؟
والله مشتاقين لك ابو مهند. ايه ان شاء الله نخش مسجد الاقصى.
والله ربك كبير جهز حالك والله يا حاج رحت لك المناطق الشرقية كلها الدخل في المواقع.
والله كلها غاد ما كنت غاد.
وين كنت؟
جوا شرق الدير.
لا كيف الوضع؟
والله حسينا جوا.
لا يا راجل.
والله بعد جحد والله مبلجين
Our people.
لا شفت مناظر؟
I saw the sights. Yeah, I shot them in the eyes. They shot them in the eyes. How many did you see? I saw two. Me and another guy from our group.
كم سحبتهم يا حبيبي؟
You could have brought them. How did you carry them? I carried 2 kilograms. The rockets landed next to us. Pay attention. F-16.
شفت أنت كنت لما
Yes, I saw that you were there when the F-16 attacked. Yes, I was next to it. You were about 100 meters from the house. Listen, they ripped them. You saw they even broke the cameras on the gates. Wow, what they did. Listen, they did actions for liberations, inshallah. I mean, I don't know if this is fake or not. I don't know. Judging by the fact that like everything Israel posts, especially like this, is usually fake, I'm inclined to believe that this could be fake as well. But if the internal investigations conducted by the UN show that there were 2 UNRWA teachers, at least, that participated in October 7, then I'm more inclined to believe it. Even if this is fake in and of itself, I'm still inclined to believe that 2 people out of the 13,000 that UNRWA fucking hires participated in October 7. Fine. That doesn't mean that you can, completely defund this institution. It's ridiculous.
شغل تحية ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله. ما جبتش معك حاجة على الفاضي ولا بارودة ولا حاجة؟
لا لقينا اللي في النصيب.
ايه ايش لقيته؟
Anyway, yeah, it's a bullshit justification. It never worked. It was never a real justification at all. But here, Israeli former hostage describes time in Hamas captivity. Okay? They were always watched over by at least 3 of their 6 heavily armed guards because some of them would go and fight and then come back. That's what they told us, Alman Goldstein said. The family tried to establish a relationship with their guards, engaging them in long conversations as a part of survival mechanism. 2 spoke some English, and another was learning Hebrew. They kept telling us they are not going to harm us and that we were very important to them, Alman Goldstein said. But we were always terrified they would flip on us, that they'd get an order from someone to harm us, because clearly they were low-ranking cogs in the machine. We were constantly in angst or terror. The guards also discussed politics and the roots of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Ultimately, it would always end with the guards telling us to go read history books, that we're the ones who expelled them from their lands, that we're the ones who killed them, we're the ones who kept them in a pressure cooker that kept bubbling and bubbling until it erupted, Alman Goldstein said. True. Lowest cog in the machine in the fighting mechanism in the resistance still understandably has knows more about the conditions that they were subjected to than the most well-read Israeli person who unfortunately doesn't know the truth. Some of the guards told the social worker they wanted to live side by side as neighbors, but others warned her to move away. They told me to go to Tel Aviv, but don't return to Kfar Aza. They said, we'll return. We'll be back. They asked, do you know how many we are in an organization? On October 7, we were 3,000. Next time will be 20,000. Alma Goldstein says she also witnessed moments when her captors displayed sensitivity and care. One of the gunmen apologized for the killing of Nadav, whom Alma Goldstein started dating in high school. We saw them cry. We saw them miss their wives, she said. We saw them writing letters to their wives and putting them in their pockets. We were worried about this, thinking, why are you writing a letter now? Towards the end of the 5 weeks, the guards began receiving calls on a landline. Alma Goldstein says she got the impression they were losing control. There was disagreements among captors and some sort of internal divisions, she said. From there, the family were taken on a 40-minute walk to a supermarket. It was then that they saw the damage wreaked by Israeli offensive for the first time. I saw a lot of devastation and destruction, Alma Goldstein said. It made me feel terrible seeing such poverty. It was very difficult to see that. It was not a great feeling of, oh great, we Israelis showed them. The 3 guards apologized for making the family sleep in a storage room in the supermarket, but said they had some hope that the war was about to end. The next day, the supermarket was hit by a shrapnel from an Israeli aerial bombardment. It was atrocious. It was the first time we really felt like our lives were in danger, Alma Goldstein said. So the only time they felt like their lives were in danger was when they were in danger in the hands of the Israeli government. Because they felt like the way Palestinians feel every fucking day of their lives. Because they were held captive by the Palestinians. And even then, it was not the Palestinians that they were threatened by. It was the Israeli government treating them like Palestinians. We heard the constant shelling and bombing getting closer and closer and could already see all the stones flying around and rubble and shrapnel. It was closing up on us to the point where Hamas guards put mattresses over us on the floor to cover us, and then they covered us with their bodies to protect us from our own forces shooting. They did that because that is how important the Israeli lives are to them, not as a matter of genuine human interaction, but because it is their only leverage they have. So anything that comes out of the conditions of the hostages has to be seen in this framework. When hostages talk about the gruesome conditions and how they had no access to food, that is, as a matter of fact, a direct consequence of Israel starving the Palestinian population. That is not because Hamas is regularly starving their own hostages. They put their own fucking bodies in between Israeli gunfire and Israeli artilleries with the Israeli lives that are standing underneath the fucking mattresses. Okay? Why? Leverage. Because this is their only way of trying to survive. Not just themselves directly, of course, but just allowing the Palestinians to survive. She also describes her eldest daughter's last moments after being shot in the face by Hamas and how their captors smiled and took photographs. Chen Alma Goldstein refuses to forget her eldest daughter's last moments. Yam, 20, was gasping for breath, having been shot in the face by Hamas gunmen who minutes earlier had killed her father. Alma Goldstein, 49, did not see Yam or her husband Nadav again because she and her 3 surviving children were bundled into a car and abducted. During the 7-minute journey across the border into Gaza on the 7th of October, their captors smiled and took photographs of the traumatized mother and children. You have to see everything from the framework of rationality. It is, of course, rational for them to try and protect to the best of their ability the hostages. This is why I've said time and time again, if the Palestinian authorities, if the Palestinian resistance groups actually kill a hostage, you will know about it. Because there is no reason for them to abduct hostages in the way that Israel framed it, to like rape them or toy with them or torture them. You do not conduct a military operation, okay, with thousands of people that you've trained for months and months and months on end, specifically so that you can have fun with the hostages. Although acts of terror, very real, gruesome acts of terror occurred on October 7, that much is, of course, clear. We are, 5 months removed from it at this point. But remember, this is a very real thing that occurred. And I've never underplayed that, or I've never downplayed that, undermined that at all. Okay. Their goal was to capture. Their goal was to kill IDF, capture as many hostages as they possibly can, bring them back into Gaza, and immediately set terms for a hostage swap. The family was moved again the next day, but this time on a donkey cart to a half-built apartment complex. The guards did not know what to do when that building, too, was pounded. Whenever I'm talking about a shockwave from a bombing, what it actually means is that door frames get blown out, windows shatter, and the Palestinians just put some blankets up, fix it up to the best of their ability, and carry on. But the bodily toll it took on us was unimaginable, Alman Goldstein said. What is this? Sickening new developments coming? You didn't link it correctly. Okay, we'll continue. I got it. Yeah, they're it's saying breaking news from Quds saying that Al Jazeera reports Israel's military is opening fire right now with thousands of hungry civilians at Al Kuwait roundabout in Gaza City. I will look at the new development in a second and assess it, but I don't know what's going on there. Let me just finish this up. From there was another school filled with tents where Palestinian families were sheltering. Many assumed Alman Goldsteins were also displaced from the war and offered them food and water. The family became hopeful that the war, then in its 7th week, was ending because the captors seemed excited about a looming ceasefire, but their guards told them there was nowhere safe left in Gaza and that they would have to wait it out in an underground tunnel with 6 female Israeli hostages, including 2 children. Every encounter with captives in Gaza was truly exciting, said Alman Goldstein, but 3 of the women were wounded, some had complex injuries, and some spoke about sexual assaults. She said the group discussed reporting the allegations to a Hamas commander on their release. By and large, the Hamas commanders seemed to be receptive enough that we thought there might be a chance of relaying it, she said. But she doesn't know whether that happened because most of the women were left behind. She is now desperate for the remaining hostages to return home, but added, having experienced how horrendous the fighting and bombardment was, I can't really understand how you can both have that and care for the captives that are there. The hostages are excited for Israel to cease its hostilities. Think about that. Israeli hostages are excited for Israel to stop bombing the Palestinians. Is it because they have true love in their hearts for the Palestinian population? Maybe some do. Maybe some actually do. Maybe some did before this event. Maybe they changed their minds. But ultimately, one thing remains clear. The people killing the Israeli hostages are not, as it stands now, the Hamas militants. It is the Israeli government. I referred a friend to you who was getting moved towards IDF apologia through Hasbara, and after they watched a VOD of you talking about this, they were like, oh, whoa, okay, I have a lot to learn about this actually, and are now fully and diligently pro-Palestine. Thank you, bro. I'm happy. That is my goal here. I think a lot of people were completely oblivious to what was going on in Palestine, what was going on in Gaza after October 7. A lot of them learned very quickly, and some of them did not want to go against their previous biases or what their parents knew and what they previously thought. If you have an open mind, you will see my coverage is honest and, of course, change your mind on a lot of things. Or you will continue on the same trajectory that you were on already and refuse to reckon with the realities. Let me close some of these tabs. Let's just. Let's see. Let me see the Al Jazeera coverage. But yes. I do not know what is going on with the latest developments in the Israeli occupying force opening fire. I will investigate it. And try to see if there's any veracity to the claims. There's Al Jazeera Arabic is like seemingly covering something, not like English Al Jazeera though. And you can't really make out even what's going on. Because Al Jazeera English is currently talking about infectious diseases detected in the besieged Gaza Strip.
Many healthcare workers have indeed been killed in this war. And that makes it really difficult, as you say, for them to treat people who are...
But I'll get in on it. So, Yossi Landau, I guess, is the person who is the UN Special Representative Pramila Patten concluded a visit to Israel and said there is clear and convincing information that hostages held in Gaza is subjected to sexual violence. This is the latest report that came out. Pramila Patten added in a press release issued along with the report that there are also reasonable grounds to believe that such violence, which includes other cruel and inhumane and degrading treatment, may be continuing against those still being held by Hamas and other extremists in the Gaza Strip. The report from her office arose from an official visit to Israel at the invitation of the government, which included a visit to the occupied West Bank between 29th January and 14th of February. In the context of the coordinated attack by Hamas and others of 7th of October, UN mission team found that there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred in multiple locations, including rape and gang rape in at least 3 locations in southern Israel. These were some of the most extreme claims made on October 7, or related to October 7, and there hasn't been any additional investigation conducted, and the UN had brought forward their interest in conducting an independent investigation, and yet... But also, this is the Al Jazeera Arabic coverage right now. I don't know what's going on there. However, if they have not, Israel originally had blocked a UN investigation, or it had claimed that this is anti-Semitic. Okay? As I've said time and time again, sexual violence has a very high likelihood in occurring in war or in situations like October 7. Absolutely. So the likelihood that sexual violence occurred on October 7 is high. However, systematic rape conducted and pushed forward by Hamas was, in my opinion, an erroneous claim. A claim that there is no, as it stands, no evidence for whatsoever. So I want to understand what the UN saw that leads them to this conclusion, and if it is different from the New York Times screams without words article that was picked apart deliberately and expertly by The Intercept. The UN team is of the view that the true extent of sexual violence committed during October 7 and their aftermath could take months or years to emerge and may never be fully known. The mission made up of Ms. Patton and 9 experts, which was not investigative in nature. Wait, what? Conducted 33 meetings with Israeli representatives examining more than 5,000 photographic images and 50 hours of video footage. It conducted 34 confidential interviews, including survivors and witnesses of the October 7 attacks, released hostages, first responders, and others. The report says the Israeli authorities have faced numerous challenges in collecting evidence. Allegations implicating Israeli security forces and settlers. The team also went to Ramallah, where there has to be a bigger report on this, like on who they talk to. Because if they only talk to the Zakah people, then, or Israeli officials, then they didn't do any additional investigation, which they openly admit is not investigative in nature, by the way. So this is not even an investigation that they conducted. It's just reinforcing the same lack of investigation. This is just going to fuel atrocity propaganda even more that the UN said it. I can already see it. Breaking the Israeli regime and the Western media class who fabricated the mass rape hoax are preparing a major propaganda laundering attempt tomorrow, and they will do it via the UN's Pramila Patton, who went to Israel and met with the proven hoaxers from Zakah like Yossi Landau. At Kibbutz Be'eri, Patton met with local resident Ori Yelin and a volunteer of the Zakah emergency response team, Yossi Landau. Remember, Zakah in and of itself has numerous investigations launched into it by investigative reporters in Israel, by the likes of Ynet and Haaretz, that found them to be self-interested. Okay, that's number one. If you want to know more about the original article that the New York Times had put forward as solid reporting, that they claimed was solid reporting, I did a video going through all of the erroneous claims and the lack of evidence that the New York Times presented that does not meet the standards that they are supposed to apply in this video called "Is the New York Times Done?" If they did not go to any additional people other than who they had gone to, then this is not an investigation at all, even though they don't even claim that it's an investigation regardless. It is being framed, it will be framed as an investigation by the media. The UN team from the Office of the Special Representative on Sexual Violence, which visited Israel and the West Bank from 129 to 214, also received clear and convincing information on some female hostages taken to Gaza suffering sexual violence. The team noted numerous obstacles, including not being able to interview any survivor of sexual violence, the absence of comprehensive forensic evidence, lack of trust, and the loss of potentially valuable evidence due to the intervention of untrained volunteer first responders. Oh my God. This is literally just, this is the exact... The team reviewed extensive open source digital materials such as pictures and videos depicting a range of egregious violations, but did not find evidence depicting acts of sexual violence. In its visits to Be'eri, the team determined that 2 widely publicized allegations of sexual violence, a pregnant woman whose womb had been cut out and a girl found separated from her family and naked from the waist down, were unfounded. Due to numerous factors, including having no firsthand survivors' testimony and chronic underreporting of conflict-related sexual violence, the team was not able to estimate the overall number of victims or the prevalence of October 7-related sexual violence. So, if this is the assessment of the report that they revealed, a 57-page report, right? Or more than that, I think. I don't know how long the fucking report is. And that they actually found that 20-page report, not 57-page, sorry. The 22-page report. I mean, this... The actual information in the report does not match at all what the title of the UN article suggests. New York Times' front page showing UN says inquiry finds evidence of sexual assault in Hamas attacks on Israel. We are watching misinformation be laundered through international organs directly to the paper of record that reaffirms the paper of record's prior lack of commitment to honest journalism. This is just basically repeating the exact same either falsified information that now have evidence to show that it wasn't real and made up, going to the same sources that made up said information, having a 22-page report that basically states that this information is not correct, only to reinforce this narrative. I will read the executive summary of the paper in a second. Hold on. And the way this new being presented in the media. It is so fucking gross, dude. Why is lying so widespread when it comes to Israel? What do you mean? Lying is widespread when it comes to the American State Department. God, I have to pee so bad. It's not just Israel. Israel just happens to be our current shiny toy. It has always happened.
Viagra program to rape women.
Well, this is information which I.
Viagra program to rape women.
Well, this is information which I got when I was in Kyiv on the 3rd of May from survivors and service providers, and the information was, it's reports. They reported to me, service providers who reported to me that they were doing door to door in different villages, and especially they were referring to Mariupol. Actually, in fact, it was not.
I ask you because you know that Russians also try to post it as a fake, because you know that is a very problem. So I would like to ask you: did they provide you any proofs of it was a Viagra?
No. I don't. Like I said, it's not my role to go and investigate. It's not the role of my office. I have an advocacy mandate to provide strategic leadership on prevention and response. But when I have engaged with the media since I returned from Kyiv in May, I have mentioned that I have received reports from survivors and frontline service providers about women and girls being detained in basement of buildings in Mariupol, gang rape for days, with Russian soldiers having being equipped with Viagra and other drugs, and also they share. For example,
so you did not make any investigation about Viagra or something like that.
It's not my job to make I do not have the mandate. I sit in New York, in an office in New York, and I have an advocacy mandate. My role is not to investigate. The investigation is going on by the Human Rights Monitoring Team and the International Commission of Inquiry. In their report so far, there is nothing about Viagra.
This is the UN investigator? No, she's not. Will hold a press conference which will repeat every widely debunked mass rape hoax lie. Here she is in 2022 admitting she has no investigative authority or ability and merely repeats whatever is told to her. If you're a reporter in New York and can attend Pramila Paten's press conference where she will regurgitate and launder every Hamas Hamas mass rape hoax lie already debunked from the New York Times and others. Please, for the love of God, get her to admit she did no independent investigation. It's interesting because they do admit that, right? They say it. Do you understand? Like, they openly admit that in their report. It's not like it's hidden, but that is how misinformation works. By the way, the other guy who gave Pramila Patton the tour, Ori Yilin, is the chief Israeli military propagandist who organizes these trusted propaganda tours and tells all the lurid fantasy hoaxes to audiences like Elon Musk and Patton. But it's okay. He's just a survivor and a resident. Now, this is essential. After Jeffrey Gettleman, Anat Schwartz, and Adam Seller fabricated their hoax in late December, repeating widely debunked propaganda, they did a follow-up weeks later responding to the critiques. How did they frame it? UN will investigate and exonerate us. But there is no independent UN investigation. Pramila Patton didn't go there with a team to investigate and corroborate the claims. They went there because the Israeli regime and New York Times, including Gettleman, Seller, Schwartz, launched a campaign demanding the UN launder the hoax. Instead, Pramila Patton is going to hold a press conference tomorrow and repeat word for word everything contained in the Israeli Rape Crisis Center, which cites the New York Times hoax, and will likely leave out actual credible reports of Israeli mass rape of Palestinians. Holy shit. It is a Ouroboros of laundering misinformation by massaging the narrative, okay? And it is happening in real time. It is happening in real time. UN says inquiry finds evidence of sexual assault and Hamas-led attack on Israel. The inquiry itself uses the exact same points of authority that have, one, already falsified information that was actually debunked, which the New York Times itself reported on quietly, not as the above the fold coverage, obviously. The inquiry itself is not an investigation, but is presented as an investigation. And they are doing this because the reality is, who's going to go against this? Who? Who in mainstream media is going to go, hold on, these are very big claims. These are very serious claims. These are very serious accusations. And there is a likelihood that some of these accusations are true, at least, throughout history. At least looking at history. Like, there is a likelihood that some of these claims happened. Okay? The fact that the report from the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence and Conflict brings forward no new investigations and does not broach any of it does not actually get any firsthand accounts or any real evidence, forensic evidence, is mind-boggling to me, especially when this is now being laundered by the New York Times as though it is an investigation that concluded that there is actual mass sexual assault. Well, not mass sexual assault. Now they've lowered the intensity to sexual assault. While this is a thing that has a very high likelihood, it blows my mind when it is being treated with no care or consideration. A United Nations report released on Monday said that it found grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred against women during the Hamas-led October 7 attack on Israel and evidence that hostages being held in the Gaza Strip were also assaulted. It called for a full investigation. The report issued by UN Secretary General Special Envoy on Sexual Violence and Conflict came in response to multiple accounts of sexual violence during the October 7 attack, as well as allegations by Palestinian officials that Palestinian women in detention in the West Bank had been assaulted. The report asked that Israel grant access to UN officials to conduct thorough investigations of the Palestinian accounts. From late January to early February, the UN deployed a team of experts to Israel and West Bank led by Pramila Patten, the Secretary General's Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict. Ms. Patten's office said at the time that its representatives plan to gather information from survivors, witnesses, freed hostages, and Palestinians recently released from detention. In their report, the experts said that they had found reasonable grounds to believe that sexual violence occurred during the Hamas-led incursion into Israel, including gang rape and rape in at least 3 locations: the Nova Music Festival site and its surroundings, Road 232, and Kibbutz Re'im. In most of these incidents, victims first subjected to rape were then killed, and at least 2 incidents relate to the rape of women's corpses, the report said. Where is the... Hold on. Oh, my God. Is it illegal to spread misinformation like this? Yeah, dude. That's why everyone got punished after New York Times laundered narratives to claim that there was weapons of mass destruction, yellow cake, uranium, and chemical weapons in Iraq. Her source is Zakah. The report itself is basically the same Screams Without Violence report that the New York Times put forward as their most important coverage on this matter. Mind-boggling stuff. Openly admitting in the report, as far as we've seen, that here, and I will go through these points here. Nova Music Festival, an outdoor event in an open field about 5 kilometers from the Gaza perimeter fence, attracted around 3,500 attendees. Look what was buried in the UN report. As a result of the aforementioned challenges, it must be noted that the information gathered by mission team was in a large part sourced from Israeli national institutions. This is due to the absence of United Nations entities operating in Israel, as well as a lack of cooperation by the state of Israel with relevant United Nations bodies with an investigative mandate. Nevertheless, the mission took every step in line with UN methodology to mitigate issues of source reliability before drawing conclusions within the scope of this report. And there are numerous instances where they literally reaffirm the exact same problems within the New York Times reporting originally, going to sources that have openly fabricated evidence and treating it as though they are honest brokers, talking about the lack of forensic evidence talking about the lack of forensic evidence from the ground due to the fact that it was Zakah that was first responders. Talking to non-forensic investigators as though they have credibility in the field of forensics. If you are crediting this group of individuals comprised of volunteers and their imagination, as they openly claimed, it was letting their imaginations run wild, as they said, as one Zakah member said, as though this is like real evidence, this does not hold up in a court of law at all. This is not an investigation. This is simply reinforcing the narratives that the Israeli government wants to push forward. I don't know what to say, because it is like, other than the fact that this report was put forward specifically to urge for further investigation, is being presented as like credible investigation that's just like open and shut is really dangerous. This report has been edited for the sake of distribution of the public. Sensitive information shared with the United Nations on a confidential basis has been withheld to respect the privacy and safety. The mission took place from 29th to February 14th. The mission team was led by SRSG SVC, who was supported by a technical team composed of 9 experts drawn from the United Nations, including staff from the Office of the SRSG and specialists trained in safe and ethical interviewing of survivors and victims and witnesses of sexual violence crimes, a forensic pathologist, and a digital open source information analyst. The mission team received the full cooperation of the government of Israel. In Israel, the mission team conducted a total of 33 meetings with Israeli national institutions, including relevant line ministries such as Foreign Affairs, Welfare and Social Affairs, Health and Justice, including the State Attorney General's Office, as well as the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli Security Agency and the Israeli National Police in charge of the investigation into the 7th of October attacks. They met with the President of Israel, the First Lady. The mission team conducted several visits to Shura military base, the morgue to which the bodies of victims were transferred, as well as one visit to the Israeli National Center of Forensic Medicine. The mission team reviewed over 5,000 photos and around 50 hours of footage of the attacks, both provided by various state agencies, independent private sources, and through an independent online review of various open sources to identify potential instances or indications of CRSV. Further, the mission team conducted interviews according to UN standards and methodology. With a total of 34 interviews, including survivors and witnesses of the 7th of October attacks, released hostages, first responders, health and service providers, and others. The mission team visited 4 locations affected by the 7th of October attacks in the Gaza periphery, namely Nahal Oz military base, Kibbutz Be'eri, the Nova Music Festival site, Road 232, where reports of sexual violence had emerged. For the purpose of the present report, information was also gathered pertaining to incidents of CRSV reportedly committed in Kibbutzim Kfar Aza and Re'im, which the mission team did not visit. The attacks approximately resulted in 1,200 fatalities, thousands of injuries, predominantly among civilians. Based on information reviewed by the team, people were shot, often at close range, burnt alive in their homes as they tried to hide in their safe rooms, gunned down or killed by grenades and bomb shelters as they sought refuge, and hunted down on the Nova Music Festival site, as well as the fields and roads adjacent to the festival ground. Other violations included sexual violence, abduction of hostages and corpses, the public display of captives, both dead and alive, the mutilation of corpses, including decapitation and looting, and destruction of civilian property. Thank you, 34 MKD, for the 50 gift of subs. I'm running the 3-minute ad break now. I'm not going to do a fucking segue here. I'm just running it, and we're continuing. The national authorities face numerous challenges in the collection of evidence in pursuit of their investigations of the crimes committed during the October 7 attacks, including challenges of coordination and information sharing between governmental agencies, with very specific challenges related to the crimes of sexual violence. These included limited survivor and witness testimony, limited forensic evidence due to the large number of casualties and dispersed crime scenes in a context of persistent hostilities, the loss of potentially valuable evidence due to the interventions of some inadequately trained volunteer first responders, the prioritization of rescue operations and the recovery, identification and burial of deceased in accordance with religious practices over the collection of forensic evidence. Further, a significant number of the recovered bodies had suffered destructive burn damage, which made the identification of potential crimes of sexual violence impossible. The mission team also faced specific challenges in gathering and verifying information on the occurrence of conflict-related sexual violence. The main challenge, bro, this is literally the same article. This is the New York Times article, but just like being written out, point by point. It is verbatim the exact same New York Times article that I covered extensively. The main challenge was the limited number and access to survivors, victims of sexual violence, and to survivors and witnesses of the October 7 attacks. While the mission team was able to meet with some of the released hostages as well as some survivors and witnesses of the attacks, it did not meet any survivor/victim of sexual violence from October 7, despite concerted efforts encouraging them to come forward. I'm just going to leave you with that quote for a second. I need you to understand this quote in and of itself. I had to go grab Kaya. Didn't that lady say she met survivors? Yes, she met survivors, not of sexual assault. She met survivors of October 7. The mission team was made aware of a small number of survivors who were undergoing specialized treatment and still experiencing an overwhelming level of trauma. Further, the internal displacement of several communities from the Gaza periphery to other locations, the relocation of survivors of the Nova Music Festival, attacks both internally and in third countries, as well as the deployment of 7th of October first responders from military forces to combat hindered access to first-hand information. The lack of trust by survivors of the 7th of October attacks on families of hostages in national institutions and international organizations, such as the United Nations, as well as the national and international media scrutiny of those people who made their accounts public, hindered access to survivors of the attacks, including potential survivors / victims of sexual violence. The absence of comprehensive forensic evidence limited the missions team's ability to draw definitive forensic conclusions in many instances. This was compounded by evidence being spread among various agencies and limited organization. Like, this report is basically starting off in the exact same way that the New York Times criticism started off, which is, here is why we have no evidence for the claims that we are reaffirming. That's 10 fucking points of being like, yeah, we got no evidence. That's right. We have no direct firsthand evidence. We just don't have any evidence. We don't have any evidence. We don't have any evidence, over and over and over again. But I repeat, this is the title. UN says inquiry finds evidence of sexual assault and Hamas-led attack on Israel. One must ask why the New York Times would put an article title such as this one. This is not an editorial. For the record, this does not mean that no sexual violence occurred on October 7. It does not mean that at all. As I've said, there is a likelihood that sexual assault may have occurred on October 7. However, this report does not prove that. The only thing this report proves is some of the misinformation that was repeated as though it was objective fact. And it also proves that there is no evidence for it. It proves the exact opposite of what the article title is suggesting. We've moved away from, there's a goal shifting here as well. A goalpost has moved. It went from systematic rape and gang rape occurred at the direction of Hamas to there is evidence for sexual assaults, according to the UN. Just remember that. Systematic mass rape conducted and directed by Hamas has turned into UN says inquiry finds evidence of sexual assault and Hamas-led attack on Israel. So the goalpost has shifted dramatically from the original erroneous and very extreme claim to a much more moderate and much more likely claim that still, unfortunately, has no evidence whatsoever. Yeah. Clear and convincing information that hostages held in Gaza subjected to sexual violence, says UN Special Representative. This is the article headline from the United Nations' own PR. The United Nations' own PR also openly buries the lead and says that this was not investigative in nature. Lastly, the mission took place over a limited period of 2.5 weeks, and in context of Israel, where no dedicated UN country, team, or infrastructure is operational, considering the scale and magnitude of the attacks and the range of locations and high number of casualties, the mission could not comprehensively cover the full range of the situation. Based on information gathered by the mission team from multiple independent sources, there are reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred during the 7th of October attacks in multiple locations. Across various locations of the 7th of October attacks, the mission team found that several fully naked or partially naked bodies from the waist down were recovered, mostly women, with hands tied and shot multiple times, often in the head. Although circumstantial, such a pattern of undressing and restraining victims may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence. At the Nova Music Festival and its surroundings, there are reasonable grounds to believe that multiple incidents of sexual violence took place, with victims being subjected to rape and or gang rape and then killed or killed while being raped. Credible sources describe finding murdered individuals, mostly women, whose bodies were naked from the waist down and some totally naked, tied with their hands behind their backs, many of whom were shot in the head. On Road 232, credible information based on witness accounts describe an incident of rape of 2 women by armed elements. Other reported instances of rape could not be verified in the time allotted. The mission team also found a pattern of bound naked and partially naked bodies from the waist down, in some cases tied to structures including trees and poles, along Road 232. In Kibbutz Re'im, the mission team further verified an incident of the rape of a woman outside of a bomb shelter and heard of other allegations of rape that could not yet be verified. The mission team conducted a visit to Kibbutz Be'eri and was able to determine that at least 2 allegations of sexual violence widely repeated in the media were unfounded due to either new superseding information or inconsistency in the facts gathered. However, the primary witnesses that led with these fabulous claims were still interviewed by the UN team and the authorities that repeated such fabulous narratives, exaggerated, erroneous narratives, atrocity propaganda, were also interviewed as a part of this investigation that was not an investigation at all. These included a highly publicized allegation of a pregnant woman whose womb had been reportedly ripped open, her fetus stabbed while still inside her. Other allegations, including of objects intentionally inserted in the female genital organs, could not be verified by the mission team, due in part to the limited or low quality imagery. In Kibbutz Kfar Aza, while reports of conflict-related sexual violence, including at least 1 instance of rape, could not be verified, available circumstantial evidence may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence. In this kibbutz, similar to other locations, female victims were found fully or partially naked from the waist down with their hands tied behind their backs and shot. In the Nahal Oz military base, the mission team reviewed reports of sexual violence, including a case of rape and genital mutilation, neither of which could be verified. With respect to the latter instance, while the forensic analysts reviewed injuries of intimate body parts, no discernible pattern could be identified against either female or male soldiers. However, 7 female soldiers were abducted from this base into Gaza. So the actual evidence that comes from forensic investigations that are professional forensic investigators and not simply photos that you're looking at actually show that these claims are not valid. As a matter of fact, they have been invalidated. Understand the weight that a forensic investigation carries in comparison to eyewitness testimony in a chaotic situation, which will always be, very difficult to be found reliable. It is the dream of trial lawyers to fucking completely pick through eyewitness testimony, because eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable and you can make the person come across as completely not credible. even if they actually did see something. Okay? The weight that forensic evidence made by forensic pathologists who investigated the matter is infinitely higher than eyewitness testimony. And yet the eyewitness testimony in this circumstance still doesn't show what the report is overwhelmingly claiming it shows. With respect to hostages, the mission team found clear and convincing information that some have been subjected to various forms of conflict-related sexual violence, including rape and sexualized torture and sexualized, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. And it also has reasonable grounds to believe that such violence may be ongoing. I don't know what led them to say this. I don't know what led them to write this. They must have interviewed the hostages. We did see, even from the Guardian article conducting an interview with one of the hostages, that they had heard that other hostages may have been sexually assaulted. It was not direct from a hostage. Rather, secondhand accounts of what they think happened. As far as I understand, and I might be totally wrong on this, I have yet to see a hostage talk about firsthand accounts of being sexually assaulted by their Palestinian captors. Even Al Jazeera has taken the stance that this report is pretty damning for Hamas. I don't know why you're even attempting to victim blame. Wait, what? To be fair, pro-Palestinians take the UN at face value. First of all, I don't give a fuck what Al Jazeera is saying. I don't give a fuck what anyone is saying. I'm looking through this report to see if there is any veracity, any further evidence whatsoever, but the report itself is not actually represented as an investigation. Unless you personally misunderstood this line here, that the mission made up of Miss Patton and 9 experts, which was not investigative in nature, conducted 33 meetings with Israeli representatives examining more than 5,000 photographic images and 50 hours of video footage. This is not an investigation. That much they personally recognize and explain. Bro, as a researcher, please read the report before coming out with anything further, not just random things here and there. I am currently in the process of going through the report. This report just happened as I was live. I'm going through it piece by piece. What the fuck do you want? That is precisely what I'm doing currently. Regarding the occupied Palestinian territory, I'm gonna skip the parts about Palestinian captives. There's already so much first-hand accounts, by the way, first-hand accounts of victims, as opposed to no first-hand accounts thus far that I have seen in this report. When I first started looking into the report, before I saw Evan Hill, who is a New York Times journalist, by the way, summarize the report's main points, I had no reason to believe that this was not an investigation. Or sorry, what What Evan is at the Washington Post. Sorry, not New York Times. Formerly at the New York Times. Now at Washington Post. He was a New York Times visual investigator, and now he's a visual investigator for Washington Post. He's great. Huh. The report on several occasions say they verified incidents or information, not explaining how, by the way, but it's not an investigation. So odd. Yes, they're saying that this is not an investigation. That is their own assessment. It's not mine. That's what they are saying. They're saying that this is reporting on what the Israeli authorities have said thus far, pretty much. Why do they publish it at all? Well, I don't know. Buried on page 15 of his 23-page report, the UN's Pramila Patton admits that all of our information comes directly from the Israeli regime. We're going to get there. We're on page 6. The mission was neither intended to, nor could the mission team in such a short period of time establish the prevalence of conflict-related sexual violence during and after the 7th of October attacks. The overall magnitude, scope, and specific attribution of these violations would require a comprehensive investigation by competent bodies. Point number 19 on page 6. Once again, ironic, I was just showing you their summarization, but it is once again reinforcing exactly what I was saying. Exactly what they have said. What? Bruh, don't say you don't know. Explain it, lol. We all know, but what are you talking about? Why does the IDF and these orgs lie about things when they could easily point out to the actual shit that happened on October 7th? Explain why they lie. Expand on your idea. Why they lie? What do you mean? It's atrocity propaganda in order to launder a fucking narrative that Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is actually totally valid and just. The further we move away from October 7, the more Israel continues to be violent against the Palestinian population. The more they fucking kill people at like humanitarian aid convoys, the more they need to recycle the same narratives over and over again. That's it. It's recycling atrocity propaganda. The original atrocities on October 7 are a lot, okay? There are plenty. However, it's not enough. It's not violent enough. It's not visceral enough. That's it. Or at least according to their assessment, it is not visceral enough. That's it. If you believe that Palestinians are mindless barbarians interested in doing gang rape in a situation where they're literally being fucking, like, where the Israeli forces are defending Israel and fucking shooting at them, but even in that, because they're such bloodthirsty, barbarian, rapist monsters, that they took the time out to cut tits and play soccer with titties that they cut out, and cut a baby out of their fucking out of the mother's womb and like play soccer with the baby, or engage in acts of gang rape. In that fucking situation, if you can get people to believe that, then yeah, of course they need to be cleansed. They need to be cleansed off this planet. This is dehumanization 101. Perhaps Israel's bloodthirsty ethnic cleansing campaign is not as violent as we previously thought it was when looking at the actual facts. And perhaps it's maybe a little valid that they're just taking all of the efforts that they are to just like truly rid Palestine of the scourge of Hamas. How does the Kool-Aid taste? Are you seriously fucking trying to claim that a terrorist organization didn't commit any rape or sexual violence? Did I say that? Did that come out of my mouth? It didn't. That's why you have to fucking try to shove that narrative into my mouth. I never said that at all. As a matter of fact, I said that there is a high likelihood that sexual assault and sexual violence occurred on October 7th. What I'm simply looking at right now is this fucking report that I thought was going to actually show how, that I thought was an investigation, which I was misled to believe it was an investigation due to the headlines from the New York Times. Due to the headline from the UN report itself that says, clear and convincing information that hostages held in Gaza subjected to sexual violence, says UN Special Representative. So what happened, chatter? Are you interested in the truth at all? Do you care? Or are you simply in here to derail? Even if you don't care about this specific instance, even if you don't care about Palestinian lives, even if you don't care about Israeli lives, if you're an American citizen, you should at least care about the fact that international organs, international organizations, and the paper of record in the United States of America are laundering a narrative without actually doing enough clear-cut investigative research. Don't you think that this is important? There's definitely a way that you can find this to be at least somewhat important. The worst people are, was reading the report. No, I'm reading the report. You came in while I'm reading the report to make assumptions about what I'm saying. Okay? Where the fuck was I? I missed the part where I was at. I've lost it. God damn it. I was on page 6. Key recommendations: continue to encourage the government of Israel to grant, without further delay, access to the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, East Jerusalem. Urge Hamas and other armed groups to immediately, unconditionally release all hostages. Call on all relevant and competent bodies, national and international, to bring all perpetrators, regardless of rank and affiliation, to justice based on individual, superior, and command responsibility. Agreed. To encourage the government of Israel to consider signing the framework of cooperation with the Office of SRSG to strengthen the capacity on justice and accountability for CRSV crimes, as well as security sector engagement, training, strengthen the capacity of the UN to monitor and report on incidents, yada, yada, yada. Following the 7th October attacks in Israel, numerous allegations of conflict-related sexual violence, CRSV, that emerged. They engaged in the mission, monitoring, analysis, reporting arrangements, infrastructure in Israel, occupied Palestinian territory. On 8th of November, the office received an official invitation from the government of Israel through the permanent mission of Israel to the UN to first-handedly see and hear the testimonies and evidence of these heinous acts of conflict-related sexual violence. On the 18th of January, a letter was sent to the permanent mission of Israel to the UN confirming the dates and scope of the mission and the composition of the mission team, including the deployment of technical team of specialists, the methodology, and expected outcomes. They agreed the aim of the mission was to gather and verify information on conflict-related sexual violence allegedly committed during the October 7 attacks and their aftermath for its potential inclusion in the 2023 annual report of the Secretary General on conflict-related sexual violence. The mission also sought to give voice to survivors, victims of sexual violence, witnesses, recently released hostages, and others affected, and to identify avenues for holistic services and accountability. I'm skipping the West Bank stuff. Composition of the mission team. The mission team was led by SRSG SVC with the support of a technical team, relevant expertise. The technical team had a human rights officer, principal human rights officer to act as head, a police expert in criminal investigation, a judicial affairs officer, 2 sexual and gender-based violence investigators skilled in safe and ethical interviewing survivors of victims and witnesses of sexual violence crimes, a forensic pathologist, a digital and open source information analyst, and 2 political affairs officers. For certain segments of the visit, the mission team was accompanied by a public information officer. Logistical and security support for the mission was provided by the UN country team based in Jerusalem. Standard proof. In comes the gathering, analysis, verification of existing as well as independently received information. The mission was not intended to be and is not a substitute. I need you to understand this. The mission was not intended to be and is not a substitute for an investigation by relevant United Nations entities mandated for that purpose, nor is it a replacement for criminal investigations and proceedings subject to the due process of law. Okay? The applicable standard of proof adopted by the mission team is one of reasonable grounds to believe, consistent with the practice of investigative bodies, including those established by the UN Security Council and Human Rights Council. The conclusions of the mission team on how to meet the applicable standard of proof were based in line with the practice of these mechanisms on its own assessment of the credibility and reliability of the witnesses it met, verifying the sources and methodology used in the reports and documents produced by others, cross-referencing the relevant material information, and assessing whether in all the circumstances there was sufficient credible and reliable information to make a finding in fact as to an incident pattern or trend of conflict-related sexual violence. What is the point of this paper or the report if this is not a substitute for an investigation? It is to write an investigation or write a paper so that Israel will allow them to do an investigation. Although the primary standard of proof in this report is one of reasonable grounds to believe, there have been occasions where more information has supported a finding of fact. An overall finding has therefore been stated to be established at the level of clear and convincing information. United Nations reporting has used clear and convincing standard, and although there is no single definition of the term, it is generally agreed that clear and convincing information or evidence rises above reasonable grounds to believe, yet falls below beyond a reasonable doubt. When the present report uses the term circumstantial information, it uses the ordinary definition of that term, which is that such information is indirect and does not, on its face, prove the fact in issue, but gives rise to a logical inference that the fact exists. It ultimately requires drawing additional reasonable inferences in order to support the allegation before making a final conclusion. The photographic evidence that they presented, they claimed, in their report, was circumstantial. I do not know what they have, what they use for, when the report uses circumstantial, clear and convincing standard. I want to know where they use it. Oh, this one. With respect to the hostages, the mission team found clear and convincing information that some have been subjected to various forms of conflict-related sexual violence, including rape and sexualized torture and sexualized, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. And it also has reasonable grounds to believe that such violence may be ongoing. That's it. That's the only time that they, I think, used it. The mission... Yeah, this is the same one on the hostages. They had clear digital evidence of sexual violence or orders to commit sexual violence. Wait, what? Digital evidence, evidence discovered during independent open source review appeared authentic and unmanipulated. While the mission team reviewed extensive digital material depicting a range of egregious violations, no digital evidence specifically depicting acts of sexual violence was found in open sources. Nonetheless, some digital material of circumstantial elements, such as naked or partially naked bodies, may be indicative of some forms of sexual violence. The mission team took note of the averments of the Israeli authorities that some of the incriminating online materials, including those specifically depicting acts of sexual violence, had been removed or restricted by various platforms or by the offenders themselves. What? While it is possible that digital evidence may have been posted and then removed from official channels and social media profiles, possibly due to concerns by various groups that it may be incriminating. It is the view of the mission team that had clear digital evidence of sexual violence or orders to commit sexual violence had been circulated in the mainstream, it would have been likely discovered given the volume of information posted online. Exactly. So, like I said, the digital forensics showed that it was only circumstantial. They had no clear and convincing information. The only part that they have clear and convincing information on, which means that they interviewed hostages, I suspect, they don't actually elaborate on like exactly how they arrived at this conclusion, but I suspect it is it's probably by interviewing hostages. No such information has been made public thus so far, as far as I know. Isn't this what you were basically saying the entire time? That sexual assault probably did occur, however, to the extent that the Israeli officials' claims most likely didn't happen? Yes. With regards to the hostages, the mission team found clear and convincing information that some of the hostages taken to Gaza have been subjected to various forms of conflict-related sexual violence and has reasonable grounds to believe that such violence may be ongoing. That's it. That is the only, that's where the headline comes from, and that's where this entire article, that is the only instance in this entire article that has a higher standard of proof than every other standard of proof they've shown thus far. Now, I don't know. Let's see. The mission team reviewed incidents of alleged sexual violence related to hostages in Gaza. Based on first-hand accounts of released hostages, the mission team reviewed clear and convincing information that sexual violence, including rape, sexualized torture, and cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment occurred against some of the women and children during their time in captivity and has reasonable grounds to believe that this violence may be ongoing. It is first-hand accounts. Okay. Based on first-hand accounts of released hostages, there are reasonable grounds to believe that female hostages were also subjected to other forms of sexual violence. That's it. This is the new information that they have. Not that this is the systematic rape directed by Hamas in the way that the original claims were. Can we read the first-hand accounts? No, they're not. They don't have first-hand accounts. Is this enough? No, this is not enough to indict someone. Of course, it's not enough to indict someone. That's why they're saying that they want to conduct an investigation, which I want as well. As a result of the aforementioned challenges, it must be noted that the information gathered by the mission team was in large part sourced from Israeli national institutions. This is due to the absence of United Nations entities. Yes, they repeat this over and over again. As well as the lack of cooperation by the State of Israel with relevant United Nations bodies with an investigative mandate. Nevertheless, the mission took every step in line with UN methodology. Yes, 72 and point 71 and 72 that we just showed were hostages in Gaza. This is not about October 7, for the record. They were obviously taken hostage during October 7. Now, I don't know if this is a hostage that was victim to sexual violence while in captivity, or I don't know if this is a hostage that saw sexual violence take place during captivity, or I don't know if it's the third thing, which is that a hostage heard that sexual violence had occurred during captivity that they did not see. I don't think this report elaborates on that, or I don't think this report further clears or makes a distinction between the three. It says first-hand accounts. So it means that it's probably a hostage that was directly a victim of sexual violence in the hands of their captors. That is what that means. That is what it's supposed to, that is what it is supposed to mean. I have no reason to believe that that is not true. They said they didn't talk to any direct victims of sexual assault. This has to be a direct witness or hearsay. Given the fact that I have not seen any firsthand testimony of sexual assault, even from hostages that have been released, I don't know if they have reached. I don't know if they have additional information that is not readily available to the public. Okay? The only part of this that bothers article of former hostages testifying, they saw signs of, yes. This was early on. One of the earlier hostages that were released talked about, if you recall, sexual violence occurring even to themselves, like when they were being paraded through the streets in an act of ritual humiliation, something that you are not supposed to do to a prisoner of war or a captive or a hostage at all. Why are you so obsessed about rape? Wait, what? How is this me? Like, you think this is my own personal pet project or something? Are you fucking stupid? This is a goddamn UN report. Should I not actually look into it? Like, what the fuck is this? The real question is, why don't you care about the news that is on the front page of the New York Times? Like, what the fuck? I guess if you're not concerned about it, then it's fine. We shouldn't even cover it. The only questions that remain for me, at the very least, so this is different from the New York Times article we read the other day, the Silent Screams one. Yes, the only thing that's different here is that they say that they have firsthand witness testimony in the report of rape, sexualized torture, sexual violence, convincing information, clear and convincing information, which is a higher standard than the circumstantial evidence that they have presented throughout the entire report. Okay? Remember, this in and of itself, as they have self-declared, is not an investigation. Okay? This UN special report is not an investigation. This is supposed to open the door to an investigation. And I hope that Israel will allow the independent investigation from the OCHR to occur. There's literally videos of sexual assault online. I feel like this isn't a surprise. No, there isn't, as a matter of fact. If you read the report, you would see that. No, there aren't. The report literally says there aren't, actually. Pretty much everyone who is an honest broker of the truth, myself included, recognizes that the likelihood of sexual assaults and sexual violence happening is very realistic. Okay? the current conversation surrounds what level of evidence has been gathered or if there's any new evidence at all. Because up until this moment, I think this is probably one of the most important points in this article. There are no firsthand accounts. This is the first time I have seen firsthand accounts being mentioned of sexual violence, including rape, sexualized torture, and cruel and inhuman degrading treatment occurred against some women and children during their time in captivity. This is not also on October 7. The previous reporting on sexual violence was brought forward by hostages that were brought into Gaza that were released, talking about how hostages were paraded through the streets and were hit when they were on the back of motorcycles and humiliated and degraded. I don't know why they also bring the scope. First-hand accounts of hostages released. Mission team received clear and convincing information that sexual violence, including rape, sexualized torture, cruel and inhuman and degrading treatment occurred against. Like, this is a broad scope, ranging from sexual violence, including rape, sexualized torture, to cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. As this report came out, it seems like there was another act of violence in the hands of the Israeli occupying force against Palestinians seeking humanitarian aid. Does anyone have the Al Jazeera coverage on it? Because I've only...
Nubawi in Omdurman.
I don't believe this hypothesis. No, Al Jazeera English is not covering it.
He's come to visit the grave of...
There was no way to reach the...
Out of the country, he was supposed to return
in the sense that
institution
exacerbated.
No, they're talking about Haiti. A report by the UN has found... No, we're not talking about this, man. No, this is a different thing. The occupation forces opened fire on a number of Palestinians while they were trying to reach an aid truck near the Kuwait roundabout. This is the only thing I've seen of this, and I haven't seen any additional information on it so far. $34 MKD. Sorry, RIP is just a lot. Okay, well, I won't do it then. We're moving on from the UN special report. I think that we looked at it. What specifically are you looking for? No, you're sending wrong. Oh my God. You're sending something unrelated. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay. We're done. We're done with this part of the story. Oh, this is another Israeli attack on aid seekers in Gaza City. This was what the fuck I was talking about. This is from 19 minutes ago. Another Israeli attack on aid seekers in Gaza City. An Al Jazeera live shot featuring correspondent Ismail Al-Ghul showed the moment when Israeli forces opened fire on a crowd of starving Palestinians attempting to access aid trucks. Within the last hour, Al-Ghul and his crew stationed at the Kuwaiti roundabout in Gaza City when 3 aid trucks arrived to meet a crowd of thousands who had been waiting all day for humanitarian aid. Just yesterday, the Kuwaiti roundabout saw an attack by Israeli forces that killed and injured dozens of aid seekers, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. As soon as the trucks arrived, the live shot shows Israeli soldiers stationed nearby opened fire on the crowd, injuring some of them. Some people at the roundabout told Al Jazeera that they've been waiting since 8 a.m. and that only a small fraction of those present were able to get an aid box, which included water, flour, and a few other supplies. These attacks are becoming near daily occurrence as Palestinians in northern Gaza continue to suffer from a lack of food and water. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. The live shot literally shows nothing. Hasan. All right. Well, like I said, I'll wait for more reporting on the matter. But I don't think this is in the same scope of the flower, the original flower massacre that occurred a couple days prior. PM on Twitter reported an Israeli soldier's account of a Palestinian who volunteered to be arrested because he was starving and people around him were dying of starvation. Did you turn off Prime subs? It only gives me the option to use a credit card. No. I think the way to subscribe using Prime has changed or something maybe. I don't know. The place might have changed. Or it might be a Twitch bug. I don't know. Okay. All right, let's get to Donald Trump dub. The Supreme Court has agreed to keeping Trump on the Colorado ballot and rejecting the 14th Amendment push.
What do we know right now?
Which was, of course, expected, unless you were super libbed up and super primed into believing that it somehow wasn't going to happen, the most likely thing that was going to happen.
A really consequential decision has just been handed down. Paula Reed, the court has made a decision.
This is a win for former President Trump. Here, the Supreme Court has reversed a ruling from the Colorado Supreme Court that would have removed former President Trump from the ballot under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, the so-called insurrectionist ban. Now, this is very much what we expected based on what we saw about a month ago during oral argument. Justices on both sides of the aisle appeared skeptical of Colorado's argument that Trump could be removed by the state under the 14th Amendment. So this is a huge win. It means that former President Trump will appear on the primary ballot. And this applies not only to Colorado, but also to states across the country. Because as we've seen, many states have tried this way of removing Trump from the ballot. It was considered a novel, long shot way to bump Trump out of eligibility for the White House. But we've only seen Colorado, Maine, and Illinois actually remove him. But here, the Supreme Court, as you know, the final word on constitutional questions, saying no, it is up to Congress, not the states, to do this. So an enormous win for former President Trump.
This is so significant, Paula. We knew in the 2.5-hour argument that was had that they were leaning in this direction. They asked the question, if you remember the moment in time of, well, why should Colorado be the one to decide for the rest of the nation a matter of such consequence? And there was some pushback on whether a state could actually do this. It seems like they want Congress to actually make the decision because of ambiguity, maybe a little bit of vagueness, but this is very important because
CNN is such dog shit. They're basically Fox News now. Guys, come on. It would have been ridiculous to be able to take Trump off the ballot. Regardless of the legalese surrounding it, and regardless of the content that it fucking potentially creates because of the chaos, it's like wild that if that were to follow. Shut the fuck up, Shadows. The objective standard is literally that taking Trump off the ballot is unconstitutional. Yeah, it's just like, it's one of the few good things about America is that You can literally be on the ballot even if you're in prison. Like, we don't even allow prisoners to vote. We don't allow former prisoners to vote that are no longer prisoners. But if you're in prison, you can run for president. And that's a good thing. Okay? No, I'm not even joking when I say this. Like, I think it's a good thing. It's a great thing. I think we should have more of that way of thinking in the United States of America. For example, what I mean by that is allowing prisoners to vote would be good. Allowing felons to vote would be good. Felony vote restoration is a major, major issue in this country. So, you know, we should be moving in the opposite direction. Of course, if this wasn't Trump, and it was like some fucking socialist dude that was like genuinely popular, let's say, like a Eugene Debs type situation, I feel like the Supreme Court now would probably rule against him. But because it's Trump, of course they're going to defend him. But it doesn't matter. The constitutionality of it still holds, and it makes sense.
He was already still on the ballot, as you know. But the idea of them saying this is for Congress to look at, not us, means they don't want politics in the Supreme Court right now.
That's exactly right. And even though I'm sure they'd love to avoid all of these Trump-related cases, this is the first of at least two big Trump
You hear another audio when the video plays because they're outside and there's people talking behind
cases
them.
they're taking down.
Audio perverts are now doing audio pervertry for CNN's audio. I'm losing my mind, dude. It's like, it's so funny. We've now gotten to the point where you're doing audio pervertry for CNN's coverage, dude. Audio files, stop it. Cease and desist.
Immunity is still on the horizon.
Exactly. In a month and a half, we'll be back on April 22nd. They're going to hear oral arguments about whether former President Trump has immunity to protect him from the special counsel's federal election subversion case. But let's look at the timing here, right? It was almost a month ago that we were here for oral arguments. This was a case that they were considering on an expedited basis. I don't know about you, but I was a little surprised that it took them a month to unanimously do what we expected them to do.
Especially because they took the case up very quickly, right? It wasn't that they were in the case in immunity. They said 7 weeks from now we'll hear something. In this case, they said we're going to hear it pretty quickly. They had a pretty easy turnaround. But this is the day before Super Tuesday as well. He's already on the ballot. As you mentioned, other states are wanting to see if they have a leg to stand on here. But Paula, the idea that the Supreme Court was going to make this decision was not so shocking. But they took that case up in the first instance to some was surprising.
It was surprising because so many people thought this was such a novel legal theory that you weren't really going to successfully be able to remove Trump based on this obscure provision of the 14th Amendment that was enacted after the Civil War. But then we saw in the state of Colorado, even the courts within that state were split on whether this applied to presidents. But once you got that Supreme Court, Colorado ruling that removed him, it really seemed inevitable that the Supreme Court would have to take this up, because even in states that had tried this and they didn't remove him, they left the door open. And without the Supreme Court clarifying this question, we would likely see litigation and arguably a lot of chaos and confusion throughout the presidential contest. So this also, of course, applies to the general election. And for anyone that's confused, former President Trump will appear on primary ballots, and assuming he is the nominee, as we expect him to be, on the general election ballot. Very much expected, but an enormous win for the former president.
It really is. And remember, to go back, it was a trial court in Colorado who made a finding surrounding insurrection without having an actual jury trial. He has not been charged with insurrection, not been convicted of insurrection in a criminal proceeding. The Colorado Supreme Court was the one that said, yes, actually he should be removed from the actual ballot. Now, Paula, though, this is going to suggest that because there's been no finding, there's been no ruling or conviction, this might stand across the nation.
Yeah, that's what we expect, that this will be the final word. Because again, when you saw even within the state of Colorado, the courts didn't agree, but the highest court did remove him. We also saw in Maine, they removed him, and Illinois as well. But one of the many arguments that Trump's lawyers made when they were here at the Supreme Court is that they insist that he didn't engage in an insurrection. And as you remember, the justices kind of stayed away from mentioning the former president's name, but also this larger question of insurrection. Instead, it appears that they focused more on whose role role is it to determine who gets removed from a ballot? And here, not surprisingly, they determine that it is Congress, not the states, that can remove potential candidates from the ballot.
Jim, a really consequential moment today. The Supreme Court finding that he should still be on the ballot, will still be on the ballot, has not been disqualified. And again, they found the exit ramp that many thought they were looking for. It was apparent.
Yeah, absolutely, Laura and Paula, and they're doing this on the eve of Super Tuesday, which makes sense, and I guess gives us some sense that the Supreme Court is looking at the political calendar, not just the legal calendar. All right, Laura and Paula, thank you. Let me go. Joan Biskupik is on set with us, as well as Dana Bash and Ellie Honig. Joan, your sense of this?
Well, first of all, it's 9-0 to reverse the Colorado Supreme Court. So.
There's a fundamental dichotomy between Trump and Debs, which was that Debs was literally convicted of a crime while Trump was not convicted of being an insurrectionist. No. What I'm simply stating is, even when you are convicted of a crime, you can still run, and that's a good thing. I'm saying that even in the most extreme scenario where you are convicted of a crime and you're serving a prison sentence, you can still run for president. And I think that's a good thing. I like that. I'm saying that this would be scaling back the allowances of the law in the opposite direction. And I don't think that that's valid. I don't think it's a good thing at all.
Former President Donald Trump will remain on the ballot and other state ballots.
You don't have to be convicted of an insurrection. The Supreme Court of Colorado is able to make that determination. It don't matter.
But the justice is actually split on how far to go. The majority decision, written as a per curiam, likely by the Chief Justice of the United States because it's unsigned, gives much more authority to Congress about when someone should be disqualified. And Justices Barrett, and then the three liberals write separately. And what's key here is
do you have to be convicted of an insurrectionist to be deemed an insurrectionist in the eye of the law? No, they'll say that plenty of people were not convicted as an insurrectionist after the Civil War, but were branded as such, which I don't think is a good standard to apply outside of the Civil War. That's what I think. Like, I don't care about the precedent that you think that you think exists in this circumstance. I do, however, believe that if it wasn't Trump, I don't think that it would have. If it was like someone who is genuinely presenting an issue, if someone was genuinely like presenting an issue to the pre-existing hierarchies, like if it was like a Bernie Sanders but like even more popular, and he was like being investigated for seditious conspiracies, then I do think that they would have made sure that Bernie couldn't be on the ballot. Obviously, this is a pure hypothetical, and no such thing exists. But overall, as it stands, this was a good decision, in my opinion. I don't think that that is I don't think that that is that's something that we should be doing, is like taking people off the ballot.
Justice is I'm listening to two different things. Excuse me for a second.
It happens.
I was listening to two different conversations, but I'll listen to ours first.
Please.
Okay, this is the important part, that even though they came out and gave us something unanimous that's very useful in the political scheme, especially for tomorrow, for Super Tuesday, it shows how divided the Supreme Court still is, because the three liberals broke off and said, you majority are going too far in terms of how you would dictate the rules for future disqualifications. And again, it was the three liberals specifically writing on this: Justice Sotomayor, Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, and our newest Justice, Ketanji Brown Jackson. Now, Justice Barrett, one of Donald Trump's appointees, the third one, in fact, split off a bit.
I feel like this also shows like how much media narratives change the minds of people, because like even the fucking liberal justices are in agreement on the standard here. And yet, like, there are still people even in this community that are like, oh, actually, fuck that. Like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I guess maybe they're just motivated.
Also, but not joining the liberals.
Interesting. And Ellie, I just want to read, it looks like page 13 of this. It says, for the reasons given, responsibility for enforcing Section 3 against federal office holders and candidates rests with Congress and not the states.
Right.
The judgment of the Colorado Supreme Court therefore cannot stand. So they're saying essentially that Congress has to make this decision whether there are insurrectionists who need to be kept off of ballots. Is that essentially what they're saying here?
Essentially what they're saying is it's up to Congress to tell us how this works. So if Congress had, let's say 50 years ago, Congress had passed a law saying we're going to let the states do it, so long as they abide by due process, then what Colorado did would have been fine. But Congress has done essentially nothing in the 150 years since the 14th Amendment was ratified in 1868. Now, I want to make sure people understand this. It's a very important feature of this decision. There is no substantive discussion in here by the Supreme Court of whether Donald Trump did or did not engage in insurrection.
Interesting.
Who should be able to vote? Who should not be able to vote? I think everyone should be able to vote. The fuck? Literally everyone. Every single person that is an American citizen should be allowed to vote. Yes, that even includes convicted pedophiles. Okay? What do you think? Do you think they're going to fucking they're going to vote to lower the age of consent? Is that what you think is going to go? Is that what you think is going to happen? The only people that get to successfully do that already are like not even convicted pedophiles, but just Republicans. Okay? Kids? No. Come on, guys. No. As long as you're above the age of 18, okay? Jesus Christ. Even lower it. Fuck it. 16. Voting age, nothing else. Don't get any fucking weird ideas. Criminals are going to vote to legalize murder. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Yeah. The unconvicted pedophiles are the ones who get to make those decisions anyway, you know? Don't come crying to me when they make murder legal. Yeah. They're going to vote. They're going to vote to make the fucking top of the hour ad breaks illegal, and then I'll be crying, you know? The unsubscribed masses are going to get together and be like, Hasan, don't serve us a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. And to them I say, well, sucks to suck. This is not a democracy. And there is a 3-minute ad break. This is going to get clipped. I fucking hate it. What? My statement that every person, even convicted criminals, should have a right to vote? Well, that's a position that I genuinely believe. So I don't care if they fucking clip it and get mad at me for it. Remember, I don't get mad when clippers clip things in context. If it's an unpopular position, but I genuinely believe it, I will stand by it stubbornly, and I will fight it tooth and nail, like the America Deserved 9/11 moment that was bastardized by clippers, but it was still in line with my opinions, okay? They massaged it to make it seem like it's that I said that it was good that civilians died or some shit. I don't believe that, obviously. I do believe that prisoners should be able to vote. I think it's ridiculous that they do not. Anyway, yeah. It's when something I said is misconstrued or clipped out of context that frustrates me.
There is no conversation about what the meaning of his words at the rally were, or what happened inside the Capitol, or any of Donald Trump's actions. That's not what the Supreme Court has done here. That's not what the Supreme Court typically does. This is a procedural, legalistic decision. And essentially, if I had to boil it down to one sentence, it would be, it's up to Congress not the individual
They didn't
states.
want a big messy situation where all the states go
So-
here and there and that sort of thing.
The word I circled in this decision is, quote, patchwork. They said, we don't want a patchwork where one state's doing one thing and another state's doing another.
But you know Donald Trump better than most, covered him for many years, as a reporter, covering him as a politician and as a figure who takes things and will turn them the way that he wants America and the world to see them. I will be shocked if Donald Trump doesn't, as soon as he can, get out there and argue not only that the Supreme Court is behind him, but he's probably going to argue, even though there's nothing in here that specifically says, as Ellie so importantly pointed out, anything about what happened on January 6th. It's just procedural about whether the states or Congress have a right. He will claim victory, and I'm guessing he will do it in a more broad way than this decision actually says.
Yeah, and Joan, I mean, there are countless Americans out there who believe that the Supreme Court just bailed out Donald Trump here, and that they're going to bail him. They might bail him out again on the immunity issue, which I know a lot of folks feel like that's not going to happen. But the fact that can got kicked down the road means that the January 6th trial may not happen in federal court.
And what you're referring to there is the fact that the justices have scheduled an oral argument for the week of April 22nd on whether Donald Trump should be immune from criminal prosecution for election subversion. But let me just...
Yes, the immunity issue is significantly more important. And I think that the fact that they pushed it back implies that they're probably not going to... that's the greatest layup that they can give to Donald Trump, which implies that their decision is going to be that he is not immune. Does that make sense? Because I feel like if they were going to find him immune, which would be insane. Like, that is literally the one thing the one good thing that the United States of America was built on. Many of the other foundational principles are bad, white supremacy, genocide of the native population, chattel slavery. These are very bad principles that the United States was founded on. The one fucking W that we have, 1776 all day, baby, is that we are not a fucking monarchy. Okay? So giving the president king-like powers over the fucking law is insane. It is just like, I don't think you can find one goddamn American that would agree with that position unless they're like fucking totally just lost in the sauce. It is literally the one thing that is so principally un-American. Law tip, apparently the PDF metadata on the decision lists the liberals writing a dissent in part. Roberts probably pressured them to concur to a 9-0 to maintain institutional legitimacy, or what's left of it. A little bit of palace intrigue for you. Oh, shit. You really think sugar baby Clarence Thomas is going to rule against Trump on the immunity thing? It doesn't matter. I don't care what fucking one justice says. Overall, there's no way. Especially considering that, like, this opens up full-blown immunity to every president. Like, I don't know how you can massage your way out of that to, like, make a specific carve-out just for Trump, which would mean that a president, no, it doesn't matter that the court is stacked, guys. No. There are instances where it is like the impact of a decision like that would be far more damning. Like I said, Biden could just like go and assassinate Trump then. Okay, sick.
Tell you what concerned the three liberals about this ruling and how far the majority went. And just reading it now, their concern was that the majority went further than they needed for this particular case and essentially is over-favoring Donald Trump. Ultimately, under the guise of providing a more quote, complete explanation for the judgment, the majority resolves many unsettled questions about Section 3, that's Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, the anti-insurrectionist ban. It forecloses judicial enforcement of that provision, such as might occur when a party is prosecuted by an insurrectionist and raises defense on that score. I mean, it's the language hints of what's happening with Donald Trump right now. So I think that's their concern, is that the fuller majority has gone further. Now, this is a concurrence.
So Donald Trump has enough riz to stay on the ballot? Gyat? Yep. Donald Trump has the gyat to stay on the ballot. Here is our big, beautiful boy, our glorious former President Trump, reacting to the Supreme Court decision, okay, in front of many flags. Let me tell you, many flags, the biggest and boldest and most beautiful flags you've ever seen. It's got the gold outline, which means this is Admiralty Court.
Well, thank you very much.
Maritime Admiralty Court for my sovereign citizens. I am a sovereign citizen myself.
I want to start by thanking the Supreme Court for its unanimous decision today. It was a very important decision. We're very well crafted, and I think it will go a long way toward bringing our country together, which our country needs. And they worked long, they worked hard, and frankly, they worked very quickly on something that will be spoken about 100 years from now and 200 years from now. Extremely important. Essentially, you cannot take somebody out of a race because an opponent would like to have it that way. And it has nothing to do with the fact that it's the leading candidate, whether it was the leading candidate or a candidate that was well down on the totem pole. You cannot take somebody out of a race. The voters can take the person out of the race very quickly, but a court shouldn't be doing that, and the Supreme Court saw that very well. And I really do believe that will be a unifying factor, because while most states were thrilled to have me, there were some that didn't, and they didn't want that for political reasons. They didn't want that because of poll numbers, because the poll numbers are very good. We're beating President Biden in almost every poll. New York Times came out yesterday with a very big poll for us. So they didn't like that, and you can't do that. You can't do what they tried to do. And hopefully Colorado, as an example, will unify. I know there's tremendous support. They brought our support up very strong in Colorado, because people in Colorado thought that was a terrible thing that they did. And while we're on the subject, and another thing that will be coming up very soon will be immunity for a president, and not immunity for me, but for any president. If a president doesn't have full immunity, you really don't have a president, because nobody that is serving in that office will have the courage to make, in many cases, what would be the right decision, or it could be the...
That's insane. I love that he's like, okay, this one decision is good, which is why I should get immunity. Presenting it as like, dude, oh my God. Supreme Court gives Trump immunity from criminal prosecution. Trump wins the election, pardoned himself, regardless of what the fucking investigation, regardless of what the previous investigations or the previous court cases conclude. Okay. Then it's just like however many term limits he wants, baby. What are you going to do? He's above the law. America reaches its darkest hour.
The wrong decision. It could be in some cases.
Trump wants to be the Muad'Dib. He is the Muad'Dib for HVAC business owners.
It's the wrong decision, but they have to make decisions, and they have to make them free of all terror that can be rained upon them when they leave office, or even before they leave office. And some decisions are very tough. I can tell you that as a president, that some decisions to make are very tough. I took out ISIS, and I took out some...
Why do you hit that terror like he's fucking JFK?
Very big people from the standpoint of a different part of the world. Two of the leading terrorists, probably the two leading terrorists ever that we've ever seen in this world. And those are big decisions. I don't want to be prosecuted for it. Another president wouldn't want to be prosecuted for it. It had a tremendously positive impact. It stopped everything cold. And sometimes you have to make, they were tough decisions. Sometimes you have to make decisions like that. When you make a decision, you don't want to have your opposing party or opponent or even somebody that just thinks you're wrong bring a criminal suit against you or any kind of a suit when you leave office. I have that right now at a level that nobody's ever seen before. I have rogue prosecutors and I have rogue judges. I have judges that are out of control. And it's a very unfair thing for me, but serving perhaps as a sample to others of what should not be happening when you make good decisions. And in my case, the economy was great. We didn't go into any wars. We totally defeated ISIS. We provided the largest tax cuts in history. We provided the largest regulation cuts in history. But think of it, no wars. We beat ISIS 100% of the caliphate. And there were no wars. We did a job that was great, but maybe I wouldn't have done that. The caliphate, defeating them, was very powerful. It was going to take 4 years. It took me 4 months. But it was a very strong dictum that I gave. I said, get them, defeat them, end it. We were fighting for 20 years against ISIS, and we did it very quickly. I don't want to be prosecuted. In that case, it worked out very well. There will be some things that perhaps don't work out so well, but I don't want to be prosecuted because I decided to do something that is very much for the good of the country and actually for the good of the world. A president shouldn't have that on his mind, and he has to have a free and clear mind when he makes very big decisions. Or it's going to be nothing more than a ceremonial post. You'll be president, it'll be a wonderful thing, and you won't do anything because you don't want to be hit by your opponent or hit by somebody else, because who wants to leave office and go through what I've gone through? I'm being prosecuted by Biden, my opponent, because every one of these things, whether it's Fannie Willis or Bragg, these are local and state, but they're in total coordination with the White House. You can't do that. It shouldn't be done. I mean, a thing like that. In the case of the DA's office, they put one of the top people, maybe the second person, in the Manhattan DA's office to get Trump. They had a Hillary Clinton lawyer leave the law firm, very prestigious big law firm, leave the law firm to go into the DA's office to get Trump, Pomerantz, Mr. Pomerantz. So he goes in to become a prosecutor.
This should have been a fucking 1 minute video. And I was wondering why it was a 12-minute video. And then I realized that he's just rambling on about, we're halfway through the yapathon.
Prosecutor worked for the Democrat Party and Hillary Clinton, goes in to prosecute Donald Trump at a local level in total coordination with the Department of Justice, meaning Biden. And then you have the Fannie.
No, he is a YouTuber at heart, dude. He's a YouTuber at heart, baby. Let me tell you. He's trying to hit that 10 minutes so he can get the ad rev. He's trying to sneak in a mid-roll.
Willis, or as she would say, Fani, F-A-N-I, but Fani.
34 kitty 50 with another 50 big
hired
ones.
somebody, knew the person long before this horrible prosecution took place, and she went out and she paid him an unbelievable amount of money, more money than he ever had dreamt possible, much more money than other people that do that for a living. He never did it at all, had no experience in it at all, and they had obviously a conflict. We don't have to go into that, but they were able to get a lot of money because it was a high-profile person. Me, I'm a very high-profile person. So they were able to pay him close to $1 million when he was not equipped to do the job, and she's not equipped to do the job, and that case should end immediately. That case is so conflicted, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And then you have deranged Jack Smith, who's a Trump hater and represents all the Trump haters, and he's going wild. He's just a wild man. He's been overturned unanimously by the Supreme Court. Went after other people over the years. He's had great failure. But he's mean, he's nasty, he's unfair. And the judges on these cases, they're all Trump haters. Other than we have maybe one or two that I think can be fair. But you look at New York, what's happened. I mean, these people have tremendous hatred. You can't do this to a president. And again, I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about in the future. A president has to be free. A president has to be, if the president does a good job, I did. Some people would say a great job. But if the president does a good job, a president should be free and clear and frankly celebrated for having done a good job. Not indicted.
President should be celebrated. It is now going to be illegal not to celebrate me in my second term. Once I assume the role of president once again, if you're not celebrating me, you're going to jail. Tommy the Third, hype train level 5 achieved. Jesus Christ.
Did 4 times and not gone after on a civil basis and not demanded to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in fines on something that was absolutely perfect, where there were no victims, where the financial statements were absolutely flawless, where you have disclaimer clauses. I mean, nobody's ever had a thing like this. I wasn't given a jury, and I had a clubhouse judge just come up with this number on a perfect loan and very conservative financial statements. But even at that, if you look, the disclaimer says don't rely on the financial statements in any way, shape, or form. Go out and do your own work. The bank in question had the most sophisticated lawyers in the world, frankly, one of the top law firms anywhere in the country.
Now he's jumping on the fucking the banking case. Just like, all right, boring. Don't care about that.
Meanwhile,
ladies and gentlemen, you might not know this, even though you are very active and involved in American politics, as evidenced by the fact that you're in here listening to me yap around. But Super Tuesday is coming up.
Candidates are preparing for Super Tuesday tomorrow, the busiest day of the primary campaign. Former President Donald Trump won 3 GOP caucuses Saturday, adding to his lead in delegates. And he had more good news from a CBS News poll showing him leading President Biden nationwide. Kaylee.
Jesus fucking Christ. Holy moly. This is honestly, I mean, dude, this race is so fucking cooked on every front. It's just like you got two corpses being fucking trotted around. One of them is like openly a criminal. The other one is a genocidal monster who thinks it's like 1967, the year. And now the Americans are saying they choose the a little bit marginally less demented guy over the marginally more demented guy.
Neely Burns is covering the campaign for us, including a bit of history for Trump's Republican challenger. Okay, Caitlin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Tony. That's right. Nikki Haley won her first primary right here in Washington, D.C. over the weekend, making her the first woman to win a Republican presidential nominating contest. And she continues to be a thorn in Trump's side as he prepares for a rematch with President Biden.
With your help, we will win big on Super Tuesday.
Campaigning in North Carolina and Virginia over the weekend, Donald Trump told supporters the general election is near.
The first 3 elections of my adult life are absolute dog shit. Brother, they're going to continue to be dog shit. I'm letting you know right now. There's just not. They were dog shit before you existed on this earth as well.
Here.
We've been launching like a rocket to the Republican nomination.
More than a third of delegates are up for grabs on Tuesday, with 15.
Mainstream media not doing Nikki justice by talking about her phenomenal victory in D.C. It's fucked up. They don't want to see a girl boss winning, dude.
States and 1 U.S. territory holding primary elections. The former president has won all but one of the GOP nominating contests so far.
We had a big crowd in D.C.
But that hasn't deterred his last remaining rival, Nikki Haley, who has vowed to stick it out through Super Tuesday.
He has not gotten 40% in any of the early states.
And over the weekend, Haley said she no longer feels bound by the RNC pledge to support the eventual party nominee.
At the time of the debate,
we had to take it to where, would you support the nominee? And you had to, in order to get on that debate stage, you said yes. The RNC is now not the same
again.
RNC.
But
it's over. She has momentum now. She won DC. Yeah. It's Jover, baby. She's doing the damn thing. She's going to win, folks. A lot of you non-believers are going to have egg on your face. We need you, Nikki, right now. And quite frankly, she's going to win.
Despite Haley's push, the 2024 campaign is shaping up to be a battle between the current and former presidents. New CBS polling shows Trump's lead over Biden is fueled by perceptions about the economy. 65% of voters rated the economy as good under Trump, while just 38% said the same for Biden. The Biden campaign is focusing on another election driver, reproductive rights, dispatching the First Lady to deliver this message.
Donald Trump is dangerous to women and to our families. We simply cannot.
He's letting the lady out. I'm taking a hard look at a Nikki Klobuchar.
Let him win.
Now, you can expect the topic of reproductive rights as well as immigration and the economy to all be part of President Biden's State of the Union address, which he is set to deliver to Congress this Thursday. So, Tony, a busy week ahead.
Yeah, Democrats are hoping that's a really big speech. Caitlin, thank you very much. All right, we're going to begin this hour with another big race, the presidential race. We've got polling from CBS News, new polling with warning signs for President Biden as the campaign season deepens. Former President Donald Trump leading President Biden among likely voters, 52 to 48%. Also, 45% of registered voters rate Biden's presidency so far as poor, and just 38% give Trump's time in office that very same rating. Chief election and campaign correspondent Robert Costa joins us now.
God damn, shit is loud as hell. Sorry about
Now
that.
from Washington, Bob, good morning to you. It was a weekend of bad numbers for the Biden administration overall. What do these numbers from CBS signal to you?
Good morning to all of you. Inside the Biden White House and the Biden campaign, there, of course, is some frustration about the latest poll numbers, but they don't see this moment politically for the president as something where he's up or down based on the latest poll. They're trying to reframe the election as something about a high-stakes enterprise for the American people. You're either choosing Trump or Biden, and they say that Trump's not going to even concede if he wins. Biden said that in a recent New Yorker interview. They're saying this is about bigger issues than just what's in a poll.
Well, Bob, you know, questions about their mental and cognitive ability come up for both candidates. When asked about Biden.
Dog, if that's your election strategy, I mean, Americans do care about democracy and preserving democracy, and they do see Trump as a threat to that, for sure. But if that's what you're going with, if that's your primary messaging around this campaign, let me tell you, he's not going to have to fucking not concede on the election, okay? Because he's going to win the fucking election. God damn, son. .62. Yeah, he's not going to have to worry about that at all. Shit. We need you, Nikki, right now to lead our nation. We really do.
26%, only 26% said they believe Joe Biden is okay. 43% said that about Trump. Neither one of those numbers are good. What can Joe Biden do? This keeps coming up over and over and over again to convince voters that he's up for the job.
Oh my God.
You're going to see him.
Oh my God. Oh my God. 43% said only Donald Trump is mentally cognitive to serve as president. 26%. 26% said only Joe Biden. Oh my God. Dude, yeah. Both of them is me. I'm the fucking cool guy that said, I'm the 6%, chat. I'm the guy that says, yeah, no, both Biden and Trump are mentally okay. No, that 6% is just like the only people remaining in the country that still vote and answer telephone polls that that are over the age of 87. Dude, 26% said only Joe Biden. That is so, he is so cooked, my man. Oh my God, it's so funny. I'm laughing, even though it is a devastating situation, of course, but I'm laughing because I was so fucking right, as always. To the people in the chat that were like, oh, Hasan, you don't understand, like, they're both bad. It's like, no, but Americans definitely do perceive one as worse. Mentally.
Over again to convince voters that he's up for the job.
You're going to see him, Gail, on the campaign trail. I was just with him in Michigan, spoke to him there. He's going to be meeting with key coalition groups, and they're going to keep saying that he's as out there in terms of events as former President Trump. But Trump's a different kind of politician. He's a movement politician holding rallies across the country. The Trump campaign behind the scenes trying to really make a contrast in terms of energy and presentation with President Biden. But at the end of the day, the White House and the Biden campaign say the president will be out there just in his own style.
But sometimes getting out there seems to get him in trouble. They just had an example of him getting Ukraine mixed up with Israel.
And former President Trump has made mistakes. President Biden has stumbled. And this is something that comes up again and again in polling, including with CBS News. People don't love having a rematch. And this is going to be a cloud that's over this entire campaign. But at the end of the day, most of the voters I'm speaking with on the campaign trail not making a decision based on a verbal stumble, whether it's Biden or Trump. It's about kitchen table issues, the economy, foreign policy, how they feel about border security.
Nah. People are making the decision not to vote from not just a verbal communication issue here and there. Nah, people definitely are doing that. Come on, man. How do you look at a fucking number in front of your face that says a collective 51 or like what? 51% or however many percent? 68% of voters saying they don't think Biden is cognitive or Trump is cognitive is crazy. That's so bad.
Crime in their neighborhood. That's front and center, even if the other stories, those stumbles make a lot of headlines.
Now, Bob, you mentioned this rematch, and overall voters, they're not that excited. 48% said that this has a negative view on how they see this this candidacy. And then also, I think 42% said it's just depressing overall. So what impact does that have on these campaigns?
Behind the scenes, I'm hearing from both campaigns that it's really going to make these conventions in the summer very important to reintroduce President Biden, to reintroduce former President Trump. And for former President Trump, who he picks as a running mate is going to get a big spotlight. Is this going to be someone who's a sycophant, someone who just kind of is going to be a loyal soldier? Or is it going to be someone who really can appeal to different groups?
It's going to be a sycophant first and foremost. What? Maybe this guy needs a reintroduction to Donald Trump because it seems like he forgot. Like, what? When has Donald Trump ever fucking been like, yeah, I don't want a sycophant in my corner? These guys literally have collective amnesia. I feel like in order to do this job appropriately, you have to either A, act like you forgot, or B, just genuinely forget.
Showing you some pretty pictures of Capitol Hill, a place which, as you may know, is locked in some ugly partisan gridlock over key issues like the budget and border security. Here's what you may not know. In many state houses across the country, we're seeing what's possible when lawmakers do put election politics aside and reach across the aisle. Nancy Cordes visited the battleground state of North Carolina, where bipartisanship is bringing health care coverage to more than 500,000 uninsured people.
What did you do?
I was like, I jumped for joy.
Sharon Cooper got a letter recently that changed her life. Insurance coverage approved after years without it.
You just went to see the doctor for the first time in how long?
10 years.
Wow.
Yes.
What was that like?
It was wonderful.
Cooper is a former pharmacy manager in Archdale, North Carolina. Without coverage, her $300 a month anti-seizure pills were also out of reach.
How were you living your life?
Wow. What a phenomenal representation of the wealthiest nation on earth is certainly not a failure. Wow. Seems to me like the situation is working as intended. Capitalism is the best.
Without that medication.
It was hard. I was scared to go out because if somebody sees you have a seizure, they freak out. They think, what's wrong with her,
But the stroke of a pen changed everything. Last year, North Carolina's Democratic governor signed a law expanding Medicaid coverage, making 600,000 state residents eligible for nearly free health insurance, a bipartisan triumph years in the making.
We're adding about 1,000 a day.
State Senator Jim Bergen and State Representative Donnie Lambeth are both Republicans with backgrounds in health care. They both started out as skeptics.
And how did you feel about the idea of expanding Medicaid in the state?
I was personally against it.
I was also against it early on.
Early on, as in 2010.
That's insane. 14 years, bro. And by the way, for 14 years, that means hundreds of thousands of people did not get this coverage that they could have gotten, specifically because the state did not want extra money from the federal government. It is so unimaginably cruel.
When the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, offered all states free federal funds to expand Medicaid coverage. Most blue states jumped at the cash, but many southern states held out, including North Carolina.
We felt like, is this one of those things that it sounds really good and all of a sudden, oh, we're out of money and it goes away.
A decade later, the money was still there. $7.5 billion a year that North Carolina was leaving on the table.
I like to say the dollars just make sense. It's hard to turn that down.
Cody Kinsley is the state's top health official and a Democrat, but he and Senator Bergen had work to.
Yeah, by the way, this is the dumbest fucking thing that red states voluntarily did, where they basically contributed to killing their own citizens by refusing to expand because it was Obamacare. It was a black guy. Like it wasn't even insurance providers like it helps. It helps the bottom line of even capital owners because Obamacare itself is not like a socialist healthcare policy.
Together on other.
It's pure principle.
Other healthcare issues.
Good morning. How are you?
They began discussing Medicaid first thing every morning on their daily phone calls.
Oh, I guess some of the right members of his team were in the room to hear.
When you talk to people and get to know people and develop a relationship with people, that you develop the trust.
Because the truth is that we all have the same constituents. Whether we're in one party or the other, we're serving the same folks.
The two sides worked together to reform the state's Medicaid system and ultimately to expand it.
Did you ever think to yourselves, maybe I shouldn't do this because it'll be a victory for the Democratic governor?
Yeah.
A few times.
Yeah, for 14 years. Yes. 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 For 14 fucking years, they literally did just that. What kind of question is this?
I heard a lot of people say, oh, I'll get voted out. And I live in rural North Carolina. People have applauded. There has not been anybody that's come to me and said, I'm going to vote against you because of this.
They want to see us solve problems and get things done.
Kinsley knows what it means for uninsured parents because his mom was one of them when he was young.
If I said I don't feel well, she would wrestle with questions of, well, is he really sick or is he really, really, really sick?
I want to frame it.
With her epilepsy now under control, Sharon Cooper says she may even be able to go back to work.
That's exciting. I know, it's very exciting. I've got joy in my soul again.
And lawmakers in the remaining holdout states have taken notice. Mississippi's state legislature passed a Medicaid expansion bill last week, so that's working its way through the system. And Representative Lambeth, who we spoke to in that piece, told us that he's traveled to Georgia to discuss Medicaid expansion with other Republicans there, and he's gotten calls from Wisconsin and Florida as well. I'll tell you, Nate, what's interesting, in North Carolina and in several of these other states, the business community has been a key factor pushing hard for expansion because they argue a healthy workforce is a productive workforce.
Right about that. Nancy, thank you.
I say, way to go, North Carolina. It's now I've gotten so desperate to see bipartisanship on just about any issue.
Yeah.
It just makes me happy to see that they can work something out.
And you can't.
This is a big deal.
Okay. This framing is so stupid. Dude, bipartisanship that came 14 years after the fact, where hundreds of thousands of people that could have gotten coverage simply didn't for no reason, like not even a capitalist reason. Like, as they correctly pointed out, capital owners are like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? Just get it. Expand. This is dumb. It's fucking insane. I feel like this is just the shittiest way to cover the story. Oh man. God, I really hate the Republican Party so fucking much. I have a lot of hate in my heart for those fucking scumbags. Incredible stuff. They act like it's done through bipartisanship. Yeah, bipartisanship that came 14 years after the fact, when nothing fundamentally changed in those 14 years that would cause them to literally come to terms with this decision, beyond the fact that their constituents were like begging for it. And it got to a point where like even the fucking Chamber of Commerce, the respective chambers of commerce were like, yeah, dude, this is, you're one, hurting the insurance industry in your state by not doing this. And two, like these people definitely need to get, poor people need to get fucking healthcare coverage.
Deal.
Yeah, you can't blame people for voting for policies that fit them.
Yeah,
but
exactly
if your candidate
right.
isn't selected, the next thing you hope for is that they continue to reach across the aisle.
Work together, brings a tear to my eye. I love it.
You're right about that.
But let's focus on an extraordinary story out of Germany. The Chancellor Olaf Scholz is promising a full investigation after a recording of confidential talks on the Ukraine war was circulated on Russian social media. Huge embarrassment for Berlin. In the leaked recording, German officers are heard discussing potential strikes on Crimea. The video conference was reportedly held on the WebEx platform and not on a secure army network. The conversation also included details of the missiles provided to Kyiv by France and Britain. Russia's state-run RT channel posted the audio recording last week. Here's some of that conversation as voiced by a BBC producer.
Let me start with what could be the most critical thing that might happen given the current discussions. If the Chancellor does provide us with the Taurus missiles, one aspect is the timing of this. We would say, that's great, but it will take another 8 months until you can use it. Secondly, there's no way of speeding up the process because of the danger of mishaps and the missile going down on a nursery causing civilian victims.
Well, as you would expect, it's being fully exploited by the Kremlin, who say it is further evidence of...
Bro, that is an insane way to cover the story. Am I crazy? I feel like it's a much larger story. One, they immediately validate the claims by not saying this is misinformation. Okay. I don't understand why they didn't just say, oh, this is misinformation. They were like, no, this is real. and it's a massive fuck up on our part, and we have to investigate the leak. But I also don't understand why the BBC would look at it from the framework of a leak and not the contents of the leak itself. And the leak apparently, I mean, it's just, what is it? Like how did they intercept this communication?
Direct Western involvement in their war in Ukraine.
This suggests that within Germany's armed forces, plans for striking the territory of the Russian Federation are being discussed substantively and specifically.
The German defence minister said the leak was a classic disinformation attack by Moscow, but they've not denied the contents of the recording.
No one seriously believes that it was a coincidence that at the end of a week, just before the weekend, the day after the funeral service for
Bro, just lie. Dude, I'm begging you, just lie. Just lie. It's so much better to just be like, yeah, it was fake. They faked it. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. They're like, yeah, no, it's real. But hey, guys, you know what's actually interesting about this? Not the fact that we're talking about fucking striking Crimea and like how many civilians may die as a consequence of that, as a foreign nation that is not supposed to be directly involved in this conflict. But the fact that it got out, I mean, that really says a lot about society. Let's not think about the contents of the message. Just fucking lie, dumbass. What do you mean? They want Russia to know. That's why they aren't saying it's fake. What are you talking about? This only reaffirms Russia's position. This is phenomenal propaganda for Russia. What the fuck are you talking about? They get to show that these guys are literally trying to kill Russian civilians living in Crimea, okay, or directly talking about blowing up areas where civilians live in Crimea. And it's not the Ukrainian government having this conversation. It's the German army.
Alexei Navalny after new revelations about the Wirecard scandal. This recording is now being published by chance.
Richard Dannett is the former head of the British Army. Lord Dannett, good of you to join us this evening. Could I ask you how damaging this is to operations? Embarrassing, certainly, but how damaging?
Well, it, of course, would be far better if this hadn't come out at all. What it shows is German officers talking.
Okay, our fucking former military admiral people are better than the British ones. Oh, my God. I can't take a dude this pink seriously, okay?
On an unsecured line about the possibility of Germany providing missiles to Ukraine, the same sort of missiles that actually Britain has supplied to Ukraine. I mean, that is not a big issue in itself. We all know that we responsible Western countries are supporting Ukraine to enable them to throw out the Russians from their aggression in the territory of Ukraine. I think the piece about this that's disappointing is the suggestion in other parts of the conversation that inappropriate help is being given to Ukraine by people on the ground in Ukraine.
Last week, President Macron said he wouldn't rule out the idea of deploying troops to Ukraine, which some in the Elysee read as strategic ambiguity, but Olaf Scholz was pretty quick to contradict Emmanuel Macron, and now this. It all looks...
How pink he is and how his glasses are put on crooked lead me to believe that he's like hammered, I think. He's knackered, mate. He's having a wee bit of a fucking... He's boshed. He's tanked. A swally. He's a punter. Fucking hell.
It's very disjointed, a bit chaotic at the moment.
No, I'd agree with that. I mean, the fact of the matter is it's absolutely essential that Western countries, including the United Kingdom, Germany, France, and particularly the United States, essentially the United States, support Ukraine to the absolute maximum, because the sovereignty of Ukrainian territory was violated back in February 2 years ago. And it's really important that we do everything we can to assist Ukraine to throw the Russian aggressors out. But this must be seen as us supporting Ukraine, fighting their war to regain their sovereign territory. And what we absolutely must not do is allow Vladimir Putin to be able to say this is NATO fighting Mother Russia, because
okay, but that's like literally what this leak shows. Like it's perfect for propaganda purposes, which is why it's much better, in my opinion, to just lie and be like, yeah, that's fake. They faked it.
Frankly, that's not the case at all. We're supporting Ukraine as a friendly country that we want to help, but is not the same in any shape or form as saying this is NATO attacking or even NATO defending Ukrainian soil. Ukraine is not a member of NATO, and this is not a NATO versus Mother Russia conflict in any shape or form.
Just a quick final thought on the
My man said Mother Russia.
missile they were discussing, which is, it's been well documented that they're pondering whether to send the Taurus missile, which is a longer range missile than has been sent thus far. Does it politically show that he is split from his...
You can see why our country is such a mess with gout-filled cretins like this man in our ruling class. I mean, we have it in the same way as well, so.
his command at the moment, given that the generals are talking...
He has a medical condition that explains his appearance. Don't make fun. Yeah, I know. It's called being British. It's called being a Tory. I know.
About it and discussing what its capability would be and what it could be used for, and yet the government seems quite adamant at this moment that they're not going to send it.
Well, this of course is characteristic of the whole debate.
Side effects of being a Tory also include defending pedophilia and seeing the top of the hour ad break at the HasanAbi broadcast, because Tories never subscribe at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. So don't be a Tory. Subscribe at the top of the hour. Don't see the 3-minute ad break. Do it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. There it is.
Debate that's gone on for the last 12, 18 months about just what weapons we would and we would not supply to Ukraine. But frankly, come back to the basic point, if we really want to help Ukraine throw out the Russian aggressors from their territory, we need to give them the best help we possibly can. And if that means giving them long-range missiles in the same way that the UK has provided Storm Shadow and other similar missiles, then frankly, I think Germany is being rather half-hearted about its support. And frankly, Germany doesn't need to be half-hearted about this. It needs to step up, sign up to be a proper Western country supporting Ukraine in the same way that Poland and the Baltic states and other countries that have a common border with Germany, have a common border with Russia, are, to make sure that Ukraine can prevail against Russia, because at the end of the day, the Russian aggression is totally against the international order and it actually must be rebuffed in the strongest possible way.
Lord Richard Denner, always good to talk to you. Thank you for coming on this evening.
Thanks, Christian.
All right, that's it. We are now going to move on to the El Salvador prison.
We will enter an isolation cell, which
This is Luisito Comunica. 42 million subscribers on this channel. This video has 23 million views, and he made, I think,
Come, the Lord is waiting for us.
An English dubbed video about the situation in the El Salvadoran prisons. Insane.
Next, we will enter an isolation cell, which is where prisoners are sent when they commit an infraction. The only light entrance is a hole in the ceiling. How many people did you kill?
I do not remember.
How many were there?
We have committed different crimes at different times.
Absolutely everything is done in here, from going to the bathroom to cleaning up. Everything is done in here open. This group behind me alone is very possibly responsible directly or indirectly for more than 200 homicides. We are in El Salvador.
Thank you, 34 MKD.
And today we will enter the Terrorism Confinement Center.
That guy was getting cooked by a lot of Latinos because he made this video very pro-industrial prison system.
Largest prison in the Americas with a capacity to house about 40 prisoners, of which today a significant percentage are dangerous.
40,000.
Gang members and criminal leaders considered terrorists. This is a maximum security prison, and this is evident from the moment you are perhaps a kilometer from its perimeter, because there are already security elements that begin to interrogate you. They get out of your vehicle, they do a body search, they check.
Okay. The perhaps makes it seem like this is definitely an AI dub. Immediately, this is an AI dub.
Your identification. Who are you? What are you doing here? They tell me that there are 7 security filters. Those that are imposed, which makes it practically an impossible.
It literally sounds as if it's Luisito himself was doing the dub. I mean, he might have read it.
Mission for anyone to enter or leave without full authorization. In this video, we will know a little of how life is here inside. What are some methods and punishments that are imposed to control today's inmates? What are some of the rules that the country has imposed to control the situation with its criminals? Come, the Lord is waiting for us. Let's give him...
What?
To come in. Of course. They take all your belongings, phone, wallets, nothing. You can get in. It is even very interesting that the prison is built with a technology that does not allow a telephone signal, so that nothing really communicates from inside here.
So it's one big giant Faraday cage. How has this got 23 million views? This channel has 40 million subscribers, dude. It has 43 million subscribers. I mean, think about it this way. Normally, YouTube would never serve me this channel's videos because it's a Spanish-speaking channel.
They also pass you to 1 floor where they search you, they take off your shoes, they even check the thickness of your socks. It is not for nothing that it is defined as a maximum security prison. When a person deprived of his freedom, that is a prisoner, enters here, his whole body is searched with a technology that allows us to literally see if there is anything inside his body. Data capture is taken, and he proceeds to go to the module assigned to him. Oh, by the way, we are able to enter to document with special press permits, but we do not really admit any type of visit. People deprived of their liberty in these types.
The fuck does that even mean? We do not admit any type of permit? What?
Of prisons specially designated for terrorists are not entitled to any visits. Nothing about I want to see my mom, I want to see my wife, my daughter, nothing. You lost that right because of the decisions you made in the army.
Oh my God. This guy, what's up with this guy? Is he like a fucking fascist? What's happening? Is this a fucking mistranslation or is this dude just like insane? He's like, yeah, you made decisions, criminal. First of all, I hope everybody understands that obviously El Salvador has a massive issue with crime, specifically the two American created gangs that, and the irony is not lost on me, the United States of American prison system literally sent back to El Salvador without informing the government at the time. That's right. You know when Trump says like they're opening up their prisons and they're sending their rapists and murderers and drug dealers, like we did that to El Salvador. We literally did that to El Salvador. We did that. That's why they have such a fucking massive exploding militarized gang problem in the country. He's explaining the viewpoint of El Salvador, but it's true that in the original video, he doesn't seem to frame the jail as a bad thing. So, what? It's not AI, it's just a literal one-to-one translation because of the word he uses, the mannerisms. Pin me, I'll explain. So, Bukele is Palestinian and originally rose to power, as we talked about time and time again, as like a bit of a leftist guy, and then very quickly became a crypto guy. And now on top of being a crypto guy, he's now also like created this mass prison and is dumping anyone and everyone that is even remotely tangentially related to any of the gangs in El Salvador. But because the gang violence in El Salvador is like unimaginably bad, this kind of like almost dictatorial action, or not almost, like straight up fucking dictator style action, is not necessarily perceived as like as damaging as you would think. As a matter of fact, it has actually got him a tremendous amount of praise, as far as I understand. Partially, once again, due to the fact that the gang violence situation was insane. Who's paying the price of El Salvador's war on gangs? Oh, this was the video I was supposed to watch originally. Did it solve the game? Did it solve the crime problem, or are the gangs still operating? As far as I understand, the gangs are still operating, but nowhere near the same severity as they once were. However, the real issues are not on the way to deal with violent crime, which, by the way, obviously there are much better ways of trying to deal with violent crime in this way. Because this is not like a long... This is not a... He sounds based as fuck. I'm confused as to why you're against him. I don't know if you know this, but like I am a believer in rehabilitation over incarceration. This is going to cause unimaginable long-term problems. You cannot just simply take people and like trap them in an area and be like, all right, we're done with it. I live in the United States of America, and let me tell you, we did that, and it's really bad, and it doesn't work. The other problem here is also that given the severity and given the streamlined approach to dealing with this, given the streamlined approach to dealing with like crime in this incredibly ultra draconian fashion, you're going to throw a lot of innocent people in jail for being tangentially related to a group that might even be fucking threatening you to do the crimes. Because when we're talking about like a narco state, a lot of the people that are joining MS-13 are not joining because they want to. They're joining because they're fucking threatened. And they have no way to prove their innocence. at all. Or family members of criminals, like they're doing dragnets. And it is completely removing them of any kind of human rights. And it is legitimately terrifying. It's especially terrifying, and I believe it's a testament to like how bad the crime issue was in El Salvador, because he is fucking insanely popular. Also, a lot of informal economies comprised of jobs connected to the gang, so the people getting the most fucked are those who had no choice but to participate rather than the bosses. One issue country? Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It is the issue for understandable reasons. Make no mistake. El Salvador crime rate statistics for 2018 was 53.31%, which was still at a decline of 15% from 2017. Oh my God. He won all of Salvador in Congress yesterday. The PNLY opposition to win renounced her party and went independent. It should also be mentioned there is still no legal right to an attorney if you get arrested, and thousands of inmates have not had a trial. Oh yeah, exactly. There are also many reports of journalists that have reported him on him badly being put in. It's awful. I've got an uncle that's literally old-time Marxist. He's got a Che tattoo, and he sounds like this. I try to explain to my family, and it's just not processing. The crime situation in El Salvador was horrendous. The draconian response was shown massive improvements, but as you said, unimaginably cruel long-term circumstance. Surely a functional military-powered police state has turned out well historically in Central South America. Yeah. It's so funny that people don't understand, like, what the implications of such a thing are. What the implications of such things are. But of course, when you got 53% crime that is on a decline, mind you, of course people are going to be like, yeah, no, actually, it's pretty awesome.
But first, a special report from El Salvador, where there are growing concerns about the number of children and women being imprisoned without a fair trial.
Oh, what a start. What a start to the fucking subject matter. Growing concerns of the number of women and children being imprisoned without a trial. It's like one of those things where it just got progressively worse as the sentence continued, dog. What the fuck?
The Central American country introduced tough laws last year to tackle the shocking numbers of murders and violent crime carried out by gangs. But the United Nations, among others, say the measures have come at the expense of human rights, with arbitrary arrests, torture and deaths. In 2015, there were more than 6,500 murders in El Salvador, the worst murder rate in the world. By last year, the number of murders had fallen by 92% to fewer than 500. The current prison population there has now swelled to between 90 and...
Oh, it's not 53%. It's 53 people per 100,000. In 1994, it was 135 per 100,000.
And 100,000. But more than 1,000 children and 8,000 women have been arrested and detained. And one investigation found only 30% of those arrested actually have links to gangs.
Yo! What the? Yo, the dude's like, hey guys, I built this mega prison. And honestly, if we just basically put everyone in prison, then no one is a criminal. No one can do crimes. It's crazy. Dude, it is fucking terrifying how popular he is for this, by the way. People love this shit until they go to jail.
Our correspondent, Dan Rivers, travelled to El Salvador and sent this report.
In El Salvador's war against gangs, there is no mercy. Inmates are treated like enemy combatants, prisoners of a war where the rule of law is often ignored. The country's new mega prison is the largest in Latin America, space for 40,000. As this footage released by the government shows, some are barely adults. Once feared members of the MS-13 or Barrio 18 crime networks are off the streets and forced into submission.
My life ended the day they took my children away from me.
Yvette Toledo lives with the legacy of their murderous reign.
Tattoos equals criminal? I mean, this is the one case where, like, you know, I mean, very specific tattoos, of course. I'm willing to bet that if you have any tattoos whatsoever, you might get in trouble in El Salvador. But, like, yeah, it's like the Yakuza. They get very specific tattoos to designate what gang they're a part of. It is literally... Notice how a lot of those tattoos have 13 on them? That's not an accident. You know what I mean?
She has permanent...
Nobody's like, oh, I really like this number.
...police protection after her son and daughter were decapitated by the gangs.
Mi vida ahora es bien diferente en todas las áreas. My life is very different now in every way. They didn't just take away half of my life. They took away my dreams and the future I had with them.
But the anguish isn't confined to the victims of the gangs. Plenty of innocent people have been rounded up as the government tries to tackle them. Carla's husband, Milton, is being transferred to the mega prison after a police raid last year. The police killed them, they shot them with guns, in which she claims officers executed her cousin and beat her.
That was a horrible...
Yeah, by the way, good point from a chatter, but this is the kind of people that are seeking asylum in the U.S., by the way. Like, these are the people who are like, hey, you kind of fucked up our country. Can we come there? Because, like, they killed my fucking cousin, and they said I'm next. It is like, it is the most insane thing because, like, this is a gang that was directly created in Los Angeles. Okay? Straight up. They were arrested, imprisoned, done all of that. And then the American government's policy was to fly them to El Salvador, knowing what they know, having the connections that they have with America so they can have a steady flow of weapon shipments and shit like, and have like direct access to the marketplace. Flew them to El Salvador, did not tell the El Salvadoran government at the time that they were actually MS-13 gang members that they were shipping to the country, and just fucking flew them in. It's nuts. The Mara Salvatrucha, or MS-13, is perhaps the most notorious street gang in the Western Hemisphere. While it has its origins in poor, refugee-laden neighborhoods of the 1980s Los Angeles, the gang reach now spans from Central America to Europe. A predatory criminal organization, the MS-13 lives mostly from extortion, but the gang's resilience owes to its strong social bonds, which are created and strengthened via acts of violence, mostly directed at their rivals and one another. Their activities have helped make the Northern Triangle, Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras one of the most violent places in the world outside of a war zone. Truca? Maras Salvatrucha. Anyway. The U.S. Department of Treasury categorized the group as a transnational criminal organization, the first such designation of a U.S. street gang, though the MS-13 criminal proceeds do not even approach those of their counterparts on that list. The U.S. government has also charged over a dozen MS-13 leaders in, it means trout saver. Okay. The U.S. government has also charged over a dozen MS-13 leaders in El Salvador with terrorism, marking an unprecedented escalation in the country's fight against international street gangs. The gang has suffered a near fatal blow in its spiritual home, El Salvador, following a historic security crackdown implemented by the administration of President Nayib Bukele, Palestinian, by the way, Palestinian descent, that has seen around 2/3 of his broader membership thrown in jail. History is, it was founded on poor, marginalized neighborhoods of Los Angeles. As a result of the civil wars racking El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua, refugees flooded northward. Many of them wound up in California, living amongst the mostly Mexican neighborhoods of East and Central Los Angeles, as well as San Fernando Valley. While the Mexican gangs reigned in the local underworld, the war-hardened criminals quickly organized themselves into competing groups, the strongest of which was called Mara Salvatrucha, Stoners, or MSS. The origins of the name are still disputed, but Mara is a Central American term for gang. Salva refers to El Salvador. Truca is a slang term for clever or sharp. Salvatrucas was also given the name of the locals who fought against William Walker, an ambitious businessman and a proponent of slavery from the United States who tried to subdue various parts of Central America with a small army in the 1950s. Walker, after a brief stint as the self-proclaimed president of Nicaragua, was overrun and executed by Honduran locals. For their part, the Stoners were composed of refugees from El Salvador in the Pico Union neighborhood who spent most of their time listening to heavy metal music, drinking, and smoking. With time, the gang evolved, shedding their original Stoner image, and the MSS became MS. The gang's rivals took note. Conflict between the MS and the 18th Street, Barrio 18, was particularly fierce in and around Los Angeles. The fighting put the gang on the radar of officials who began to jail them in large numbers in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Inside the prison, the MS was forced to bow to another master, the Mexican Mafia, or La M, for short, whose power extended from the jails to the streets. The Mafia's umbrella, known as Sureños, included many prominent gangs and stretched into much of the southwest of the United States and Mexico. The MS-13's subservience afforded the gang more protection in the streets and in prison. In return, the MS provided hitmen and paid the Mafia regular quotas from their criminal proceeds. It also added the number 13, the position M occupies in the alphabet, to their name. Thus, MS became MS-13. What? God, MS is boring as fuck to talk about. Gonna go mainline some Fenty? What the fuck? Kaya, stop licking your arm. Why do you keep licking your... Kaya, stop it. Freaking me out. You got an issue or something? Why are you licking your arm? What are you doing? He's gonna get a hot spot. By the mid-1990s, partly as a way to deal with the gangs and partly as a product of the get tough immigration push towards the end of the presidency of Bill Clinton, the U.S. government began a program of deportation of foreign-born residents convicted of a wide range of crimes. This enhanced deportation policy vastly increased the number of gang members being sent home to El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, and elsewhere. Like, half of these countries we fucked up with direct CIA intervention. Then their refugees come to America. We don't offer them any fucking pathway to like citizenship or economic help. Then they obviously go into a life of crime due to, one, deal with the other criminal entities that exist in their neighborhoods, and also because they have to resort to such means for survival. Then they take all of the information and all of the experience that they have of like, one, a lot of them are also former military members too. So remember that. They're like literally fucking dudes who either fought alongside whichever fascist entity was put into position of power or against. So they have like literal military vet experience. They come to America and then they get the criminal experience and access to a marketplace and also weaponry, an international network of criminals. Then they get fucking dumped back into El Salvador like Sydney Sweeney dumping her titties out on a fucking movie, on any movie really, without even giving knowledge to the motherfucking government. It is like it's a perfect shitstorm. It's a nice analogy. I think it's a phenomenal analogy. Salvadoran chatter, and one of the few that fucking hates Bukele. He's incredibly popular because one, Salvadorans are fucking reactionary as fuck. Two, Bukele has technically brought down crime, even though all he's doing is jailing people with tattoos. A lot of Salvis see tattoos as taboo due to religion. That felt like a microaggression against what? Ladies with big hoo-has? Like, what the fuck? I believe in a path to citizenship, but the U.S. really hasn't intervened in any of those countries in 30 plus years. Dog, they didn't come here last year. What the fuck are you talking about? We already gave you the historical reference point. They came here in the fucking 80s. I wonder what had happened in the 2 decades prior. That's the whole point. They came here in the 80s as refugees, as veterans who are also refugees. They fucking, what am I doing? I'm just repeating exactly what I just explained literally 5 minutes ago. What the fuck is wrong with me? Okay. Also, our interventions in Honduras has not stopped, or Guatemala, nor El Salvador. El Salvador, the currency is the dollar, if I'm not mistaken. One other thing that Javier Milei should look forward to if he actually continues on his wonderful journey of dollarizing Argentina. No, it's not actually Bitcoin. The currency, the original currency was the dollar. They still trade on the dollar. They have Bitcoin, but nobody fucking uses Bitcoin. Don't be delusional. You physically cannot use fucking Bitcoin on simple purchases. That would be insane. Crypto maximalist, dude. Anyway, by the mid-90s, partially as a way to deal with the gangs, Bill Clinton shipped them off. According to one estimate, 20,000 criminals returned to Central America between 2000 and 2004. The trend continued over time. U.S. immigration authorities removed nearly 6,000 suspected gang members in 2018 alone. Around 1,300 of them are from MS-13. Central American governments, some of the poorest and most ineffective in the Western Hemisphere, were not capable of dealing with the criminal influx. I mean, this is like written by a fucking reactionary dude, it seems. The convicts, who often had only the scarcest connection in their countries of birth, had little chance of integrating into legitimate society, and they often turned to gang life. Ding, ding, ding. In this way, the decision to use immigration policy as an anti-gang tool helped spawn the virulent growth of the gang in Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala. Oh, Central American government, some of the poorest, nor were they properly forewarned by U.S. authorities, by the way, which is the most important part. Can you imagine being like a poor-ass Central American nation, like in the throes of dire economic circumstances and constant conflict, and they just, again, dump out 20,000 fucking hardened veterans that now also are a part of an international criminal network with a direct way into the American marketplace. They dumped them like Sydney Sweeney's juicy titties. They dumped them out. This ain't Euphoria. They did a Euphoria in El Salvador. Like, surprise. It's not tits. It's fucking 20,000 criminals. Okay. The convicts who often had only the scarcest connection. The MS-13 principal activities vary a great deal from one region to another. This is my streamer, bro. I'm getting banned. You haven't even seen Euphoria? I don't have to see Euphoria to know that Sydney Sweeney dumps out her boobs in it. This is why I can't recommend you to coworkers. Oh, I'm sorry. Do they not like jokes, or do they not like jokes specifically about Sydney Sweeney's boobs? I'm sorry, guys. I watched SNL as you did too, so I don't know why you're like, what do you mean? This should be on all of our minds. It's certainly on mine. The crimes, such as extorting bus companies, are arguably more disruptive on a daily basis to more people than any other criminal activity in the region. In the United States, MS-13 focuses on local drug sales and protecting urban turf to extort small businesses and underground bars. Anyway, they do like international human trafficking, stuff like that. They're also notoriously very violent, like more so than even other gangs. Like the decapitation and stuff like that. They're like they are like the cartels in that way. You call boobs hoo-haws, and I need you to know that means vaginas. Okay, never mind. My bad. Yeah. Kind of crazy that we did the exact thing export criminals Trump is accusing of foreign countries. Yes, that's why every case of conservative commentary is just projection. Every time someone has a reactionary approach, recognize that they're most likely projecting. Trump is literally bring back Magumbos. True. Magumbos. Okay, that's not the point. I've deviated 8 times away from the original video that we were watching. We looked at statistics. We looked at Bukele. We looked at another YouTuber. Let's finish this, and then we'll get back to the criminal, the insane Guantanamo Bay style prison they have.
We lived a humble life, but we lived well. We had everything. And in 1 second, they destroyed everything. It's awful.
The authorities here have extraordinary powers under the state of emergency declared in March last year.
In different places, we catch them.
We're on patrol with the army in what used to be a no-go zone for them.
Hasan Ist followed you. Thank you for Ist following me.
As we climb further into this former gangland, suddenly the loud rap music draws their attention.
Oh.
Play the wrong songs here, and this happens. The teenager seems to know the drill. They check him for tattoos.
This seems like a good way to deal with this.
Even on his scalp. This used to be one of the most dangerous areas in El Salvador, but now, as you can see, the army are very keen to show us they're in control. Normality is returning here, but it's been imposed down the barrel of a gun. At night, the police patrols are even more risky. We're following a so-called rapid intervention raid on one of the poorest neighborhoods. Dark alleys and nervous residents as the police move through. Here, officers arrest an alleged gang collaborator. They won't tell us what evidence they have against this shopkeeper, but they admit he'll be sent to prison and will wait months for a trial.
Yeah. Y'all think this shit's good, dude? Again, the original video started with women and children are being locked up in increasingly higher rates without any evidence whatsoever. And then they also snuck in that 70% of those incarcerated have no evidence against them as being an active participant in MS-13 or any of the gangs. So basically, in many ways, it seems like violence has only changed hands. It went from anarcho-capitalist-ass criminal elements to the single unitary monopoly on violence holding state. with very little paperwork associated with the actual conduct too. They're not like, yeah, minus 40% crime rate, but plus 40% crime rate of police.
Being young and male here.
Because here's the other problem. Remember, if the modus operandi before this government is working with gangs because either A, you have no other fucking outlet, like you have no other way of making money, or B, because you've been extorted or threatened into working with the gangs, you're fucked. Like there is no way of like approaching the situation. You're basically just doing a dragnet. One of the chatters pointed out that if you live in those areas, you are probably 100% indirectly related to one of those gangs. Yes.
Is a risky business.
The findings of our investigation show only 30% of those that have been detained under the state of emergency
I
laws
support
have
getting
any
criminals and their associates off the streets. Yes, bro, because you live in America, dumbass, and you're probably a white guy living in Connecticut. So you have no, like, this would be akin, and I'm probably only going to reinforce your bigotry here. This would be like if the American government went into like every black neighborhood and arrested every black person. Okay, which I suspect you would also be in support of. Like, gangs are not the answer, bitch. What happens when you don't have anything? Also, the government is acting like a gang now. You know what I mean?
kind of link with the gangs.
Soyapango used to be a battlefield where 3 gangs fought for supremacy. Now its streets hum with life again. But everywhere there are dark memories. The corner of the football pitch was where gang members executed anyone.
My mom is screaming she loves Bukele Lamau. I'm lost. She doesn't know anything. I mean, dude, I get, by the way, this isn't like America at all. This is one instance where I do kind of understand why there's so much reactionary sentiment towards any kind of criminality. If you're El Salvadoran expat, if you're literally living here and you're descendants of refugees who are Salvadoran themselves, or if you are directly still connected to El Salvador and have been victimized by constant, unrelenting gang violence, then yeah, you're going to have a very reactionary approach to that sort of thing. Until the government decides you are also connected criminally to the gangs. In which case, it seems like you would probably want some fucking paper trail, right? You would want like a little bit of legal grounds to be able to be unlawfully detained, it seems. In which case, you're not going to be so happy when that happens. You know what I mean? Because it's not like these gangs start off by being like, we're going to be violent and kill everyone in the neighborhood. This is how it first starts. They start off by being like, oh yeah, you're in dire economic circumstances. We're going to help you out. And then it evolves into what it became. And that is kind of what the El Salvadoran government is doing in an almost identical fashion. The only difference is they are sanctioned by the international community, it seems.
One who resisted them.
The kid was from a rival area controlled by the Mau Mau gang.
Ellen Nielsen remembers the bad days. During a match, he saw gang members killing a 16-year-old player in front of hundreds of spectators.
The man shot him. Then he took out the magazine, put another bullet in, then shot him again. He shot him about 20 times.
They tried to create a parallel state.
El Salvador's security minister likens the gangs to terrorists, insisting the crackdown was necessary to rebuild society.
And of course, you can see the people on our street with hope.
But what about the claims that innocent people have been arrested as well?
Tell me which police of whatever country that you choose is only capture guilty people.
Okay, once again, this is one of those moments where I think it's better to lie just to keep up the appearance and not to be like, yeah, of course we're, you know, throwing innocent people in jail. Everybody does that. That's insane. That's kind of insane. That's not a good argument, dude. What the fuck? No, that's a bad argument. He gave up. He conceded and went, no, you. He's not a prison abolitionist, chatter. He is the guy. He is the fucking jailer. Holy fuck, dude. It is so insane. Like, he's not wrong. Yes, a lot of innocent people get thrown in prison because the criminal justice system is objectively broken. This is another one of those moments where, like, this is why Trump pops off so hard, because he just says it like it is, which means, like, he's an asshole and he's telling you this shit is fucked up and he's going to continue doing it. But at least it's, like, refreshing that he is honest in his dishonesty.
The government's not just locking up living gang members, but also expunging all trace of those who've died. By destroying their graves, they are dismantling their legacy. The crackdown has brought peace, but at what cost? Dan Rivers, ITV News, El Salvador.
Bro, that's fucking nuts. Now, what needs to happen in this circumstance is also obviously an effort to rebuild society in the image that you think is prosperous. And I suspect given his crypto shit, I don't think he's doing that. Which again, point to no long-term sustainability. There is no long-term sustainability here. If you're just going punish, 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 in the short term, you're like, okay, well, the crime rate is dropping. Sure, if you do dragnets and you fucking lock up anyone that you claim is even like remotely affiliated with a gang, looked in the direction of a gang and didn't immediately go, oh, I'm scared or whatever the fuck, then yeah, you're going to see a drop in the crime rate because guess what? The criminal entity now is no longer any of the gangs, but the government itself.
Even if you don't know much about El Salvador, you've probably seen this face.
Soy Nayib Bukele.
He's the president of this country and he's very popular. Nayib Bukele often brags on social media about what he's been able to accomplish, turning one of the most dangerous countries in Latin America into a place where you can now walk freely on the streets. He touts El Salvador as a beautiful tourism destination and as a country that's finally prospering. All because he was able to beat the gangs that used to control this country. But more than 4 years into his presidency, more and more people are starting to ask, is that the full story? Are the more than 70,000 people who have been arrested really dangerous gang members? And do those beautiful images on social media show what life is really like for most people in El Salvador?
Yeah, I like the notion that so many people that don't know what like Central America, Latin America look like throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s are like, wow, this seems like a really successful strategy. It's like, no, dude, he's doing the same thing. Like, he's doing the same thing that has been done and was a demonstrable failure time and time again. This isn't new at all, dude. This is the thing. It's just that back in the day, we used to implement it with like our military training. Now it's become so streamlined that people do it to themselves, I guess. I don't know how fucking connected this dude is.
Aquí estaba lleno de muchachos, de las pandillas y todo eso. Nadie podía entrar de otros lugares, así como ustedes que han venido, ¿verdad? Era bien difícil.
This is Distrito Italia. It was one of the strongholds of the Mara Salvatrucha 13 gang. Alba Lorena Soto Rodriguez says she always kept her doors and windows closed.
Yo les tengo miedo.
Even before moving here, she says gang members had threatened her.
No me querían matar, me dijeron, pero te doy 72 horas para que te vayas. Si te veo de pasar esas 72 horas, ya no vas a vivir para contar. Oh, chica.
¿Qué sentiste en ese momento?
Que el mundo es maravilloso. Porque dejé a mis 2 niños, no tenía para dónde irme. Ellos me amenazaron con armas.
At the time, she left the country, but after a few years, she came back to reunite with her family. Once in Distrito Italia, she says gang members set their eyes on one of her daughters.
Que le decían de que estaba bien bonita y yo les tenía miedo porque los veía todos tatuados. Y yo les digo, cuarto, usted es menor, le decía. Como yo veía las noticias que perdían las hipotas o que parecían muertos por otro lado. Entonces eso me daba miedo a mí.
She had reason to worry. Gangs routinely committed brutal violence against women.
Este lugar fue un lugar plagado de maras, de pandilleros.
Carlos lives in another municipality that was controlled by MS-13. He asked us to conceal his identity because he still fears for his safety. Carlos and his family are farmers. He says gang members used to extort them.
De lo poco que nos pagaban nosotros, entre nosotros como familia, como trabajando en las propiedades, reunían los $300 que nos pedían y lo aportaban a los pandilleros. Un año que con los trabajos de nosotros nos fue mal, nos atrasamos. Ahí se venían a poner a vigiarnos a nosotros, porque no habían aportado esa cantidad de dinero, entonces que nos querían matar.
Through extortion, the gangs made millions of dollars every year. They forced business owners and workers to pay up or risk getting killed.
Me tuvieron hincado una vez. Me habían puesto un M6 en la cabeza, amenazándome que me fuera.
In 2015, El Salvador had one of the highest murder rates in the world.
To understand how gang violence got so bad in El Salvador, we have to talk about U.S. intervention here. Because U.S. policy...
Damn. Classic, dude. Classic America bad. What will she say now? God, Hasan, you and all the fucking tankies that you show constantly talking about America bad. Oh, America did this. It's like, God. I will now provide zero evidence as to why America good, and I will also not listen to why America is directly involved in what is going on in El Salvador, and then continue to just simply say, you're a tanky, you're a campist, you say America bad for everything.
That spanned several decades and several presidents helped create the gangs that terrorized the Salvadorian people. First, we need to understand what was happening in the 60s and 70s. El Salvador was ruled by a handful of rich landowners, and that ruling class was exploiting workers, paying them starvation wages, keeping them in poverty. And people got tired of living like that, so they organized to demand better conditions. El Salvador's government responded with violence. Death squads were killing labor organizers, teachers, religious leaders, anyone who dared challenge the interests of the wealthy. And that's when the U.S. comes in, because the U.S. government was directly sending aid and supporting the government that was oppressing its own people.
Wait, what? Dude, what? No, say it ain't so. I thought this was rule-based international order. Excuse me? No. What? But we're the good guys in the story, and now you're making me feel like we're the bad guys in the story, and I don't like that. What do you mean to tell me that the United States aided and abetted a fascist dictatorship comprised of landowning wealthy people that violently toppled a potential socialist revolution? Not even a socialist one. It's just like a normal, not even, I wouldn't even say socialist revolution, but just like any kind of left-adjacent progressive revolution.
Why? Well, these were the Cold War years, and the U.S. did not want a communist takeover in its backyard. To prevent that, they would go on to support right-wing forces in this country, no matter what atrocities they committed. One of the most glaring examples of how U.S. intervention directly led to Salvadorian deaths was the massacre in El Mozote. Soldiers that had been armed and trained by the U.S. killed almost 1,000.
Okay. To be fair, guys, I'm sure we properly punished the guys that ran cover for the El Mozote massacre or trained the militias that engaged in the El Mozote massacre, and definitely didn't continue elevating them to higher positions in society, despite the fact that it was obvious that they deliberately covered that up after training the militias that engaged in such atrocious war crimes against children, by the way. Like, one of the things I will never forget about learning about the El Mozote massacre for the first time was the fact that militias would go into fucking neighborhoods where the able-bodied men were out working or, you know, fighting, and they would literally take children, like little babies, away from their parents and chuck them into the air and stab them with bayonets. Yeah. No, I'm not going to tell you that the guy who did that it was elevated to be the national security advisor. No shot. That would be crazy. I mean, no. We would never do that. No. Who's this Elliot Abrams guy you guys are talking about? I don't really know who this guy is. Wait. What? But I mean, surely he's not in. I mean, that was like maybe Trump would do that, right? Like maybe Trump would give Elliot Abrams a role in his cabinet, right? Like certainly it would just be Trump that did that, right? Holy fuck, look at this dude's. Yeah, that's only the Trump administration would do such a thing. See, in 2021, Abrams founded a new group called the Vandenberg Coalition, named after Arthur Vandenberg, who helped build the foundations of NATO after World War II. The coalition involved Morgan Ortagus, a former State Department official, Randy Schooneman, a neocon lobbyist, and a former head of the Committee for the Liberation of Iraq, Doug Feith, a former Defense Department planner for the Iraq War, and Scooter Libby. Wait. I'm sorry, what does this say? Wait, hold on. Let me zoom in on this real quick. I couldn't. Did that say? Am I seeing this correctly? It says that the guy who ran cover for the El Mozote massacre was appointed by President Joe Biden to the nonpartisan U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy? I can't. What? What do you, what? If I didn't know any better, I'd say you already knew this stuff and you're acting. No, not at all. I would never say America bad for very valid fucking reasons. I would never say things like that. I'm just simply stumbling across why America's bad on a Wikipedia page, which is certainly not a tactic so that I can get the Hasan only says America bad debate perverts to like finally come on board. Now that I can portray myself as someone who wasn't previously knowledgeable on the issues and actually just stumbled across it right now in the most favorite style that they're used to. I certainly didn't do that. That'd be crazy because that would require previously knowing about these things by reading extensively on the subject matter. And I would never do that because that's gay. What's actually super cool is saying America good and then opening up a Wikipedia page and then maybe finally coming to the conclusion that maybe it's not so good. Maybe it's kind of bad. Yes, reading is both gay and Marxist, which is bad and doubly gay. Unless you're reading a Wikipedia page and then you arrive at that conclusion. So, wow. Huh. Did you really just use gay as a pejorative? I used double gay as a double pejorative. What about opening a Wikipedia page and still thinking it's good? Yeah, I don't know what to do at that point. It's like you're unsalvageable. Anyway, that's weird. That's weird that happened with Elliot Abrams, who you know, defended the death squads that threw babies in the air and used a bayonet to kill them. Let's continue.
1,000 innocent Salvadorians, half of them children. And that's the kind of violence that the people from El Salvador were fleeing when they migrated to the US. In LA, young Salvadorians were met with the violence of gangs that didn't accept them, so they created their own, La Mara Salvatrucha Stoners, which eventually became MS-13. In the 90s, when the gang violence and crime in LA became too much, the US deported convicted criminals back to their countries. Thousands of gang members were sent back to El Salvador, a country that had just been torn apart by civil war. In that environment, the gangs flourished and subjected the Salvadorian people to yet more decades of violence.
But in 2019,
Thank you, 34MKD50 for the 50 gifted subs. Remember, she didn't even mention the most important part. Dumping the gang members into El Salvador without telling the El Salvadoran government that they were gang members. As in, like here you go. You're free to do whatever the fuck you want to do in El Salvador. Go ahead. Have fun with that. That is what we did. Doesn't seem like it's something a good guy would do. I don't know. I'm just fucking, you know? It just doesn't seem like it'd be a good thing to do to a country that is already in the throes of civil war. Yeah. Anyway.
Nayib Bukele brought change. During his first year in office, homicides went down by almost 50%. And then in 2022, there was a setback. In March, the gangs killed 87 people in one weekend. And Bukele and his legislative assembly responded with an iron fist. They declared a state of exception. It gave police the power to detain anyone without a warrant, without having to tell them why, and people lost their right to an attorney.
It's always a good way to address any problem by just throwing everyone in a super prison that you built.
Para el centro íbamos, ya habíamos agarrado a bastantes muchachos. Y a pesar de lo que a mí ya me habían hecho, ¿verdad? Me da lástima porque no les esperaba nada bueno.
Vamos a ir y vamos a atrapar a los delincuentes a donde quiera que estén, a donde quiera que se escondan.
In the first 2 months of the state of exception, police arrested more than 35,000 people. A year in, Bukele had managed to dismantle the gangs. Salvadorians could now go into neighborhoods where they had.
In a 1998 interview, Abrams remarked, while it was important for us to promote the cause of human rights in Central America, it was more important to prevent a communist takeover in El Salvador. Yeah. Can't have that, dude. He said a Cuban-style revolution. By the way, the correct, I think the term he uses. Let me see if I can find the quote.
Dared step foot in years. Vendors could sell without getting extorted. And Alba now feels at peace in her community.
Nadie había hecho esto de poner mano dura sobre las pandillas. Nadie. De lo que yo tengo uso de razón, que se han sentado y se han ido y se han sentado gobierno. Nadie.
In May, Bukele celebrated on Twitter that El Salvador had gone 365 days without homicides, a full year.
Tenemos más libertad, más seguridad.
Por primera vez empezamos a vivir y sentir la verdadera paz.
Bukele has been making sure the world knows what he has done. A former publicist, the president shares highly produced videos of tattooed men getting rounded up. The videos have been seen around the world, and they've gotten Bukele a lot of praise.
Like, for the record, I'm not even why are you so against getting rid of crime? I don't think all crime is the fault of U.S. imperialism. Dude, come on. No, we're not doing this. I'm not going to relitigate how we are involved in this, okay? The real crime is you thinking that you can bait me into the top of the hour ad break by saying some dumb bitch shit like that, okay? Yeah, I know it's the top of the hour, and here's a crime. Watching the stream without subscribing at the top of the hour and avoiding those ads by using illegal means. Don't do it. Just kidding. We're pro-crime on this broadcast, as always. But if you are a law-abiding citizen who doesn't have any tattoos, then subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Él está poniendo unas cosas tan bonitas. Él habla maravillas.
But the videos the president shares don't show people like Esmeralda Domínguez.
En ese documento dice que yo soy miembro activo de la Mara Salvatrucha.
I prefer a handful of citizens getting incarcerated for the safety of the whole country, to be frank. He really doesn't seem like a bad president. Bro, how about 70%? But first of all, this implies that, like, I'm not in favor of arresting and locking, like, murderers up. Okay? I very much am. I am not, like, anti the existence of any form of stopping people from... Jesus, I take it back. Yes. Okay. So that's good. At least we established that. Okay? It's just that I believe that when you arrest and apprehend these people, there should be a mechanism set in place not to, like, permanently detain them, but instead to try and claw back a gigantic percentage of those guys from the throes of violent crime into productive members of society. And that only happens through rehabilitation. It does not happen with mass incarceration. That's number one. Number two, in order to do that, in the way that Bukele has done, he's just dropped all of the fucking due process. No habeas corpus whatsoever. They are designated as terrorists, and a shit ton of people get caught in the fray. This is a major problem. A ginormous problem. There's one short-term problem caused by that. Obviously, you're just, like, further radicalizing people who weren't actually criminal elements at all. They were not working with the gangs. They were maybe tangentially related as a consequence of, like, proximity, right? Or maybe they were threatened into working with the gangs, because you're talking about, like, those corner street corner, like, vendors and stuff that are now being arrested for being a part of the gang when they're not actually a part of the gang. They're just being extorted by the gang. So that's a huge issue, because now those guys are treated as criminals, most likely will be radicalized. They have nothing else. So that's bad in the short term as well. But in the long term, it is devastating, because you cannot maintain a permanent prison state like this. Look at the United States of America. They forfeited their human rights when they did those atrocities. These people are too far gone. No need to rehabilitate. Got it, dude. Thank you, silent civilian. Yeah, that seems great. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Luckily, your dumbass is not making these decisions. And, well, technically, dumbasses like you are making these decisions in El Salvador. But that's not how this works. Your goal is to make society prosperous. Okay? Your goal is to make society fucking prosperous. It is not, and to ensure that you have a prosperous society, of course, there is going to be enforcement of criminality, making sure that criminals are apprehended, making sure that they are detained, making sure that they are no longer doing crimes. The notion that this will be good in the long term is insane. It's idiotic. It's not going to work. He saved my fucking country, you asshole, poophead. He's not going around arresting anyone with a tattoo. These people have gang tattoos. I don't think you understand the kind of savages MS-13 are. I do understand it, as a matter of fact. I covered it. Covered it extensively. This is in the USA, bro. We don't want those guys out being fucking librarians. It's absolutely awful for those who did get locked up and are not criminals. Thank you, crucially, too. If jailed people have no rights, all the government has to do is prosecute someone for a crime, any crime. Oh, you're a leftist? Guess what? You're also a drug dealer now. There you go. The fact that 70% of those who are currently in detention do not have any like valid gang relations is insane. He's like, some people go to jail. Who fucking cares? It's like, yeah, that's why I'm not talking about like the actual dudes who like decapitate and rape children. Okay, dumb fuck. I'm talking about the guy who's extorted as a shopkeeper who now is in jail with the guys who decapitate people. That's my point. That's a really fucked process. I'm simply saying there should be due process. Hello? What the fuck is wrong with some of you dumb fucks? Yeah, I also did show that the guy who at least facilitated the decapitation of children that we know of is currently in the Biden cabinet. His name is Elliot Abrams. But that's besides the point. That's neither here nor there.
She was arrested when one of her daughters was only 4 months old. By the time she was released, her baby was 1. And Esmeralda was given a document accusing her of being a gang member.
¿Y por qué si soy miembro activo estoy afuera? Si se supone que él dice en su gran publicidad que todos los que son, él los tiene hasta en un penal que es para ellos y que él no va a dejar salir a ninguno.
Esmeralda says the conditions in prison were inhumane.
Ahí hay piojos, ahí hay enfermedades, no hay higiene, no hay agua, 8 días sin bañarnos. Si habían enfermedades, aquí alguien estaba enfermo, nunca habían atenciones médicas a menos que ella estuviera prácticamente muriendo. O muerta, porque hubieron varias que ya la sacaban y ya no regresaban, murieron.
She says what's missing from Bukele's propaganda is how the state of exception has deepened poverty in communities like hers.
Por ejemplo, yo no puedo tener un trabajo formal porque me están pidiendo antecedentes penales.
Esmeralda is a farmer, and in the 8 months she was in prison, her crops got ruined. And her partner, whose income she counted on, was also arrested and is still detained.
¿Cómo va a hacer para sobrevivir? Dígame usted.
Sometimes Esmeralda has to skip buying her daughter's medicine because she doesn't have the money.
Le digo así, soy sincera, a veces no sé ni de dónde.
While Esmeralda was detained, it was her mother who took care of her daughters.
You mentioned this already. This occurred all over Latin America. The military dictatorship in Brazil follows a similar pattern, targeting leftist journalists and artists, anyone they deemed as adversaries. Yeah. People are eating the propaganda going, oh, well, they're arresting criminals in a country where their crime is a massive problem, right? So then they don't recognize that their own civil liberties, they are advocating for their own civil liberties and the civil liberties of their family members that are still in El Salvador getting removed. That's the craziest part about this. Oh, but again, I do understand if you are Salvadoran, and I understand why your parents will be more reactionary on this stuff, because it's like, it is definitely not the normal amount of crime that you're used to in a country like the United States of America. Like, it's very different than that.
Esmeralda's mom is a survivor of the violence of the 80s, when the government was killing farmers who were fighting for their rights. Once again, she says, her family has become a victim of the state.
Simplemente vivir aquí en lugares pobres, seguimos siendo víctimas. El Estado sabe, pues, quién, a dónde, pero lo más fácil es agarrar al inocente.
Yes, he is. I'm Salvadoran, dog. My aunt almost went to jail last year. Her crime, she treated gang members of her job, is a fucking nurse. Chatters fighting. You are either painfully white or just reactionary dumbasses. Yep. Chat is about to be like, well, she didn't go to jail. System works. Hasan, it's because of my hubby that I found you, and thank God I did, because I'm also Salvi, and I don't care too much for Bukele. Thanks for sharing the truth. Like, I think a lot of people are mistaking my coverage of this as like, no, MS-13 should like run rampant and Salvadoran gangs should run the country. That's not what I'm saying at all. Okay? I'm simply stating that this is not a good solution to the problem, and it's only going to make the conditions worse. It seems like in the short term you're seeing benefits, right? You're like, oh well, you know, there's some issues, sure, fine. But what you're failing to recognize is that this has been tried, tested, and failed time and time again. This method is not a good method.
Eso es lo más fácil porque él sabe que nosotros no andamos huyendo.
It's also especially interesting that we're having this conversation in the eve of what happened in Haiti, where like they literally just broke into the fucking prisons and released a shit ton of the prisoners in Haiti. A subject I don't usually broach that much because there's no way to cover it adequately. I don't know enough.
Right before the state of exception, Bukele said there were 70,000 gang members in the streets of El Salvador. Since then, almost 74,000 people have been detained. But a report from the National Police of El Salvador leaked in September showed that almost 43,000 suspected gang members were still free. So if there are that many gang members still free, the question becomes, who has the state been arresting?
Those numbers don't add up, dog. What the fuck? Stop being lazy. You are one Wikipedia away from being an expert on Haiti. Yeah. Damn, the math ain't mathin', but what do I fucking know, you know?
They'd been arresting.
This is the Public Defender's Office of El Salvador. People come here every day trying to get news of their relatives that have been detained and that they haven't heard from in months. It's common to see a long line like this every single morning.
Metieron el mismo policía y me dijo que no le dieron nada. Y prácticamente me lo llevaron por hacer números. Le faltaban 2 al policía.
The same month that her son was arrested, a police union in El Salvador said officers were being pressured to meet daily arrest quotas.
No tienen nada, le decía al otro. Le decía un policía al otro, ¿verdad? Tiene y le dijo el otro, pero ni modo, nos faltan 2. Echarlos, le dijo, por hacer números. Por eso está mi hijo ahí.
El Salvador now has the highest incarceration rate in the world, and its president is the most popular leader in Latin America. That popularity has allowed him to amass a lot of power. Bukele now controls all 3 branches of government in El Salvador. That's how he's able to run for re-election, even though the Constitution forbids it. A president is not supposed to serve more than 1 consecutive term in El Salvador, but the legislature from Bukele's party replaced the judges on the Supreme Court. And then that court ruled that he could seek re-election. In response to criticism that he's dismantling democracy, Bukele calls himself the coolest dictator. Bukele has changed the laws.
I think that's the worst part about it, is that he's so fucking Reddit, dude. And Javier Milei too. God. South America, Central America is shaping up to be just a war of like, you know, subtle social democratic candidates versus like the most Redditor anarcho-capitalist motherfuckers you've ever seen.
To make himself more powerful, while Salvadorians lose the rights that used to protect them from the state. Remember Carlos, the young man who used to get extorted by the gangs? He says he went from being a victim of gang members to getting accused of being one of them. Carlos, his father and grandfather were on their way to work when they got arrested.
Yo iba adelante y alcancé a ver un soldado que iban cubriéndose en la vuelta. Ellos sin mediar palabras, sin preguntar nombres ni nada, le dijo a mi familia que iban a quedar detenidos porque habían una orden de arresto porque los acusaban de que eran pandilleros.
Carlos says they weren't going to arrest them at first, but he questioned the officer.
Solo me dijo, mira, vos andate. Vine yo y me le acerqué al señor agente, le digo yo que yo quería saber cuál era la razón de la detención. Me dijo que por pendejo y metido me iban a llevar, y como él vio que yo me fijé que en el papel no tenía nada, pues algo creíble, pues.
Entonces, él dice, tengo una orden para arrestar a estas personas.
Sí.
Tú dices, déjame ver, y en la lista no hay nombres.
No, no hay nombres.
Salvadorian newspaper El Faro examined the court documents of 690 people detained during the state of exception. They found that police sometimes reported they arrested people for reasons like they looked nervous or suspicious, that someone had anonymously accused them.
Bro, I swear to God, like, there's cops looking at this and just busting nuts. And the fucking cop chatters in here also defending this shit. Jesus fucking Christ. Conservatives love talking about 1984, brother. And it's like, when it's staring at them, they're like, but it's good actually because it's the brown folk that are going to jail. I like it. Straight fascism, brother. Holy moly.
Or they had tattoos. But in the reports, they didn't specify if the tattoos were gang-related. None of the 690 people named in the documents were accused of murder. Carlos says most men he was detained with were not gang members.
El 4 de junio, que me llevaron a la audiencia, había unos 544 en esa audiencia. Y de los 544 solo habían 32 que dijo la jueza que sí estaban.
Sorry. DC crime bill gives police so much unchecked power. The people behind it want us to believe that police won't abuse the power they're giving them, but there's nothing in the law to stop them. The vote is tomorrow. If you're in DC, show up to the John Wilson building. What is it? I don't know what the...
DC Mayor Muriel Bowser is trying to pass the DC crime bill, a law that would give unfettered power to DC police. And the vote on that law is happening tomorrow. So it's important to me that you understand the difference between how the legislators responsible for this draconian-ass law say that the law will be implemented versus what the law actually says and gives the police the power to do based on how broadly the law is deliberately written. Some of the power the DC crime bill would give to the police includes, but is not limited to, 1, the police would be able to designate any area a high-risk area. And once done, they can stop, search, and arrest anyone walking in a group with so much as one other person. Supporters of this provision of the law say that the police will not apply it discriminatorily, but there is nothing in the language of the law.
Oh, dude, it's fine, guys. The fucking Nazis said that they won't use it willy-nilly.
To stop them. And what neighborhoods have you known the police to designate high crime areas?
Come on now.
2, the police would have the power to arrest anyone for any kind of face covering at the sole discretion of the police. Supporters of this provision say that the police will not use this to discriminate against people or people wearing religious coverings like hijabs, but there is absolutely nothing in the language of the law to stop that. There are no carve-outs made for people in religious coverings or medical masks, and they have the ability to make that exception. So why haven't they? 3, the police would have the power to demand anybody riding the metro provide them with their name and address or face arrest. Supporters of this provision say that the police will not use it discriminatorily and just when they believe a suspect intends to commit misconduct. But there is no legal standard written into the law. They're not required to have probable cause or reasonable suspicion. Nowhere in the language of the provision are the police even required to identify themselves as officers if they're in plain clothes or provide a reason for why they're asking for the person's name and address. 4, the police would now have the right to kill suspects in car chases. The problems with this provision are obvious. 5, the police would now have the ability to review all their body cam footage before they write their statements. And 6, it would become a crime to discard a gun. So the minute that the gun touches the ground, you could be charged with a separate crime. I say separate crime because illegal gun possession is already a crime. So if somebody illegally possessed the gun, they could and they would be being prosecuted for that already. What this provision does is add a criminal charge if when being confronted by the police, you decide to discard or drop a gun. This is one of the worst provisions in this law because it doesn't take too much imagining to
The shiesty laws are so insane. Like, and it's happening all around the country. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess you just can't fucking cover your face when it's cold out. Like, what the fuck?
Realize how deadly the consequences could be in a country where police have routinely killed Black people under the stated justification that they believed they were armed, whether legally or not. Imagine being disincentivized to put down your gun by this law that makes it a crime, when keeping the gun on you is all the police need to justify giving you a death sentence. They need only say that they believed you were armed and dangerous. And I want to remind y'all, this is only a handful of the provisions of this horrific law. The law is so much worse than this. It does and gives the police so much more power than this. Listen, I understand the desire to stop crime, but this law does not do it. It just
Yeah. It's great. All right, let's get back to not the United States, but a country that we've still contributed greatly to in a negative way, El Salvador.
De junio que nos llevaron a la audiencia, había unos 544.
Yeah, this is the craziest part. They just like put you in front of a judge with like fucking 200 people.
En esa audiencia.
544 people in one
solo
hearing.
habían 32 que dijo la jueza que sí estaban
And only 32 members were fucking actually tied to the
realmente
gangs.
vinculados a pandillas y que sí andaban tatuados. Los habían hallado
512
con armas,
non-gang
con
members. They were found, only 32.
drogas. Imagínense que de tanta gente, pero ni la mitad siquiera, pues para tapar algo que dicen que los pandilleros agarraron. Para nosotros sentimos que esto del régimen iba a ser un suspiro para nosotros porque pues íbamos a poder trabajar libremente y ese dinero nos podía quedar a nosotros. Pero no, aquí de las personas que uno conoce que han andado en la situación, ahí andan pues. Entonces, ¿cómo va a estar seguro si ahí están infiltrados? El rato que ellos quieran armarse, vuelven a hacer lo mismo que eran antes pues.
En muy poco tiempo, El Salvador pasó de ser la capital mundial de los homicidios, pasó de literalmente ser el país más peligroso del mundo, a ser el país más seguro de América Latina.
When you take a closer look at the president's messaging, the cracks start to show. Like the announcement of a full year without homicides. Bukele's tweet now has a community note fact-checking the claim. A few weeks after the tweet, local media reported that the government's own internal documents showed homicides were 61% higher than the Bukele administration was telling the public.
A ver cuánto tiempo duran sus homeboys allá adentro. Ustedes desatan una ola de criminalidad y nosotros quitamos la comida en las cárceles.
Bukele has said he will not spend public money to make gang members feel more comfortable in prison. But Carlos says the gang members he was detained with got special treatment.
Los espaguetis, una de las dos cosas, o lleva cucarachas o te lleva excremento de rata. Asqueroso, pero es lo único que hay. Pues. Y fíjese que a los pandilleros, a los que están condenados.
They don't report it unless the body is found, so they underreport crime. Well, one can think that, one could state that maybe they're just trying to incentivize criminals to be better at crime. Have you thought about that? It's kind of like the principle behind like every time you kill a spider, you're technically making spiders better. You know what I mean? Because like if a spider got, well, next time spiders need to be smarter. You know what I mean? You've made the collective of spiders smarter by taking out one of the dumb ones. It's kind of like that.
Tienen un menú variado. Porque a ellos les llega carne, les llega medallones, les llega chorizo, les llega salchicha.
O sea, que tú veías que trataban a los pandilleros mejor.
Sí, por ejemplo, ellos andaban más cómodamente. No puedo decir, me han contado, yo lo he visto.
Gang members getting preferential treatment in prison is not new in El Salvador. The administrations before Bukele negotiated with the gangs. They offered them.
I mean, dude, before people say, this is something that people keep asking. By the way, the reason why we watch this 19-minute video is because it leads into this much more popular video right now that's blowing up, talking about the insane prison system. And I didn't want to go into it ill-equipped, especially with an audience that was like unfamiliar with the situation on the ground. But before you ask like, oh, what's a better solution? I have a better solution. It's not to like not apprehend criminals, okay? It's to continue having due process. It's like, that's it. Not having dragnets and fucking arresting people willy-nilly. This video, the video, Luisito video is biased in favor of the prison also. Yeah, exactly.
Them benefits in prison in exchange for keeping the number of homicides low on the streets. El Faro revealed that Bukele did it too. After El Faro's reporting, the Attorney General's Office of El Salvador started an investigation, and prosecutors obtained security camera footage that shows a Bukele official entering a maximum security prison. He was accompanied by masked men, some of whom prosecutors say were at-large gang members who were going to receive instructions from gang leaders in prison. Bukele denied the accusations, and then the legislature, which is controlled by Bukele's party, removed the attorney general who was investigating the government's negotiations with the gangs. But there's another investigation that's still ongoing, and that's the one by the United States government. The U.S. has also accused Bukele's administration of cutting a deal with the gangs. The Department of Justice says El Salvador's government protected MS-13 gang leaders from being extradited to the U.S. to be prosecuted. One of those leaders was Elmer Canales, known as...
Okay, to be fair, America, what are you doing? First you deported them, now you want them back? Like, make up your fucking mind. You know what I mean? Which is it? You want them back? Or do you want to fucking dump them out? I'm sorry. Hello? It's like, you can't fucking send him back to El Salvador and be like, actually, never mind, we fucked up. We want him back. Can you please send him over? It's like...
Crook. Crook was in prison in El Salvador when the U.S. asked that he be sent to New York to face charges for terrorism. But instead, he was suddenly released, even though he still had 40 years left to serve in prison. While El Faro obtained an audio recording where a senior Bukele official admitted he helped Crook escape prison.
They wanted him back so they could send him again to El Salvador without telling the government. They were like, come on, send him back, come on. No takebacks. You said no takebacks? Okay, well, we lied about that. Come on, give it to him.
In 2021.
Y yo al viejo lo saqué de adentro, brother, en una forma de ayudarles a todos y de demostrarles mi lealtad y confianza. Pues yo mismo lo fui a traer allá y yo mismo lo fui a Guatemala.
Last November, U.S. officials found Crook in Mexico.
Es un show, pues, como le digo, uno que ha estado allá ve la pura mentira que cómo hacen.
Carlos says while he was in prison, he witnessed a visit from Osiris Luna, the Bukele official seen in this image.
En el Salco, un día llegaron a sacar todos los pandilleros. Y llegaron un grupo de personas con cámaras y todo, y ahí estaba el señor Osiris Luna. Y cuando ellos iban, o sea, fue como video lo que hicieron. Cuando ellos regresaron a la celda, llevaban paquetes de galletas que les habían dado por bajar a hacer el video.
Carlos says, ironically, the people who are not associated with the gangs are the ones suffering the most in El Salvador's prisons. He says guards brutally beat them.
A mi abuelo, en el penal también, allá le pegaron más fuerte que a nosotros porque decían, a él le chorreaba la espalda de agorrotarse. Entonces, de los muchachos que iba con nosotros, a uno le quebraron unas costillas. El muchacho llegó de arrastre a la celda. Y él pegaba gritos porque es un dolor insoportable. Por las noches él le agarraba fiebre, empezaba a delirar. Como a las 2 semanas de estar ahí, murió el muchacho en la misma celda donde yo estaba.
A human rights group from El Salvador found that more than 200 people have died while in custody since the beginning of the state of exception. They estimate that almost half of them were murdered. Carlos worries for his father and grandfather who are still detained a year and a half later.
El gobierno está usando las instituciones para matar a la gente. ¿Y los pandilleros quién mataba? A la gente humilde. Y lo mismo está haciendo el gobierno. Está matando a la gente pobre, la gente que no tiene cómo defenderse. Pues.
The lives of the people we interviewed look very different from the images of El Salvador that reach most of us. And it's almost like they're two countries. One for tourists, Bitcoin influencers, and beauty queens that looks like peace and prosperity. And another one for the Salvadorians who live in the most impoverished communities, where safety feels fragile and human rights don't apply.
Nice. This was phenomenal. This person is incredible. Bianca Graulau, I believe she's Puerto Rican, right? Someone was saying in the chat. Go over there and give it a like. Oof. Okay, now let's get back to this fucking. Let's get back to this video glazing up CCOT and the insane prison that they have.
Armory. You have guns, of course, to control in the event of a riot or similar situation. To date, there has not been one. And look, these are the hand and foot cuffs that are placed on prisoners who have to leave their cells, whether for food, exercise, medical care, etc. You don't leave without a pair of these. This is a surprisingly light but sturdy bulletproof vest. We are already inside one of the modules that has 32 cells, of which each one has a capacity to receive about 100 people deprived of their freedom. Although these numbers may vary, it is very shocking to see it up close. Criminals sleep in a 4-tier bunk system without any kind of mattress, and once people enter here, they will not leave until they finish their sentences. We're talking about criminals here with sentences ranging from 20 years to over 1,000 years. Literally, there are beings who did crimes such that they were given sentences of more than 1,000 years. Hence the saying that when you enter the sector, you do not leave until you finish your sentence, because everything, absolutely everything, is done in here. From going to the bathroom to washing up, everything is done here open. Another shocking fact is that the lights are never turned off here, not even to sleep, which makes you completely lose track of time.
That you're describing torture. What the fuck? I mean, everything he just showed is just torture. This is like, watch it in the original language with the subs as an option. Why would I do that? At least I can understand what the fucking translation is saying, instead of watching it with the original language where I won't understand what the fucking translation is saying at all. My man, yeah, my man said, bro, subs not dubs, dude. Will is right. This ain't a fucking anime, dog.
There are no clocks, so you don't know what time it is. It depends entirely on the schedules imposed on you by the custodians when they enter. Everyone has to be abducted. We can also see that everyone has the same uniform, and there are collective pots which they use to shower, to bathe, to do. We can also see that here there is a person from the medical team who comes every morning to leave pills for people who have some condition, who maybe are feeling some discomfort. Even their hearings, in case their sentences have to be extended, are done from here inside. I want you to pay attention to this. We are in the module, here are the cells, and right here is the fourth of face-to-face and notification.
Dude, what is happening in the world, man? This is like, dude, if YouTube was around during World War II, you bet your fucking ass would be doing concentration camp reacts. Like, oh my fucking Lord. YouTubers would be like, yeah, here we are in the Warsaw ghetto, which many haters are calling a ghetto, but I'm here to show you, I'm here to dispel the rumors that, like, it's a ghetto at all. You know what I mean? It's fucking nuts. What the fuck? This actually did happen with the Red Cross. True. That is true. They literally did. Didn't they go to Auschwitz? Yeah, Red Cross did do that. That is not wrong. That literally did happen. Fuck, man.
This is in case any of the prisoners have been accused of new crimes for which they have not been tried, that this may extend their sentences. So from Juan Perez, come here. They found you a new crime. They are accusing you of something else because they are informing you of all this, and then in this other room here, they do the confrontation, they do the recognition of identity. Then they form different prisoners. They give them a number on this side. Okay, here, this is a glass that can be seen perfectly from there. From here to there, it is like a mirror. So the person who is crossing here can identify the aggressors, the accused, and without having set foot outside the module, this person is already accused of a different crime and can already spend many more years in here.
Like, that should be a red flag for anyone. Okay? The fuck? You bring in another eyewitness from a one-sided from a fucking one-sided mirror and be like, yeah, this is the guy. Why is the judge, jury, and executioner happening inside of the prison? Think about that. This process is not streamlined for a reason. It's not supposed to be streamlined because there's supposed to be a fucking trial. But we already saw the trial structure where they basically have fucking 530 people in one room, and the judge goes, all right, 32 of these guys actually had guns. The rest of them are also still going to jail. Fuck.
Likewise, here inside the module are the courtrooms where the accused can talk to their lawyers. All of that is respected here, and their new sentences are read to them all remotely. This is very impressive. So here they have the cameras for video calls. Here they sit those already sentenced. Here they listen. Here they can dialogue. Here they can talk. Here they can speak everything remotely. So I repeat, you don't set foot outside. No, this is truly amazing.
This is truly amazing, he says. You know, you don't... Once you're in prison, you're in prison. Very impressive. There's no, you've lost your humanity. You have been successfully dehumanized. This guy is out of control, man. Guys, the reason why I'm so critical of this is because these dudes, in your mind, you're thinking of like the most devastating criminal. You're thinking of like a fucking serial decapitator, child mutilator, okay? The problem is that those guys are getting the same treatment, or depending on gang affiliations, maybe sometimes even better treatment, than the dude who was arrested and detained permanently due to suspicions of aligning or being affiliated with the gangs. That's the problem. I hope you understand. This is nutty.
They are taking us to another area. And notice this detail. Every time you change area, the floor is made of stones on purpose to make noise in case someone escapes. Make every little step more than evident. Let's go up to one of the watchtowers. From up here, we can see some of the modules and we can appreciate the security rings. The highest walls are 9 meters of concrete, followed by 3 meters of electrified fencing. I was allowed to go up to the catwalk area, which is where security bodies are strategically placed to be able to see from above into the cells. Here we can observe some of the...
I mean, while it is absolutely extreme and has produced positive results for the population, there's a reason why he's so popular. Bro, you cannot fucking hide behind popularity. When we found out that, one, they underreport homicides, and two, it doesn't matter if the population that is not currently in prison are happy, thinking that, you know, things are fine. I'm explaining to you that it's short term. Okay? This is not a solution to rampant crime at all. But people do feel safer. Oh my God. People feel safer because they think the government that is doing this won't inevitably, on accident or deliberately, do it to them. Also, just because something is popular doesn't mean that it's good. Like, for example, Jim Crow was very popular. Slavery was very popular. It was so popular that motherfuckers who didn't even own slaves were fighting to preserve it. It's like, think about that for a second. Bro, this ain't your battle. Why the fuck are you fighting? This ain't your battle at all. You don't got no slaves. You're basically one step removed. Why the fuck are you fighting to preserve it? Bro, these are violent criminals, man. Why is that a red flag? Some of these guys are very dangerous, man. True, it's working. True, man. Oh, my God. There are so many dudes in this chat that, because of their American brain, they immediately lose sight of like the genuine human rights violations that we are seeing in front of our fucking eyes. So what if they're violent criminals, man? The fuck do you mean? What do you mean? You shouldn't do this to even violent criminals to begin with, because there's no way that these guys are reintegrating into society. It's Jover. When you fucking pack them up like sardines into metal boxes where the light is on 24/7, that's insane. There's no way any of those dudes are not reintegrating into society. They've locked up 74,000 people, okay? And studies conducted on the matter show that 70% of those who are detained are not affiliated with gangs at all. The fuck? What's the end point here? You're just going to arrest the entire country? As John Oliver says, 100% of prisoners are also human beings. Exactly. There is that too.
The methods that the prisoners use to sleep, as you will see in their welcome kit, and so we could call them. They are given a sheet, they are given their uniform, and they are given a towel. You can see that some choose to cover themselves with the sheet and put the t-shirts over their eyes to keep the light out so they can sleep, and still others choose to lie on their towels. We are now witnessing a cell extraction. This is an activity that is done once a day so that the prisoner...
They don't have cots, dude. They sleep straight on the metal. And they use the fucking towel. You have an option. You either use a towel to cover your fucking face because the lights are on 24/7, or you fucking put the towel underneath you as bedding.
...can exercise. What is done is that the criminals are taken out of the cell in an orderly fashion, 5 by 5 or sometimes 10 by 10. They are placed in a row and handcuffs are placed on their wrists and ankles. Sometimes they are also joined together. They are then escorted to a designated area of the module where they will be surrounded by guards so that they can move around without the possibility of rebelling. Similarly, here we can see that most, if not all, of the guards...
It's so funny because 100% of chatters watch movies like, or TV shows like Andor, and we'll be like, wow, these conditions are fucking devastating for those people there, dog. What the hell? That's so sick that they violently rebelled. Meanwhile, they're seeing the actual thing happening in real life and going, dude, this is totally valid, actually.
Choose to cover their faces for their own safety and that of their families, because in many cases they themselves live in neighborhoods that have been previously ruled by gang members, so they do not want to have to pay negative consequences for the work they are doing here or for their country. Their loved ones. Oh, and see, from inside the cell, they put the handcuffs on their wrists first, of course, so that no one can push the door open once it is opened.
Bro, this literally is like, this straight up, I mean this in all sincerity, is just the power transfer from the gangs to the government. Like, the government is behaving like fucking gangs. That's it. And they don't even have the paperwork to back it up. Like, at least normally, under different circumstances, the monopoly of violence is supposed to be reasserted through some fucking convoluted legal process that doesn't get it right all the time. As a matter of fact, gets it wrong all the time. But this, in and of itself, is just like, oh no, we are the gang now. Like, oh my God.
And look, right now we are seeing how they are being escorted one prisoner at a time. Look how the chain is attached to their legs. All this with the intention of minimizing risks. Talking with a guard, I was just given a piece of information that shocked me, and that is that this group alone, which is behind my back, is very possibly directly or indirectly responsible for more than 200 homicides. What a blood-curdling...
Fucking come on, dude. Possibly, maybe, certainly.
...piece of
indirectly.
...information once they are formed and the perimeter is protected by guards, their handcuffs are removed so that they can move freely and thus exercise. It is quite frightening to be just a few meters away from murderous kidnappers without any kind of protection. Luckily, there are literally dozens of guards surrounding me. But I won't deny it, this is a scary experience. Looking at the tattoos some of them have on their chests and backs, we can see what gangs they used to belong to. Most allude to Mara Salvatrucha or 18, which are gangs, historically enemies. It is interesting to see the strategy of putting them together in the same cell to represent that the gang no longer cares about you. That has been left in the past, and this ideology has changed this system of separating the gangs by cells so they don't fight. Here they
Bro, yeah, here they have a united under a common enemy where they will definitely make one ginormous gang. This will never backfire. Certainly this process of dehumanizing literally some of the most violent criminals will not end up causing any unforeseeable consequences that yield really, really, really bad results for the government. This is so fucking insane, dude.
They are practically being forced to reach a peace agreement. They gave me a reading of profiles that list crimes they have committed, and it is very difficult to listen to them, and it makes your skin crawl. Rape, aggravated homicides, kidnappings, truly inhumane acts. I got to read profiles whose sentences listed 270 years, and this, if not more crimes, are added to the years they have left to live. And if seeing all these images, it is easy to suddenly be moved to touch your heart to say, wow, what harsh mistreatment inside the prison, but when you learn of the inhumane atrocities they have committed, it makes sense. Next, we will...
Dude, what? Yo, this guy is a fucking YouTuber, dog. We are so cooked. We are so cooked as a society. We're globally fucked. This little dicky looking ass motherfucker went to like straight up a concentration camp and is like, yeah, but guess what, dude? Like, guess what? They're fucking, some of the guys, they're really, really, really bad guys. El Diki. Bro, this makes me feel like a lot of people's problems with like Auschwitz and concentration camps wasn't the fact that the people thrown in there, like, or wasn't the conditions in the concentration camps and like the murder, but instead the fact that people were thrown in there and they weren't like actual criminals. They were thrown in there by the virtue of their ethnicity. So like, it does feel like a lot of people don't really have like a genuine issue with the morality of the concentration camp existing, just like who is thrown in there. Like, as long as it's like a bad guy, I've been primed into thinking like every single person is a bad guy, and maybe some innocent people, who cares? It's pretty crazy. That's Mexico's biggest YouTuber, by the way. It's I mean, it's nuts that this guy is just like doing this propaganda.
To enter an isolation cell, which is where the prisoners are sent when they commit an infraction. They are always locked with a padlock and basically consist of this space in which they have a cement.
What would be your answer, respectfully? No concentration camps. I'm going to take the unimaginable radical position of, how about no concentration camps? Like due process, a focus on rehabilitation and reintegration that is demonstrably more successful in creating a more prosperous society. Guys, I know. It's pretty wild. I know I'm crazy with it. Brave take. I think concentration camps are bad. I know. I fucked up. Please stop yelling at me. I'm so sorry. I know it. I accidentally said that.
Slab, they have a tub of water with a bucket, they have an access to drainage, and they have a bathroom. The only light that you have is a hole in the ceiling, and depending on the severity of your infraction, the number of hours you have to spend here will be defined. I can tell you that it is a very claustrophobic sensation, very dark and echo accompanied by a silence that weakens anyone, a very serious punishment. I do not want to imagine myself in a situation like this in which I would be locked up in this cell. The isolation cells have this hatch through which food is passed, and likewise with this small window through which you can supervise the person who is in there. You can close the door and check. Right now we have the camera.
Everyone on the internet is going to flame me for saying violent criminals can be rehabilitated. Yes, except I don't care, because that is a position that I genuinely do believe in, which is precisely the reason why I will defend it. That is a defendable position because it is my belief. Once again, I only get mad when people clip me out of context and act like I am saying something I don't believe in, like Twitch streaming is the most difficult job on the planet or some shit. That's what pisses me off.
Camera light on. Turn it off, it's completely dark, right? This is a traumatizing experience. If we talk about the food, they serve 3 courses of food. I asked to taste the breakfast, that's what I'm going to get. Now we can see that it consists of rice with beans, cream, and 2 tortillas. They tell me that breakfast and dinner is usually the same. It is usually this same dish. And at lunchtime, maybe they can serve some pasta. Maybe they can serve a rice with a different preparation, but they never really eat chicken or meat. That doesn't exist here. That doesn't exist here. What do we get, frijolito? We get cream. Each plate of food is put on the scale and has to weigh 1 pound. There is no distinction of any kind of rank here. Everyone, absolutely everyone, eats the same. Today you are probably wondering about the people who are here working, packing the food. They are also people serving time in prison. Yes, but they are what we might call low-risk criminals. Basically, all of them are in another prison, not in this one, because I repeat that this one is only for terrorists. All these people are under supervision, and they are brought in to work from other prisons to do some of their community service. As I was telling you, they never leave the modules, and this also applies to meal times. We can see that the plates and trays are left just outside the bars, and they are the ones who take them and hand them out. I wondered how they managed to prevent abuses and the food from being stolen so that someone is left without food. They tell me that all this is controlled from above, there is supervision, and they make sure that everyone is eating. And in the same way, we can see that there are custodians here watching that the food is distributed.
Why didn't he review the food? I thought he was going to do a food review. I mean, I think like we don't really need a food review. Let's be for real. Like that, the imagery alone was the review. You know what I mean?
Distributed fairly once they finish their food. It is their job to rinse the dishes, to leave them relatively clean. They leave them there to be picked up, and then they can use that water to clean their mouths, to clean their bodies.
He pulled a Hideo Kojima and said, the food, here's my food review. The food weighs 1 pound.
We are going to talk now with a prisoner who has been involved in gangs since he was young. He has been here for a very long time and has a lot more to come. What gangs do you belong to?
To the MS-13.
Why are you here?
For multiple offenses.
Like what?
Homicides, deprivation of liberty, kidnapping, etc. How many people did you kill? I don't remember. So many were. We have committed different crimes at different times.
Bro, this literally is like a fucking IDF interrogation video.
How long have you been in prison?
I entered at the age of 21 and I am 47 years old.
How much time do you have left?
When God permits, I will go out. Don't get into criminal groups like gangs, organized crime. Nothing that is crimes or sins on this earth. Because the consequences are serious even if they offer you heaven or earth. That is a lie of the devil.
It is very sad to hear these stories and to know that it is the case of many of those here who committed horrible crimes when they were just children. Their environment got them involved in gangs. The society they grew up in made them believe that this was the right path. Yes, it's very hard, it's very sad. And I mean, whatever time you're watching me, you may think that the gang is your only escape. There's always another.
Let me tell you something. That motherfucker is not rehabilitated, okay? You want to... There ain't no fucking way a dude put in a perma prison structure like that is getting rehabilitated after 26 fucking years of being in there. It's like, this is the thing that I try to advocate for that can't get through people's dense ass skulls, which is you put dudes in a situation like this, they're just going to become more hardened criminals. That's it. So the only way to ensure that they don't do more crimes, or at least like limit the amount of crimes that they're doing, is by limiting them around other criminals or people you have declared criminals. All this ends up doing is make those people who are like shopkeepers and shit, or arrested for suspicion of being a part of MS-13, all it does is make those guys also become criminals and do crimes to survive in prison. Like, this is no different than just like literally being like, you're suspected of a crime. Boom. Shot and dead. All the more ironic by the fact that MS-13 is literally a direct consequence of the American prison system and how fucking awful it is. That's how MS-13 was formed. They literally fucking formed it to survive in prison. It's mind-boggling. I don't understand how you can't, like, how you don't see this issue, how you don't recognize, like, you're just making the problem worse.
Other way, and you don't have to look for the easy way out. I leave this prison in El Salvador very shocked and with a strange feeling of relief. I can tell you that I have visited many prisons and have documented several for the channel. It gives a horrible feeling of helplessness when you visit prisons where criminals who have done horrible things live like kings. To be able to appreciate...
What the fuck? What prison have you visited where they live like kings, dog? This man is like, I'm a tourist for prisons. I love going to prisons. What a fucking freak this dude is. What the fuck?
These conditions and these measures in a maximum security prison gives a certain feeling of empowerment to a simple citizen like me. What feeling do you leave with?
No, his ideology is not all over the place, dude. No, he's literally a fucking maximalist. Like, he's saying these conditions are torturous, gruesome, awful, and it's great that we are subjecting people to said conditions. He's like the opposite of me in almost every sense of the word. He's looking at the devastation and going, this is great.
I'll read them down here in the comments. Many thanks to the people in the industry for opening the doors for me to be able to document this and share it with you. See you as always, you know, in a few days.
Fucking Christ, dude. I want to see these comments, but I don't know if I want to fucking... I'm Salvadoran, I'm young, and I remember the days of 2015, that time when it was scary to leave the house, even go to school, because you didn't know if you'd come home again. Were you even worried about passing the street? I remember the times where homicides were uncontrolled and nothing could be done. Bukele is really the best president. He managed to change a country full of crime and transformed into a safe space, safe place. Really, in these times, it makes me proud to say I am for him. There's a Venezuelan prison that's a mini version of Escape from New York. Only guards on the outside. They even host raves there. So many people in the comments now want something like this, but in Mexico. Yeah, but if you're a Mexican, that means you're going to jail too, dog. Like, that's what people don't understand. As a South American, I find it quite curious what your position is in relation to this issue. You speak a lot from the theoretical field, which may sound good, but is so disconnected from reality. At least analyze the nuances. Do not have such a basic vision of the situation. In quasi-states like El Salvador or Peru, my country, where the core of the institutions is broken, you cannot adopt long-term measures. Oh, dude, both of these countries that we're talking about literally are in the situation that they're in as a direct consequence of measures like this. El Salvador became a crime-ridden country due to the American prison system and insane deportations, and is now repeating that same cycle that literally furthers the problem. Did you kill them then? Like, the solution is the final solution, by the way. Like, I think a lot of the people that watch this stuff and go, this is great, would probably be on board with killing them, right? Like, this is just like more torture before the inevitable demise. It's more streamlined. Just fucking kill them. They did that too. Like, I genuinely don't understand, because, like, I'm not saying let people go free when they do horrific crimes, right? You're putting those words in my mouth. I'm not saying that at all. Of course, I'm not saying, like, you know, let MS-13 run rampant in the streets. I am actually presenting a solution. I'm actually showing you exactly what the issues are. Torturous conditions are bad because they don't actually serve in lowering recidivism. Demonstrably, it is ineffective. If your goal is to make society more prosperous, you can't continue trying to lock up more and more and more people. No, you're not. Your solutions don't work. Yes, they do, dumb fuck. Yeah, they do. You know what solutions don't work? This. Look at the American prison system. That's it. Contrast sources. You are overlooking that another form of destabilization of other countries through organized crime. Don't be so clever as to watch 2 documentaries and believe where you have a reliable view of the reality. First of all, my understanding of El Salvador is not informed by fucking 2 documentaries that we watched. And also, I just literally showed you 2 contrasting documentaries. So what the fuck are you talking about? I literally that one was pro-prison. The other one was anti the policies of Bukele. One was pro-policies of Bukele. The other one actually wasn't a fucking dumbass YouTuber being like, these horrors beyond comprehension. These man-made horrors that you see beyond human comprehension are actually fucking poggers, is what one said. The other one is actually a fucking documentary or an investigative reporting on the many victims of the many innocent victims of this kind of structure. Years ago, we watched a video on Finnish prisons where the guy was a murderer and he was successfully rehabilitated. Rehabilitation of violent criminals is possible, but it requires proper environment designed to reintegrate people into society, not this torture camp. Exactly. Oh. I just don't understand. Just kill them then, right? Like, just kill them. I mean, this is just torturing them until they inevitably die. So just kill them, right? Yours is the typical Western behavior of sitting in your rich, safe country and projecting throughout the world. Yes, I know. I simply do not understand. First of all, I could never imagine not living in the lap of luxury in a safe, rich country as a Westerner, certainly. I never lived in another country, so you're definitely right about that. And two, those dudes that are fucking up El Salvador literally came from my backyard to El Salvador. Turkey's much safer than El Salvador. I know, dumb fuck. I know. The problem is I'm simultaneously living in the lap of luxury, but also the scariest place. You're just ignoring that solution is just you're just ignoring that. Your solution is just torture them until death. Yes. I'm not getting baited. There are legitimately people who think that the only way to deal with this is just by fucking throwing people in concentration camps. That's it. Not realizing that like it opens up many more significant problems down the line. You're only seeing a comfortable narrative presented to you in the short term, and you think, oh, this is very successful. And you're getting mad at someone who's simply stating that due process should be applied to all criminals. Okay? If you're anti-due process, you should be in fucking prison. Okay? That's my take. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck, dude. You know how many thousands of fucking random people that have nothing to do with gangs are now in prison? Get the fuck out of here. Suck my cock, dumbass. Yeah. You want to fucking be an animal? You should get treated like an animal then. Is that better? Would you like that? Not realizing that the advocacy for said policies will inevitably have you be victim to said policies. But that's too far down the line, so you don't even recognize that. You're too focused on my considerations for the treatment of all prisoners, and you're losing sight of the other side that is like indefensible, completely indefensible, and not even in theory. Okay? Anonymous tips and police looking for quotas to try and create division that like their incredibly draconian policies are super effective. So dumb. So dumb. Yeah, wait till the fucking cops come knocking down your door. The reason Latin Americans trust Luisito Comunica's videos is that the amount of YouTubers covering political topics are less than 3. For almost any type of nuance and leftist coverage, you have to speak English. This is crazy, man. There are dudes who have been like victimized by the gangs that are now being seen as like potential gang members, and you're over here being like, oh, whatever, put him in the fuck pile, put him in the torture pile. Who cares? Jesus Christ. All right, let's look at the most luxurious prisons around the world.
Coordinated dances, karaoke, family rooms. When you think of prison, you think of the worst that society has to offer. But that's not what it's like everywhere. There are places around the world where criminals can enjoy video games, open kitchens, and privacy. Some of these places sound more like 4-star hotels than prisons, and we're going to share all the crazy details before answering the big question: is it better to treat prisoners with punishment or luxury? Cebu Provincial Detention and Rehabilitation Center isn't the most luxurious, but it makes our list due to the sheer celebrity status the inmates get to enjoy. In the Philippines, CPDRC offers recreational and creative exercises to the prisoners. You might have seen the videos of them floating around the internet. The inmates, dressed in bright orange jumpsuits, will line up in rows to dance in unison to popular music. The CPDRC's dancing inmates have put the prison on the map as a tourist destination. The dance numbers are televised, and civilian audiences are encouraged to...
God, this video sucks, dude. I just like, it's like it's cheery, you know what I mean? It's like fucking cheery with like infographics and all this shit. It's like, you know. I don't know. After seeing what we just saw, anyway. See, Iran sent assassins to avenge Soleimani? I did not. Maybe watch some Yes Theory instead. Like, dropped with $0 in China's richest city.
In China, and our arrival was stressful.
Turkmenistan is the one you were worried about. China's the one I've been worried about. With 1.4 billion people.
Looking out the window, I'd never been so intimidated by a place before. At the airport, we got searched, pulled into a questioning room, and through several security checkpoints. Needless.
Damn, bro. In China, he's me. Bro, they're treating his ass like he's me at the American airport. You know what I'm saying?
To say, we were seriously on edge. We just finished our trip in Turkmenistan, a country under heavy surveillance, and for the continuation of our travel series, we were now shifting gears to China, with a reputation that precedes it.
Rising tensions.
Oh, also, watch the act of killing on stream and to definitively prove that yes, America bad. Yeah. Chinese act like they hate collective punishment until like collectively serve him a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, and then they realize like, oh fuck, maybe collective punishment isn't so great. What can I do to survive this? Well, I have an answer for you. At least you have the due process of subscribing for $5 or for free. With a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here's the 3-minute break now. Next episode of Shogun is tomorrow night.
Between the United States and China.
One of the most heavily surveilled parts of the world.
No resident goes unwatched.
Where our ideas will be much more ambitious. We're traveling here as a group that you'll get to know soon. But I was the only person aware of this first challenge, where I decided I would drop both of my friends Stefan and Matt off to survive in Shanghai with $0 for 24 hours, relying on strangers in China for shelter. To stage this, however, I had to be very discreet.
I want you to read this to Stefan.
Honestly, I have no clue what I was thinking in doing this in China, but I figured it would be the ultimate way to go deep into the culture here. With this as an old tradition in the Yes Theory universe,
I'm shocked that like people don't say Yes Theory are like in the pocket of the CCP or something. Because like their coverage of China is way too normal. Hasan, David Sanger of the New York Times coming to my class for guest speaker. I want to ask him a question in regards to journalism. Ask him about why the New York Times didn't follow the same procedures, the internal procedures they have for their incredibly important work on the October 7 systematic rape directed by Hamas story titled Screams Without Words. You should ask him that. I would love to hear what his response will be to that question. Be like, don't you think the New York Times should hold a much more rigorous standard, especially when covering foreign conflict as the paper of record?
and as I hope you know by now, Matt, one of our original members, is officially leaving us with the release of his book on December 3rd, and Stefan, that we met on the street during an episode, is soon completing his first year with us. He had yet to fulfill this rite of passage on the channel. So I thought, why not make this Matt's last and Stefan's first, in likely the absolute hardest country I could imagine doing this in, China. As today is the launch of our Seek Discomfort holiday drop, Talk to Strangers, which we are super proud of and available right now on seekdiscomfort.com, I thought we'd put everything we've ever done on this channel to one of its ultimate tests.
How you feeling, Stefan?
Feeling good, feeling excited.
Yeah.
Sun is shining. Whoa, whoa.
I have a surprise for the book that I want to film here just because it's quiet. I want you to read this to Stefan.
Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a good thing. It's a surprise for the book.
I'm getting that same feeling in Turkmenistan now.
You're doing an abandoned inn.
No, I'm just kidding.
This is Dear Stefan.
Yes.
I don't even know what this is yet, but I'm very happy it's directed at you. In the spirit of my book, Talk to Strangers, and as a way for me to pass on the baton to you as one of the future faces of Yes Theory.
No, this sounds bad.
I'm so sorry.
No, bro.
Oh,
it doesn't sound good when you say I'm so sorry, bro.
Your very first abandoned with $0 for 24 hours challenge begins effective immediately.
No.
Oh my god.
Chat, don't listen to HasanAbi lies. The Shogun episode drops at 9. Wait, the Shogun episode is tonight? Bro, that's phenomenal news. I Googled it. Oh my god. Wait, what? When do the new Shogun episodes drop? Here's the schedule, release schedule. When the fuck does it drop, man? Japanese eyes, Kanto, 25-year career. New episodes of Shogun released every Tuesday. Oh, Tuesday at 12 a.m. Eastern. Oh my God. Oh my God. I get a new episode of Shogun tonight. I'm so hyped. This is the best news. Bro, don't get addicted. This show is so fucking good. You have no idea, son. Oh my God, dude. It's so fucking good. This and Dune, oh, I've been eating good, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
In China, where we've been struggling with communicating with people.
Wow, I did not see that coming.
Oh my God, I've been so fucking stressed.
Wow, good, well done.
You are an evil genius, dude.
I'm shaking right now.
Wow. This is possibly the hardest place anyone has ever had to do it. We wish you the best of luck. Fly like an eagle, my friend.
Okay, so read your instructions.
Okay. Dear Matt, as a part of your goodbye party, we are doing this together, and you're joining me for the entirety of this challenge. Let's make the last one a legendary one.
Oh, dude. No.
Let's go. I'm not doing it. We're going to a massage.
I knew it!
I'm sorry, okay?
Because this is your last, his first, you guys have actually challenges to perform as well in the city.
Yeah.
So, yeah, despite getting shut down by a cop just there, we wanted to force Stefan and Matt into interacting with as many locals as possible. To do so, we devised a list of challenges for them to complete throughout the day that earns them small amounts of cash for food and water. Housing, however, will have to be found at a local stranger's house.
Okay, quick intermission. You guys need to wear the new Sikh holiday drop. So, first you. Nice, you look good. Wait, what about you?
I also want to look good. Woohoo! Seek some love.
It was Amar's idea for you guys to do it together, so we're gonna call him for some much needed counsel.
Habibi! We miss you a lot, and you're here in spirit every day, and we heard that you even orchestrate some stuff going on for the two of us.
I thought Matt can't leave without a bang.
You son of a gun.
I want to send you guys out, like, show the world that we don't have to fear each other.
Yeah,
I know
baby.
it's gonna be an amazing adventure.
We're gonna make you proud, Habibs. We're gonna make you proud. Love you, dude.
Love you, bro. Wow, our Habibs, yeah.
I needed that call. Cut to us just being like, oh, All right,
Okay, so
I think the key would be to maybe find the first challenge and get money to buy like a coffee and a matcha. Okay, so we have a challenge that I think we could do. Dance in the middle of a busy street like no one is watching. That is 20 yen. 20 yen? Can that get us coffee?
I don't think one, but maybe we have to do some more challenges. We have need to do a couple.
Do you want to do it?
We do it together.
I haven't done this in a long time. I don't want to do it.
You seem a bit nervous.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it right now. This challenge is hard in general. I've done it in Finland. I did it in Panama City. That one never went up, but like we've done it in all these wild places. But China, I don't know, I just get this constant feeling that I shouldn't be disruptive. We already stand out so much, and I'm afraid to stand out even more. Want to do it here?
Okay.
Stefan is gonna go first. In the middle of this street, there's like 3 cops over here. And he's gonna...
What are they gonna do?
Oh
Arrest
god,
you for
this
dancing?
is brutal already.
This is a tough one to start with. Oh, getting a heartbeat. Hello everyone. Gonna do a little dance performance over here if people wanna watch. Welcome. I'm gonna do a little show in 5 minutes if you wanna come. It's a dance show.
我听不懂，你讲中文。
Like Dorjin, like a dance, like we do like this. Bum, ba bum, ba bum, and jump. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
我听不懂你讲的是什么。
You tried your best. I think now you're kind of warmed up, so I think you're ready to go.
Yes.
There are literally cops everywhere on this street. Everywhere.
Like what happens if...
If what? If they don't...
Okay, this is kind of shocking. Because... How have they not found a person that speaks English in China? Like, what the fuck? I feel like there's hella people, no? Just look for a young person. Maybe they're doing it for... Dude. It's been like an hour? What do you mean? Literally one young person is all it takes. Warehouse exploded?
Holy crap!
What the fuck? What the fuck's going on in Detroit, man? Ask the nearest TikToker. No, if you go... The likelihood that you're going to run into someone who can speak like at least some level of English is going to go up unimaginably high when you go younger.
They don't like your dancing?
If they don't like my dancing, then you're by yourself in the rest of the challenge. I think this is legal, right?
You got this, baby. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Thank you, sir.
Go for it.
Down.
3, 2,
In like a big
1.
city.
Good.
Matt, save me, Matt. I can't save you, Then it's the grande finale.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, where should we going?
Yeah.
First, if you want a coffee, you gotta do whatever you gotta do. When the police came up as well. But I think we handled it good, right?
Yeah.
A little smile.
They just said, like, literally just said, get out of the way.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was a good test with the police.
I think we can put a check on the first one.
Yes.
And I think we deserved I deserved a coffee.
You
And now
deserve a coffee.
I deserved a coffee. But now it's time for you, man, to do the next challenge.
Oh boy.
Okay, Matt, to overcome the fear of police we have here, I'm gonna challenge you to take 3 selfies with 3 police officers.
Wow, this is just instantly nerve-wracking. It just does this thing to my stomach.
Well, then I have a question. Do you want your matcha or not?
I do want my matcha. Okay. Let's go make friends with the cops. Up to the cop we go. Up to the cop we go. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow, that's so
Okay,
good. I just gotta smile.
Kai has officially just taken over the spot that I normally sit at. She is just laying there and not moving. Get up. Up, please. Ma'am. Move. Come here. Good girl. She had a long morning this morning. She's tired. She's been knocked out this whole time.
Smile from the top, that makes us so happy.
Oh, nice. You're on a roll, man.
I could do this all day.
You did it, man.
I freaking did it, baby. Let's go. Challenge number 2 finished. 3 cups, 3 selfies, and now we're gonna get a freaking matcha. Our first expense of the day. Big matcha for Staffan and I to share.
We've been working hard for this matcha. Cheers, Matty man.
Cheers, brother. Look at that, it looks delicious. There you go, dude.
Are we drinking at the same time?
Yeah. Is it possible?
You'll find them.
Ciao. Oh, baby. 22 yen left, so now we're gonna go ask people if we can stay in their homes. Staffan really wants to ask elderly people if we can stay in their homes, so we're gonna try and see if they're down.
It was so nice to be tucked to bed by like an old Chinese man. Like, soon 1 o'clock, so it's 4 hours.
No, it's not.
Imagine walking around there in pitch black darkness. How ma? Good? Good, you're practicing my Mandarin. 2 people, possible, going to this park, Ying'an Park. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Thing is tiny.
It's mat. How shung di mat?
Dude.
Bro.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Wow.
We are in China. Oh my god.
We are the tiniest taxi cab in
China, baby! Hot birthday, I'll say what I like. On you! I love spending up in this car. Wow, very good driver. Oh my god, what a old lady. Oh my god, that's hilarious.
I think we're here.
Yes, drive of the year in China. Alright.
No,
wow, he didn't even want money. No. We did pay, but he didn't want money. He was like, no.
Time to get some food and time to find a home.
Ni hao. How ma? Good afternoon. Yes, family photo. You want to join in? Oh, wonderful.
We're trying to survive in Shanghai for 24 hours with no money. Yes. So this is our challenge. And right now we're looking for lunch. So I don't know how to ask for this, but are you guys getting lunch somewhere?
If you have something, I can buy.
Whoa.
You want to walk somewhere together?
No.
No. Okay.
Nice.
He said no. I'll buy the lunch for you. Weird American man. But no, I don't want to walk somewhere with you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, thank you.
It's hard to ask. I just feel bad asking for food. What if we went to the restaurant?
Yeah.
And because one of the challenges is to work at a place, like get a local job.
I see where you're going. What
if we work for food?
Let's do it.
I think working for the food would be cooler.
Wow. What's going on here? Matt?
Yeah. I think
can you hear the sound of that? That's you and me joining
the party.
Hello.
Yeah, very good.
I think we just walked into some local dance tradition. I have no idea, but I'm loving it. Oh, yeah. I think we're getting accepted into the community.
Very nice.
Very nice. He said, hope they come to play often.
Wow.
Wow, that's
we will tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Oh. Wow. That's a real mustache.
Yes.
What?
Wow.
No way. That's a real mustache.
Very good.
Can I touch it?
Yes.
Touch. Wow. Wow, man, it's real.
Wow. I never thought I'd say this, but I freaking love China.
This is Yes Theory. This one's not as cool as the Paris video that they did. You know?
Saturday, everybody's outside, everybody's dancing, Everybody's smiling.
Yeah.
The vibes are just so freaking high. I'm in awe of the Chinese spirit, the smiles, the people inviting you in. My mind is just being blown right now.
Oh, I love you, dude. Oh, I love you too, man.
Alrighty, so in order to get food, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna ask if they need any dishwashing services.
I like that they have preconceptions. Whatever their preconceptions are so weird are so weird. No, it's good, bro. Most people's preconceptions are the average watcher of a Yes Theory video is gonna have similar preconceptions. Okay? They are. So it's good that they're like overcoming them in real time on camera. This is like humanizing Chinese people. I feel like is definitely, especially on YouTube or on like Reddit, God forbid, is like a surefire way to get branded as like a CCP loving terrorist or some shit that hates America. So I'm glad that a channel this massive is doing that. And not just like Chinese people, but just people all around the world.
Would it be possible to work for food?
Let's go. You don't have the dishes.
You don't have any dishes? Good.
Keep on going, man. Keep on going. Ni hao, ni hao.
So in exchange for food, we were wondering if you could work for you for a bit and help out in the behind the scenes.
Maybe,
yeah.
Just like what people think of big cities in California and then they visit and see it's normal as fuck. Yeah.
Up in the floor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just half an hour. Half an hour, yeah?
Yeah, wow.
Perfect. Okay. Amazing.
Oh.
Thank you.
Chef, thank you, man.
Let me order for you. Okay.
Thank you. Wow, chef, thank you so much.
What's your name?
Jensen.
Jensen. Amazing, Jensen. Thank you so much.
Take a seat?
Yes.
Wow, thank you.
Let's go.
Chef. Chef, thank you so much.
Look at this.
Wow, I've never got free food from a restaurant like this before.
They gave us so much food.
It was so much food, yeah.
You can work for the food for our customers.
Yes.
Yes.
Jensen.
I can be a waiter?
Sure.
Yes, that's it.
He just left them hanging, dog. Big Dog just got demolished on that fucking fist bump. Good recovery though. He went, "Oh, I'm pointing." These fellas in a non-sexual gay marriage.
This is our waiter's clothing.
Yeah. You got uniforms? Let's go. All right, let's change to our new clothes. Let's go.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to pick up
Okay,
this
let's
food.
go.
Yeah.
We're waiting for the next delivery.
Yeah.
Bro,
Wow.
we are working in China right now.
Xie
Huang
Huang
Mian.
Mian.
Okay.
Ni hao xie Huang Mian.
27.
I got this,
But
baby.
it's just one problem. They're looking like two Frenchmen right now. We have this on the wrong way.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Ni hao xie Huang Mian. Oh, thank you. Yes, xie xie. Enjoy. Thanks. Yes, yes.
The guy speaking perfect English. He's like, "Thanks."
Yeah, it's amazing that you did it.
That's so
How
funny.
did we end up here? And how did you say yes to this?
Because of you, Jensen. Because of you.
Because of people like you, man. Don't mess
So this
this
one,
up.
what do I say? Ni hao, xiaolongbao.
Ni hao, shalom.
He said, "Ni hao, xiaolong ba." That just means hello. And then the xiaolong ba is the thing that he is holding, is soup dumpling.
Am I
Isn't
working
it?
with confidence, man? Ni hao,
Hello, soup dumplings.
shalom bao. This is one of our specialties, and I hope you will like it.
Ni hao, 120.
Matt.
For a home.
Yeah, bro, China is so advanced. They're enslaving whites now. I'm telling you, dude, is Jover. They've taken our whites and enslaved them.
Tonight, a home to sleep. Did you have a home tonight for us to sleep in?
What the fuck? Yo, you can't be asking that to the customers. Are you for fucking real? Hello? Dude, that's insane.
Oh, you're traveling. Oh, amazing. Oh, amazing. Great to meet you. I love how we're mixing the work with asking for a house.
What's next? We go for
Bro, they're gonna fucking tell the manager that you've been doing that. You're gonna get kicked out.
dishwashing.
Dishwashing, yeah.
Okay.
And you know what? Like there is a rumor America's #1 dishwasher is in town. My ladies and gentlemen. Mercy man.
It's an honor. It's an honor, truly.
Gentleman.
Going back to my roots.
Gentleman.
Yeah, I'll work with her.
You are the partner.
Yes. You want me to put this in here? Yes, okay. I got you. This is actually such a throwback. I used to do this for hours. Literally, I went from this to starting with
Dude, Chinese people bow? I thought that was a Japanese thing. Why is he bowing? Someone said, dude, look at this. I love this chat because immediately someone said, yes, they bow. And someone said, lol, no, they don't at the same time. I don't think like it's common, or is it common? I actually don't know. I mean, everybody bows to a certain degree. That's not what it, there's a difference between like genuinely doing a small little bow as a part of your normal social protocol as it is in Japan versus in China. I don't think it's a thing in China, but maybe I'm wrong. That's why I'm asking. Bows are traditional greeting in East Asia, particularly in Japan, Korea, Hong Kong, China, and Vietnam. In China and Vietnam, shaking hands or a slight bow have become more popular than a full bow.
I just have so much respect for this woman, for people who work these jobs. It's such a grind.
During weekend, we serve for more than 1,000 people.
Wow.
So you can imagine how many dishes she washes.
While we are here, I wonder what Thomas is doing.
Hello, my friends. Happy to see you here.
Damn, bro, he just gave us full ass cheeks.
I'm not seeking any discomfort today, actually. I'm actually doing the opposite. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not so mad about it. I've been called in to pay the bills, while the boys are out there, hopefully not having it as easy as I am. You see, these videos are not so easy to make. Most days certainly don't look like the one I'm having right now. There's a whole team behind us who work day and night and put so much love into the mission,
Going to
into the message,
school in
to bring it.
Taiwan? Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm going to see Ray, but I'm going to see Mama Ray, Papa Ray, Uncle Ray, Auntie Ray, everybody Ray. And you know, when you say Ray, you also got to say, Ray is gay. Ray is gay, y'all. Yeah. I just wanted to be the first person to tell y'all. I f with you too.
No, I love you. I ain't playing with you.
I love you too. I'm about to go see Ray.
Tell Ray I say I love him.
I'm about to go to.
See this?
I'm about to go to fucking Taiwan right now. You wanna come?
When? Right now?
Like right now.
Let's go. I got my passport ready.
God damn, I want this. Nah, yeah. So better go see him. And wait, this video, if y'all watching this is gonna be me going to school with Ray. So it's gonna be a banger. So I'm gonna see y'all boys when I get to Taiwan. Konnichiwa.
More like, did he say Konnichiwa?
Right?
He's Chinese Taipei now.
Fresh off a plane, just landed in Taiwan for the first time ever. Like, look at these billboards, bro, crazy. So the first thing I'm gonna do is, for some reason, when I touch down, Ray automatically just called me, but I'm gonna call him back, hold on. Yo. Yeah. Yo.
Yo, I'm here, bro.
Nah, I'm in your city.
You need to watch out, my boy.
Why
My city boy.
Why I gotta watch Why I gotta watch out, boy? Here, look, say hi to everybody, look.
Instead of KaiWan, it's G-Sanat.
Okay, I'm gonna just follow everybody. I'm gonna see you soon, all right? All
right, brody.
All right, brody. Oh my gosh. Wait, so I gotta figure out, is the right thing to say, no, arigato is Japanese. I think konnichiwa is the way what you say here. I think it's konnichiwa, bro. And it's so crazy because China is literally right there, bro, and we're not going. I need to go to China one day, but man, look at everything. Everything's just different. It's nighttime, we a whole day. Yo! What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Everything good? You good? Are you good, brother? All right, bro.
KaiWan.
What's going on? What's going on? Okay. Oh, man.
Oh, fuck. I just realized, low key, but also high key, I have to get the fuck out of here. I have dinner with my family. Shit. All right, everybody. Apologies. But I got to do family dinner. So that's what I'm going to do right now. Do a deep bow in front of your family. My family, I will be seeing my Taiwanese relatives, and I will not be bowing to them because that would be weird if I did that to my to my Chinese family. I found out from my Twitch chat, hey Aunt Wendy, I found out from my Twitch chat that you're supposed to bow. And that's how you're supposed to do it. Yeah, I will say konnichiwa to them as well. Anyway, everybody, love you all, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Another banger day of streaming, another banger day of content. Love you all. Peace from the Middle East.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC.